What's going on? How's it going? How's it going? Darth Matt, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Whenever you can get, it's not letting me pull you up right now. I know you're in back chat or you're in backstage. It's not letting me pull you up. It's saying you need to connect your mic or cam before I can add you to the stream. What's up, Big Soda Corey Barton? How you doing today, brother? Nice, dude. They did fantastic at the dentist. Great, man. I was always terrified, petrified of going to the dentist. Let me tell you, that was never something that I looked forward to when I was a kid. So good on them, bro. That's great, man. I was a screaming mess when I was a kid. Luckily, just being completely frank with you, I've never really taken the best care of my teeth, and I haven't had any issues. I brush them. You know what I mean? But by and large, I don't really take the best care of my teeth. It's an X-ray done. I got 2 prizes instead of 1. There you go. What kind of prizes do you get? They give them some sugar-free candies or something. Yeah. Yeah. No. I totally get that, bro. I totally get that. Yeah. So, big friggin' news today, guys. Big news today. This could be absolute horseshit. I want to be very clear about that, okay? Let's be 100% honest. This could be a whole block of bullshit, okay? Trump may be releasing the entire Epstein Associates list in its entirety. Maybe. Fox News said that he's going to do it. But, I trust Fox News about as much as I trust CNN, honestly. Fox News ran a story one time trying to run defense for the trans shit. And ever since then, I've been convinced they're just LARPing conservative content, right? Yeah, it sure did. The first deal must not have been that good. I don't know, I don't know if what they're doing is they're orchestrating with her for her to back up the list they release or whatever they're doing. They're gonna offer some kind of sweetheart deal though. There's no way they're not, dude. There's no fucking way they're not. They're gonna give her some kind of commutation. White box. Interesting. What's in the box? Remember that movie? Was that 7? I think it was 7. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. They gave her something. I'm telling you. This is what they're doing, man. They're orchestrating a deal with this lady for her to rat folks out. Of course, yeah. I don't think they're going to give her a pardon. A pardon would be fucking egregious, okay? That would be an absolute miscarriage of justice. Straight up. Like a commutation is bad enough, but a pardon, that would be a legit spit in the face. If they give her a pardon, no one will ever convince me that they orchestrated what she's going to say. That's just no one's going to be able to convince me otherwise. I'm sorry. Like we already know that they're making a deal with her to some degree. What's going on, Abe Dinkus? Welcome in, my brother. Welcome in. Good to we already know they're orchestrating it, right? Like that from a criminal perspective. Okay. If I'm sitting in jail 3 years into a 20-year bid and the Department of Justice comes to me asking me questions, go fuck yourself unless you got something for me. Okay? Straight up. That's how it works. He sure didn't. He sure didn't. You know what? How about this? We'll call the PDFs vampires, and Abe Dinkus will be the vampire slayer. How about that? That's badass. My man is the Montana Avenger, the new Alaskan Avenger, Montana edition, Abe Dinkus edition. 4score.0. You know what I mean? 100%. All right. So I got this Alex Jones video. This is him talking about it. Fox News were the first ones to report this. Okay. I want to be very clear about that. So he's running off of what Fox News has already said. Weird that, he's had these connections inside for a long time, and for some reason, just now, he's not releasing information until after the mainstream media. Now, look, I've always loved Alex Jones. He's an absolute unit, okay? But there's an element of capture there, right? There's an element of the flip side of Trump derangement syndrome. You know what I mean? Like when Trump was shutting people down and stuff, remember he was crying in his car. Like, and we all know, like, Alex Jones, he has some mental issues, okay? No one's going to be able to say otherwise. I mean, come on, bro. Some of the crazy shit that he says and how, like, he's very impassioned, to say the least. You know what I mean? But this is what he's saying about it. Yeah, Mr. Bill. Yep. Thanks, man. Yeah. I only had 3 beers last night, but they were 10%ers, and it just put me on my ass. I'm not drinking as much as I was before, which is good. I'm not drinking as much as I was before. I've definitely chilled out a little bit. I'm happy about that, man. Things are going well in that department, But all right, so let's get into Alex Jones, okay? I'm gonna cut this music down.
And I don't know how they didn't come up with a strategy just to release all this stuff to begin with. But Trump didn't want to crash.
That's the real fucking question, okay? That's the real question. To me, I don't understand how in the fuck they didn't realize how fucking important this was. Maybe it's because, like, social media was stymieing people talking about it, or it hasn't gotten literally any fucking, like, news play in 5 years. More than that. It's gotten no news play since the guy croaked, right? All the coverage on it and all the questions were all on social media. They were all on social media, and they were hit back to back with fact checkers and all sorts of shit. Okay? Now it's a big deal. I'm saying to them, it's been a big deal to me this whole time. Okay? But now people are demanding this thing come out. Now people want this thing to come out. It's like, where the fuck were you for the past 4 years, dude? Where the fuck were you? It's not like they were sitting on their hands. They were completely satisfied with this never seeing the light of day because of the political implications there. because of the names that we already know are on it. So I'm interested to see how this all turns out. If he actually releases this list.
Economy, as I guessed 20 days ago. And now he basically said, fuck it. Actually said that. He said, release everything.
By the way, this was published an hour ago.
I've been waiting for this a long time.
Well, I don't want to talk about that. What I do want to say is that Todd is a great attorney, but you ought to be speaking about Larry Summers. You ought to be speaking about some of his friends that are hedge fund guys. They're all over the place. You ought to be speaking about Bill Clinton, who went to the island 28 times. I never went to the island.
You maintain you did not write a letter for Jeffrey Epstein's birthday?
I don't even know what they're talking about. Now, somebody could have written a letter and used my name, but that's happened a lot. All you have to do is take...
Thing about the letter, and this is something that's very important to keep in mind, okay? The letter that the Wall Street Journal talked about. They didn't release it, okay? Here's the deal. If they would have released this letter and it was found out that they forged his fucking signature, I'll get to that in just a minute, Mr. Bill. Just a second. If they released this letter instead of just saying what was on it, because they haven't released a picture or anything. They said there's like a picture of a lady and we got secrets or some like what looks like someone typed in to an AI prompt, write me a homoerotic conversation between Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump. That's what it looks like. It doesn't look like anything this dude would write to somebody, okay? And I'm not even running defense. I'm just calling bullshit where I see it. There's a reason they didn't release that fucking letter. Because they would have had to forge his signature. And if they did that, there's a lot more than a lawsuit involved with that. So they're not going to release this letter. It's never going to see the light of day. It's a fucking headline. That's why you can't trust the media. And that includes Fox News, okay? I want to be very fucking clear about that. Now, Mr. Bill, sorry about that, man. All right. If there is proof the list was doctored by the Biden administration, but unknown exactly what was doctored, would you still want that same list released? Well, see, so here's my theory, right? So all this stuff is timing together just very, I don't believe in coincidences, but I'll say coincidentally, let's say. So right now they're talking to Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay. Obviously, they are going to work a deal out with her. So what they're probably going to do is they're going to have her give some form of testimony and then say, obviously, anything that she didn't say on that list is absolute bullshit. I'll call that now. That's what I think they're going to do, right? I mean, it's gotten to this point where everyone's pissed about it. No one's going to trust anything. So they're probably throwing this Hail Mary. They're going to get her, his right-hand fucking man, or potentially his boss, as some people might think. I don't know. I don't know what I think about that. But she didn't come into the picture until way later. And Epstein was doing her favors when, or he was doing her dad a favor when they met. But that's what I would, if I were to put my money on anything, they're going to get her to come out and give her testimony on whether it's the list or different people who were involved with this, yada, yada. And then they're going to release everything. Bear, what's going on, my dude? Welcome in.
Hello. How's my audio? Is it okay?
Yeah, man, you sound good, bro.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, I saw your stream saying open panel. Is it all right if it's jump in?
Yeah, of course, man. Yeah, it's an open panel.
Oh, thank you. Well, anything on your mind you want to discuss tonight?
Oh, yeah. So I'm again going over Epstein, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, it's not going to be just that, right? But it's definitely it's definitely a topic right now because just the news cycle around it is constantly evolving. So now they're saying they're going to release the list. And Mr. Bill had a good question here. He said, if there is proof the list was doctored by the Biden administration, but unknown exactly what was doctored, would you still want the same list released? And to me, what I think they're going to do is they're going to have Ghislaine Maxwell come out and they're going to have her give a testimony, which, let's be very clear, they are working a deal out with her right now.
Definitely. They're going to say to her, say this, and we'll send you off to like a private prison upstate.
Or they might just commute her sentence entirely. Apparently, from what Corey was saying earlier, is that she asked for a pardon, according to Associated Press. Oh, dude, Darth Matt, thank you, man. Yeah, please. Anything helps. I greatly appreciate it, dude. That's amazing. Thank you very much.
Yeah, big up Darth Matt.
Yeah, thank you, man. But yeah, so what I think they're gonna do is they're gonna sit down with her and they're gonna say they're not gonna tell her what to say. I think they're gonna tell her what not to say. Right?
Yeah, they'll definitely say that. Yeah.
Don't name this person. Don't name this person. Don't name this person, and your sentence is commuted. Because she's only like 2-3 years into a 20-year bid, right? She's still got basically 2 decades ahead of her sitting in a prison cell. So that's a sweet fucking deal, right? Like, she collaborates with law enforcement. They start arresting people, hopefully, right? Or at least their fucking reputations and careers are destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, even if the list is doctored, I'd still want as much of it to come out as possible because my main thing is that when they busted Epstein, these people who went to his island and were on his list, do you think they stopped going because Epstein was busted? No, they found someone else.
Right.
So, we need to get that info out.
That's a good fucking point, Bear. That is a great point. That's a good point. Absolutely.
Yeah, because it's like, imagine this way: if you go to a drug dealer and he gets arrested, you don't stop doing drugs; you go to another dealer.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's apparently from what it seems like to me is people who do this stuff to kids. That is like a drug to them. They can't so the studies show that once someone who suffers from that mental illness, once they act upon it, they are almost guaranteed to act on it again, right?
Yeah, it's like a serial killer. If they kill once, they'll kill again.
Right, exactly. Same thing. Yeah, Amagad said, I think pardoning her could make things worse optically. Yes, 100%. Well, see, that's my thing, right? Is like I was just saying that earlier. If they pardoned her, that would be fucking egregious. I mean, it would be like a textbook miscarriage of justice. Seriously. Now, I would say commuting her sentence is still bad, but making sure that she has that on her record for the rest of her life is at least something, right? But that's the thing. She's not going to talk or say anything that they want her to say or anything at all, honestly, if they don't give her some kind of deal. And I genuinely think not saying I agree with this method, but looking at it from the perspective of trying to put myself in their shoes, they're going to want to give her whatever they can because this is basically their last bid out. This has been an absolute dumpster fire for them politically. And looking at it from a political perspective, the only thing that they're going to be able to do from here is get her to talk and then release everything and say, well, she didn't talk about that. She didn't say anything about that. So this was doctored. This was bullshit. I'm calling it now. Okay. I'm not saying that they would be correct in doing that. What I'm saying is that seems like the strategy they're going to go for. And
they're definitely going to do it as we're not going to tell you what to say, but here's what you can and can't say. And they could even come up with the crafty idea of going, right, if you do this, you'll be eligible for parole in 1 month. And when she's released, they can turn around and say, "Oh, well, we did sentence her to 20 years, but she just somehow got parole. So,
Right.
we didn't let her off. She just was eligible for parole."
Yeah. It's commutation. Exactly. Yeah. What's going on, John Smith? Welcome in, dude. Thanks for stopping by. And McGad, by the way, thanks for stopping by, man. 100%. Yeah, thank you. I'll always appreciate seeing you guys here, man, for real. But yeah, that's what I'm scared of, Bear, is like, it's a bad thing, right? I'm not saying this is a good thing.
Oh yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, there's no real positive outcome to all of it. The only thing we can hope for is that we get as much information as we can and prosecute those who are guilty.
Right. John Smith, you need to learn. It's pronounced GIF. Yeah, dude. I know, bro. I'm so fucking. That's such bullshit, dude. It's such bullshit. I really don't want to get into that on my channel. That really pissed me off. Bear, I found out that someone who I've had a lot of respect for has been publicly reading DMs that me and him had about an issue I wasn't even fucking involved in.
Oh.
And that dragged me into the issue.
Oh man, that is such BS. Oh.
So you ain't no holla back girl, right?
Yeah. Oh no, hell no.
Yeah, hell yeah, dude.
Oh.
No, Amagad, I am, bro. I am. I just I'm not dropping names. I don't want to go into it. I'm just.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine.
It's trusting in someone, and then which it's not like there was anything even bad in the DMs or anything like that. That wasn't the issue. The issue was that my name you're good, John Smith. From the very beginning of this beef between these two people, my name got dragged into this when I expressly told both parties, I'm friends with both of you. I want nothing to fucking do with this. And then
basically you're the casualty in the crossfire because your name is just there.
Right. And it wasn't even I didn't even fucking I don't know. Anyway, it's over with. We're good. It's all good. It's all good. No, you're fine, John. Okay. Don't worry about it, man. Yeah. But anyway, so back to this whole debacle, my thing is what's bad to me is I really genuinely think what's going to happen is they're either one of two things is going to happen first. They're going to release all the list and files and everything, and then they're going to or they're going to have Ghislaine Maxwell speak. Both of those things are going to happen, and what I'm thinking they're going to do is they're going to exactly. I'm a cat, exactly, dude. Yeah. So what I'm thinking they're going to do is they're going to point to whatever Ghislaine Maxwell says, and they're going to say, that is the true testimony. This is what she had to say. Anything that does not corroborate what she says is bullshit in these files. That's
they're basically going to make a lie by omission because she hasn't said it. It's not true. But and they're also going to pick and choose when it comes to releasing the list.
Because I'm not 100% convinced that Trump is heavily implicated in the files or anything. To me, it's probably either that, right? It's somebody that he is incredibly close with, or they're trying to cover up a serious intelligence scandal. That's what I think the most likely option, though.
Oh yeah, because it could generally be a case where he wasn't involved in any of that. He was just around those people. You can have people who associate with someone else, but they're not part of whatever they do.
Right. But regardless, the people in this thing need to get fucking. And to a point, I hate saying it like this, but at this point, with how this thing has been handled, I'll take whatever W's we can get from it, man. And by W's, I mean reputations ruined, political careers set on fire, people put in prison, whatever W's I can get, right? That's
literally, if we can get half the people on the list arrested or publicly shamed, it's not the best win, but it's still a win.
Right. And unfortunately, it's probably going to be the people that are the most politically expedient to the Trump administration that are going to get implicated the heaviest, which fuck them, right? Like I don't care. I'm not advocating for them, but like I'm damn sure that there's going to be people that deserve to go to prison that aren't even going to be mentioned in this thing.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's keep the video rolling.
Take a look at the
I'll go on,
dossier,
I'll
the
move.
fake dossier. Everything's fake with that administration. Everything's fake with the Democrats. Take a look at what they just found about the dossier. Everything is fake. They're a bunch of sick people.
Would you consider a pardon or a commutation for Ghislaine Maxwell if
It's something I haven't thought about. It's really
if they
something.
recommended it?
It's something I'm allowed to do it, but it's something I have not thought
But you
about.
wouldn't.
So Roger Stone, 50-year friend of Trump, one of his top advisors, has been there all week at the White House. And we've been having a lot of discussions and a lot of talks. He's meeting with the other top people after Trump left this morning. And we have basically given him the advice. I have given them my advice. I have been telling them intensely for 20 days.
Can I just glaze Alex Jones for a second? This man does not use a teleprompter.
Oh no, he's literally great for that though. The some of the stuff he goes on about is just so from the heart. It's pure passion.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like he doesn't use a teleprompter. That's huge because my dude goes on like hour-long rants and just doesn't quit. Another thing,
and especially since he's been going since like the late 90s.
Yeah, the 90s. Yeah, dude. Yeah. I mean, he exposed Bohemian Grove. What a fucking legend, dude.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like Alex Jones has all my respect. Yeah, it was fucked up that he called the pew-pewing at that school a hoax, but he didn't deserve that like multi-billion-dollar lawsuit, man. Like I could understand like, the demanding of a public apology and things like that, but he really got screwed in that deal, dude. Like
I can understand that he's like he gets a lot of backlash and like defamed, but he shouldn't have been bankrupted where he can't speak anymore.
Yeah. Oh, and dude, like he fought to keep InfoWars because they were illegally trying to strip it from him and force its sale. Like just all sorts of crazy shit, bro. They tried to destroy his life. It's crazy when you see how that whole situation turned out.
Yeah, because I mean, at the end of the day, no matter how whatever someone says, no matter how like you agree with it or not, they should still say it, and we shouldn't restrict their ability to say it
at all. Correct. Based. Absolutely based, Bear. 100%. Dude, yeah. Like, look, if someone's saying, like, that's the whole point of the free marketplace of ideas, is that if you go out and you start saying some crazy shit, other people have the responsibility to call that, to say, no, that's dumb. You need to stop saying it, right? Like, that's why, like, people who are, modern day fans of the Mustache Man, right? They should let people go out and do their thing simply because he was a bad leader. He wasn't. Oh, I will. Thank you very much, Darth Matt. I appreciate it, bro. I'll see what happened. I did get. One second.
Oh yeah, no worries.
Oh, dude, Darth Matt with $50. Thank you so much, bro.
Oh,
what
man,
a fucking legend. Dude. Oh, man. Lady Liberty's in the chat for Darth Matt, bro. Thank you so much, man. You really have no idea how much that helps me right now, bro. Thank you very much, dude. Yeah, hold on. Lady Liberty's in the chat for Darth Matt, dude.
Truly based and red pilled.
Absolutely, dude. Thank you, Darth Matt. Dude. Thank you, man. That means a lot, bro. It really does. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Here, I got to change my banner now, boys. I got to change the banner. I'm now at $102 of the $500 monthly dono goal. Thank you, brother. That was absolutely legendary, dude. Thank you
I'll
so
have to
much.
dono me. Have you got super chat enabled on your YouTube?
Not yet. I'm not monetized, but I'm a third of the way there.
Okay.
Yeah. It's been good progress, dude. I've only been doing this for about 2 months now. Hey, Darth Matt, you got me in Discord, man. You ever want to talk about something you don't want to talk about on stream, bro? Hit me up. We're friends on there, right? Oh, let me make sure. And I got I got some friends from my gaming Discord that are going to come in and help me set up the plebeian Watershed.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So my gaming Discord is souped up, but I had nothing to do with that. Like I just some of my gaming buddies from back in the day, they got in there, dude, and they just made big moves in that Discord and really turned it into something cool. So here, hold on.
Oh, nice.
Find you. Yeah, we're friends. Yeah, bro. Message me anytime, bro. There you go, my man. Oh, I just shot you. I just shot you a message on there, dude. Yeah, we're already friends and stuff. Absolutely, bro. Thank you so much. That was. Dude,
yeah, thank
awesome.
you, Darth Matt. Truly brilliant.
Thank you, bro. For real. It means a lot. It helps a lot. You know, with my knee bent down and freight being slow, that comes in clutch, man. It really means a lot. Thank you, dude. So, by the way, if you guys didn't know, the watershed. So watershed is two things, right? It's an area or ridge of land that separates waters flowing to different rivers, basins, or seas. So it's like,
It's like a bogland, isn't it?
Kind of like an archipelago, you know, where like water kind of all concentrates into one area and then splits off into different ways, kind of like that. But then the second definition of it is an event or period marking a turning point in a course of action or state of affairs. So that's where the name for my chill streams came from. Because right now, I do believe that we are in a period that is marking a turning point in this course of action, in this state of affairs that we have going on in the world. I genuinely believe we are in the midst of a massive pivot. I really do. And like all of the signs point to good things in the future. You know, obviously the Epstein stuff does not, right? But in
the rest of it as like a whole, especially with like Trump's presidency, with Doge and all the ICE stuff, you know.
Yes, and people finding Christ, dude. You know, I don't know if you're Christian, Bear. I am.
Yeah, Christian, yeah, Catholic, yeah.
But yeah, same. Yeah, so people, I have seen people flooding to church. I mean, there's a small congregation. They meet on Sundays at 4 p.m. right around the corner from my place. And when I started going there was about 16, 17 people that would show up. You know, they'd fill up the first row of pew, right? Like,
yeah.
It's standing room only now. And that's happened in the course of about a year and a half. It's been incredible, dude. Like,
oh yeah, no, definitely. It's nice to see like such a massive influx of people who are like either turning to Christianity or becoming more empowered by it. It's, you know, it's the cornerstone of civilization and it's the guiding stone for how it went. You know what I mean?
Yep. God's coming. God's coming in a big way, man. I'm telling you. Yeah, dude. Nice, bro. That's what's up, Amagad. Cool, man. Right on, dude. It's happening all over the world. It's happening all over the world. God is coming, dude. He's coming. He's on his way. Yeah. Jesus is making big moves, man. It's beautiful, bro. Praise God. Praise God, man. I'm fired up now, dude. I'm fired up, you know?
Christ is king.
Christ is king. That's right, bro. That is right, sir. If I pop in and out of StreamYard, I'm just trying to figure stuff out. Oh, yeah, man. Yeah. If I see you in there, you're more than welcome to come up and chat with us, dude.
Oh, yeah, no, I'd love to come back because I've been trying to get onto other streams and they've either been boring or I'd never got the chance.
Yeah, man. Dude, hey, you're always welcome here, Bear. You're good people, man.
Oh, no, same to you as well. I love coming on here. We shared a lot of the same viewpoints, but it's nice to talk about this type of stuff as well.
Yeah, absolutely, man. and I try to keep it entertaining. You know, I'm doing my best with it. You know what I mean? I'm doing my best, right?
Oh yeah, well, you're doing a good job of like entertaining as well. Do you know what I mean?
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I try. I really do. Amagad says people can only live in a society without faith for so long. Exactly, dude. Exactly. See, that's the thing. Nihilism is a way downward. Okay, it's a way downward. There's no direction, and when you have no direction, you're stagnant. And what happens to stagnant things? They go bad. I mean, that's just I don't know any other way to put it, right?
Yeah, because I would say that for quite a while, people had a very nihilistic view on like the world or their society or maybe their country in particular. And in search for answers, they found Christianity, and a lot of that has resonated with them in such a way that they've gone, even if the world is terrible, there's light in the darkness, or there's salvation in the end. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And dude, Christ has given me purpose and a path. And that's been the most important thing for me. Christ is risen. Yes, he is, brother. Yes, he is, dude. Absolutely. That's the biggest thing for me. Christ gives me purpose and a path, you know, because I don't have to be dredged down by my past sins, because I know he suffered for those things. He suffered
definitely
for those. And it's not that I'm to be... Go ahead.
Oh, sorry about that. I was just going to say, not to mention as well, do you know about the Garden of Gethsemane? So after the Last Supper, Jesus went to something called the Garden of Gethsemane. And when he was there, he would witness every past, present, and future sin that man would commit. And after seeing this, he still chose to, go willingly to the cross and, sacrifice himself for humanity's sins.
Yeah. And like, it was funny. Someone, here, 1 second. Let me post. This is the Discord link right here. Anybody wants to join in the Discord, you're more than welcome to. I'd love to have you. But someone was telling me, like, when he was up on the cross, and I didn't know this. When he was up on the cross, when he said, my God, why have you forsaken me?" He wasn't actually asking God, "Why have you forsaken me?"
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah.
He was reciting Psalm 22, which is a psalm that goes into the divine purpose, the divine cause of what he was doing. Just absolutely beautiful, man. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's see what old Mr. Jones has to say, brother.
Talking to the White House for 15, that they had been walked into a trap and that people would never put up with this if they'd made some secret deal with at least some echelons of the deep state to back off. That would be a double cross, and that they were going to launch hearings, all the rest of it. Exactly what I said was going to happen happened. And now I have had 10 people high level in the White House in just the last 5 days thank me personally.
Wait, is there a significance to that date, Amagad? I'm interested.
I think he's it popped out my head then. Oh, it'll come back to me. No, I was going to say, everyone makes like fun of Alex Jones for like mentioning about the deep state and stuff, but the thing is, he's right that the deep state's been around since like the 90s, and a lot of people stopped noticing after 9/11.
Yeah. No, 100%. Well, see, so that was like with the Cuban Missile Crisis. A big thing that like really kind of tipped people off that there was a deep state was that when the Cuban Missile Crisis happened, JFK didn't just go to a party, but went to the individual houses of a bunch of heads of the CIA and the FBI. And before he made the call to like initiate the blockade, he ran that by a bunch of different people who had like like the intelligence and everything. And it was like, oh, okay. So the president isn't calling shots. He's going to all like these people's personal houses in DC. He's going to their personal houses and talking to them, right? Like he's getting the scoop. You know what I mean? Just crazy.
Oh because with JFK's command at the time, they were all trying to get him to different things. Where it's like, let's start the fight at the Berlin border. Let's send our submarines to Cuba. Let's blockade them. Let's do this. And they were the ones calling the shots. And in the end, it was JFK who said, no, let's try and do this diplomatically first, and rang the Soviet premier. And that's why you've got the famous tale of, do you know, when they were at Checkpoint Charlie in Berlin, you had the tanks moving inch by inch every like 20 minutes until it like calmed down.
No.
So I think that's why, you know, I personally think that JFK was assassinated by inner forces, but they did that because they didn't like JFK's way of doing things.
Yeah. I mean, that's what, like, I kind of subscribe to the theory that it was the mob and the CIA both working together, because the CIA shortly after that was like essentially caught working directly with the mafia. And you know, when JFK got into office, he got elected because from what a lot of people say, you know, his dad was a mafia boss. Like Joe Kennedy was one of the bigger rum runners back in the day. They just don't say his name like in the same way they talk about Al Capone or you know, any of these other guys, just simply because he was the father of one of our presidents, right?
Oh no, right. See, that's why is it Robert Kennedy, JFK's brother, who also got shot?
Yes.
Right. So at one point, the mafia really, really loved Robert Kennedy, because he was like, oh, he's our guy. He's not going to come after us. He's going to go after other people. And then when he was coming up, he was like, yeah, I'm going to clamp down on the mafia. And they were like, hang on a minute.
Yep. That and JFK was the same way.
Mm-hmm.
JFK was like they basically got him elected, and the second he got into office, he turned on him. It's like, you know, when you have, and he was going after the CIA as well, and he was going after that little country in the Middle East. But Amagad, he said this earlier, Bear, that Christ was crucified in 33 A.D. So 2033 will be 2 millennia since Christ was sacrificed for our sins. That's insane. That is incredible. Exactly. Based, Amagad. Absolutely based. We'll see what happens. You know, I don't have much confidence in that. Unfortunately, you know, I don't have much confidence that he's going to go after the deep state. I have confidence that he's going to go after the people that are against him politically, and yeah, they deserve it, right? Like they're pieces of shit. But at the same time, right? Exactly. Almost did. You know, but I don't think he's going to go after like the real heavy hitters in the CIA.
No, it would be like really, really hard to try and like go after or get rid of the deep states, because obviously after 9/11 it was just more entrenched, and you know, the deeper they got, the more power they had, and you know, it would be literally impossible to remove them now unless you literally like nuked Washington in Minecraft.
Yeah, right. 100%. We have no idea what these people are doing until it's done. You know what I mean? And typically, well, like there's so much shit that these people could have done that we have no idea about. And the only reason stuff gets released is because someone gets tipped off to it, and there's like a national outcry about it. Like the Finders, bro. It's crazy that people don't even realize that's a thing. You ask someone.
I was going to say, or it's like some journalist goes proper investigative, finds out this, releases it, and then miraculously the same journalist randomly commits suicide with 3 bullets in Minecraft. Right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And see, that's an issue to me, right? That's an issue, you know? And people just roll over and accept these narratives. And it's like, dude, it's so anyway, it's so obvious. It's so obvious. You know what I mean? Anyway, I digress. Let's get back to Mr. Jones.
For my advice and analysis, and that they were caught flat-footed, and now Trump is taking Roger's advice and my advice to go on an absolute scorched earth rampage. So to say I'm pleased is an understatement.
That laugh.
Oh yeah, no, I love that. He's so good.
he's like a little school kid, man, who just got a bag of candy, bro.
He's like conservative Danny DeVito.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, but like a badass. You know what I mean? I like Danny DeVito. He's all right. I don't know where he stands politically or anything. I didn't keep up with that, but Alex Jones is he's such a Chad, man.
Yeah.
Statement. You notice Roger Stone's been at the White House all week, and he's meeting with top officials and has been. I'm not going to tell you who he's meeting with right now. He's been meeting with the president for days. Now he's meeting with the people under him. I'll leave it at that. And White House has been very appreciative of my advice the last 20 days. I've been personally thanked because I was correct. And I don't know how they didn't come up with a strategy just to release all this stuff to begin with. But Trump didn't want to crash the economy, as I guessed 20 days ago. And now he basically said, fuck it. Actually said that. He said, release everything.
Wait, didn't we just
Impromptu press gaggle, tour, and figure out indicting all these globalist leaders because the deep state on TV, all the rest of them are acting very scared right now. So my first approximation that Trump did not want to tank the stock market by bringing all this out and by indicting all these globalist leaders, because guaranteed the globals will try to crash it. But he said it may be the right thing, maybe the wrong thing, but we're doing it. Remember that clip on Tuesday in the little press conference inside the White House? So I figured all this out before it all came out, but now it's all come out. And I just say again, folks, that's why we had to wait for this to mature and figure out exactly what was going on. But with all the backstory, everything I know, I had a good idea, and it turns out that's the case. So amongst many things Trump said, walking out to Marine One in an impromptu press gaggle, he said, oh, we have a list.
Based, Amagad. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like we're probably talking like Larry Fink. See, I don't know if anybody remembers this, but do you guys remember when that lady at BlackRock got caught? Like, it was either trading CP or her email was linked to an account that was on like a CP website.
Oh, I think it was the one where it was like, we've linked this email to this site because we've the police have something where it's like they can capture all the data in a website, and they were like, okay, it's her email, but we can't do anything.
What was the? No, she either stepped down or
she's probably living on an island somewhere in like a 3-story mansion.
rapey.xu. Her email was linked to an account on that website.
I just didn't get any like prison time for her. Great. I say then, while you're reading that, I was just going to say with Alex Jones saying about Trump, I think that's why a lot of people like Trump, to be honest with you, because he talks in like a common sense. He doesn't use big words. He doesn't try to fluster himself. He just talks like a regular person. And also, he swings his Johnson around.
Yeah.
And he's not afraid to, because although I don't want to see war erupt, he basically was just like, hey, we've got the largest and most advanced military in the world. Don't do this. That's why he was able to go to North Korea that's why he was able to keep Russia at bay and China from going to Taiwan.
Hey, little Lindsay, there's someone in the backstage right now. You're gonna have to cam up, and you haven't been like talking in chat or anything. Oh, there he is. Okay. What's up, brother? Sorry.
What's up, man? No, you're good. Hey, you can't be too careful nowadays.
You can't, bro. You can't. I already had one stream shut down because some homo came in here playing that gay porn shit. So, yeah. So I had to shut the stream down. But welcome in. Welcome in, Big Soda or Little Lindsay. I guess.
Yeah, I'm Little Lindsay today. That's what I identify as.
Fair enough.
He's memeing Bear. This is a good friend of the channel here, man. He's
nice,
part of the channel
nice.
as far as I'm concerned.
Awesome.
Vibe, welcome in, man. How you doing?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Going well, man.
Hey.
Going well. Thanks for jumping in.
Hey, I always love jumping in. It's always fun with you guys. I don't have much time, but I figured I'd take a little lunch break here and join in with some of the conversations.
Yeah, man. Yeah. We're just talking current events right now. So what it's looking like at the present time, man, is they're gonna release the files. They're in active talks with Maxwell right now in prison. But here's my theory. Okay, my theory is they're in there talking to her, not telling her what to say, but they're telling her what not to say. They're gonna have her give her depo. And then once she's deposed, they're going to come out with the list and they're going to say, look, she didn't talk about this. This right here, she didn't talk about this. This right here, she didn't talk about this. But she did talk about these people. So, like, this is true. The rest is fake. That's what I'm thinking they're going to do with this.
Basically, they're going to do the whole. Sorry to cut you off. I was just going to say they're going to do the whole omission thing where, let's say there was a rumor floating around that. Let's say Jay Leno was on the list, but she doesn't mention Jay Leno. They can go, well, she didn't mention him, so it's not true.
Right. That's what I think they're doing. And like, I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm actually like against that very much. But it seems like if they were to make any smart political move, that would be it. You know what I mean? What you think about that?
Yeah, sorry, someone else go because I just talked over you.
Oh no, you're good.
I'm not.
I'm
not as up to date on all of that right now.
Yeah. So what they're saying right now is that they're going to release the list, like all of his associates in full, but at the same time, today is the second day in a row where the DOJ has gone to visit Ghislaine Maxwell in prison. And so,
do you think they're corrupting her answers?
I mean, yeah.
Well, not even. I was going to say, not even so much corrupting. They're just telling her not to mention this.
Right. I don't think they're going to tell her to name someone that's not in there. I think they're going to tell her not to name people that are in there. Right? Does that make sense?
It's interesting because it's. I thought the meetings were supposed to happen later in August that we read, but since the House has confirmed that they're also going to be subpoenaing Ghislaine, makes me wonder if they're expediting the meetings.
Yeah, 100%. Like, unfortunately, I'm not taking a defensive stance of Trump with this or like his administration right now. I think they're going to tell her, these are the people you don't say. Everyone else, have at it, and you get commuted, right? Like Bear was saying, what they could even do was just give her like parole. I think pardon would be horrible. Like that would be just outrageous because she was guilty of it. But at least a commutation of her sentence is a little tiny small W on a record.
I was just going to say your mic's a bit cut in there. But yeah, I was going to, as you were saying then, they could offer it. They say, we're going to give you early parole, which is in 1 month. And if she was to get it and be released, whoever it was could turn around and say, well, we did sentence her to 20 years, so we didn't go back on that. She just got early parole, so it's no problem.
Right. What do you think, Vibe?
You know, when it comes to the files and being released, I don't like the idea of guilty by association. And I just look at that from my personal past. And I actually had to talk to my church about this because they wanted me to lead the children. And I used to be a junior Olympic coach. And I don't know if you guys remember the Larry Nassar, who got away with touching children for 20 years, hundreds of children, right?
Coach or a doctor?
What's that?
Was he a coach or a doctor? I don't remember.
He was the doctor.
Yeah.
And I actually worked with him directly for 10 years. And I was part of the gym that he worked at. I worked with the head coach that actually was the head coach of the women's Olympics team in London. Yeah. I was an assistant coach under that. And I actually went out with that coach. He committed suicide over this whole thing, the head coach. Larry Nassar went to jail. Bella Caroli was in this group, and I worked with all those guys, right? And every time this guy walked into the gym, all the girls were like, Larry, and they would run to him like most lovingly. And I'm associated to him. I worked with him. I drank with him. Like we went out after working out with these girls. I never had any idea. I spent like 5 years. Like I actually left the industry because I didn't like how Bella Caroli and John Geddert and all these guys that were running the teams were treating the girls. And like 20 years later, when I saw that he was like convicted for that, I heard the news on CNN and I was like, oh, what's Larry up to? And then I saw that and I was like, oh my God. And I was sitting there going, did I ever know? Did I ever see it? Like
was there a hint?
And I mean, people could go back into my files and say, well, you knew him for 10 years and you never did anything.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, you're definitely correct. We shouldn't do guilt by association unless there's like definitive proof or something. Like, does anyone know the Moors murderers, Ian Brady and Margaret Hinchcliffe?
Amberley.
I'm not as familiar. So, yeah, expand on that.
So they were like very infamous murderers in England, and obviously like they did some really terrible stuff that I won't say, but because Margaret Hinchcliffe's sister, she was like lambasted just because she was a sister despite having no knowledge or action on what they did. So we should not have guilt by association when it comes to situations like yours and that, because it just, you're punishing innocent people at that point.
No, yeah, 100%, and I can even attest to that a little bit from personal experience. So, I had a friend. His name was Guillermo Lopez, right? We all just called him Lopez. He was a military guy. Seemed really chill. I've been over to his house. We'd listen to like Grateful Dead and drink coffee. And he had a wife and his own kid. I mean, like, by all respects, the guy looked completely normal. What's going on, Sky? How fat? Welcome in, brother. Always good to see you. Always good to see you. And he got charged to 65 years because what he was doing was he was taking his nephew, which was his wife's sister or brother's kid, and making like egregious CSAM with it. And I remember like he reached out to me when he got caught. I'm not afraid to put someone like that on blast like this. I'm sorry, dude. Fuck that.
Don't blame you.
Fuck that piece of shit, right? But he reached out to me and he was like, hey, man, I'm going to prison for a long time. And I was like, what do you mean? And he was like, well, and he gave me the charges. And I was like, so, like, did you do it? And he was like, yes. And they have hard evidence. And I never talked to him again.
Yeah, and that's the way it should be, right? I mean, and this is what I get worried about with like even the Epstein files is, I mean, I know, and like I said, I talked to my church. I said, hey, if you guys want me working with kids, I have a perfect background. I've been working with kids my whole life, so you won't find anything bad on me. But if somebody does dig and finds out that I was associated with Larry Nassar, is that going to hurt the church? Right. So I was basically just giving them a heads up. Like, if you want me working with kids, if somebody does a back, and I've shared this, I'm not ashamed of it.
Yeah. Well, you didn't know.
It really hurts that I didn't actually see it, but obviously he got away with it for 25 years. Nobody saw it. Like,
Right.
you know, I mean, when you go through like the behavior of the girls, nobody was scared of him. They loved him. And I don't know how he pulled that off. He's like a freaking mastermind sicko, but he fooled everybody. He fooled the parents.
Right.
He fooled the coaches. But if something does come out and associates and somebody says, hey, there is an association, I think it's fair to look into their past to see, was there any evidence? Did a mom ever come to me and say, I think this is happening, and did I ignore it? At that point, I think I have a little bit of guilt, right?
Yeah.
That never happened. But same thing with like Trump, and if these files come out, the one thing I'm worried about is that the press doesn't care. As long as you're on the list, they're going to fire,
Exactly.
right? And MSNBC is going to be firing away, whether they're just going to use this as he's on the list. Therefore, there must be proof. And we're just going to say, because there's probably proof that we haven't found, he's guilty by association.
I was just going to say then,
worried about it.
I was just going to say to you then, Chief, it's not your fault that like you don't see anything, because you never do. It was like with Gary Plausch, the one who like touched up his son and that. Like he was in his house and living with him and eating with him, and he didn't know that was going on until it was too late. So the fact that you don't see it or can't see it is no one's fault. It's, you know.
Right. I mean, and that's the thing. Like, you make a very good point there, Vibe. You know, like if an association is brought up, things should be looked into, but it's not good to if someone is like associated even loosely to somebody to immediately start levying accusations at them. 100%. 100%. I would say, if anything, it speaks more to the fact that you didn't do it where you were like, hey, by the way, I was associated with this guy that was accused of some really heinous shit. So, like, just want to let you know, if that's an issue, please, you know, that speaks more to your character than you trying to cover it up. Because then if they would have found out afterwards, it's a lot worse.
Definitely.
You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, I learned in my early 20s, being brutally honest about yourself, even your mistakes and the things you've done in the past. Even if you lose a few friends because of your honesty of your past, you'll have much stronger relationships and much stronger trust. So, I mean, if you hide things and somebody finds it, then they're wondering why you hid it in the first place.
Yeah. Well, God, I mean, this is the way I see it, right? So it's an opinion, but God puts every situation in our lives in the order that they happen in our lives for a reason, right? For us to learn something or to grow from something, however it may be. So, you know, being brutally honest and like having that acceptance of like, this is the course of events that God put in front of me is, I agree. That's all. I didn't want to digress too far, you know?
He challenges us, and if we make it through that, we are stronger to teach the people that are struggling during that valley on how to put a hand out and lift them up and come through it on the other end.
Yeah, it's like with Jesus in the desert, where, you know, when he wandered for 40 days and nights, he was tempted by the devil to be like, you know, and he was like, no. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. And you know what's a little
go ahead,
cool deep state conspiracy with Jesus is, and I love this, and this is just a stupid side fact. You had mentioned that he was crucified on 33, right? All of our clocks on our computers, our phones, and everything are based on the birth of Jesus, right? Which means every single person in the world, whether they're atheist or not, all of the technology they're using is running off the time of Jesus. So Jesus is the deep state of all electronics out there.
What year is it? You know what I mean? 2025, the year of our Lord.
I was about to say, Grip.
You could kind of make the same argument with like not really a calendar, but like the years in which we track. So it's like it all operates around Jesus' death.
Yeah.
So like past then, that's when we started counting, you know, 1 AD, 2 AD, 3 AD.
No, absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
We're embedded everywhere. We're deep state.
Oh, and we're coming back with a vengeance too, man. Like,
And I do love that.
like,
I heard you guys talking about that, and I mean, I'm
Yeah.
very active in our church. I'm there daily. I'm part of the church leadership there, and I just love seeing these young people come in. And I feel like it's because they got disconnected through social media, and they got disconnected through text, and they got disconnected through COVID when they had to they couldn't go to school anymore and be with their friends, and they're graduating from high school and they're doing college and they're feeling alone, and they're finding that there is a bigger purpose. There's something lost in their heart, and they're coming to Christ to get their heart filled. And it's kind of a wonderful thing that I see turning around in the church. Our young numbers are just increasing. I mean, crazy since COVID.
Yeah, because people, especially at that age as well, we begin to ask questions about ourselves, the bigger picture, and the one that has all the answers is, Christianity or the church, or.
Well, you also kind of notice when people become so lost in life, it kind of it influences them to find that higher power, like find something that gives them answers, and it seems like Christianity does the best at that.
Yeah, path and purpose, man. I mean, that's what it's done for me. It's like Jesus has gotten me through so much just in the past few months, let alone the past year. And it's like God has put everything in my life exactly when I needed it, and it was exactly who I needed and where I needed. I mean, it was all perfect. It all lined up perfectly. Maybe it wasn't what I wanted at the time, but as time goes on, I can see it's exactly what I needed.
Yeah, because he is everything. Like when he said to Moses, he said, "Was it not I who made the mute, the deaf, the seeing, and the blind?"
Yeah.
Well, amen, brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Amen.
buddy.
Thank
Yes, sir. Absolutely, man.
This is a good conversation because unfortunately, the last God and Country, Epstein kind of poked his rear head in those conversations. So it's good that we're making up today.
Yeah. Now God can get in the way of the Epstein conversation. Please do. By the way.
Yeah, I was going to say yes.
I'm getting a little burnt out on it, but the news cycle is just constantly evolving with this thing. So,
well, to be fair, they keep bringing it back up. They won't let it die.
Right.
And it's like, well, the media is too, but the Trump administration's doing it themselves to a large part.
Yeah.
I mean, what's amazing about Trump is that if you think about the industry he was in prior to being president, he was in building, right? Construction, land. And when you're dealing in New York at that level, it's almost impossible not to do that with corruption and mob support, right?
Yeah.
I was sure first round presidency that by the time he got there, because of the industry he was in, there was going to be so much like stuff found. Because you have to deal with so many different people. You have to wax the hands of the unions, the worker unions for these buildings and all these things to really get a building done. And I was blown away that nobody really found anything good. Like, I mean, I can go through my history of working with contractors and I can point out things left and right. So it actually made me think he must have actually been a pretty stand-up guy for being in the industry where you have to do backdoor deals, to not have all these backdoor deals coming and killing him today, right?
Yeah, because the mafia still has a massive control on construction now.
So I will say this, and like I would err like more towards what you're saying, but there's also the possibility that Donald Trump was a New York Democrat. And he probably has a lot of ties with a lot of the people that donate to their party. He donated to their party, right? So there's probably a lot of stuff. I'm saying I think what you're saying is more likely, but there is a possibility that they wouldn't be able to kind of with same thing with this like whole Epstein list thing. They wouldn't be able to actually hit him for anything if he did anything bad without implicating someone that's important to them, right?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of look at it like the moon landing, right? The reason I think the moon landing is real is there were too many people involved, and somebody wouldn't have been able to keep their mouth shut.
Right.
I believe when you're building buildings that big and you have that many people involved and you're dealing with a city that big, I'm sure that maybe a higher up would be like, well, I'm going to keep my mouth shut about our deal, but somebody knew about it and somebody's going to speak up for the money. There were too many people involved. But I could be wrong. Like you said, so I err on the side of knowing that people just can't keep their mouth shut.
Yeah.
I was going to say with that though, as well, is that even if let's say the moon landing was fake, it was a great necessity to F over the Soviet Union. Do you know what I mean? So even if it was faked, it was a major win for the US at the time.
Yeah, I just don't see how they could do it. I mean, my dad was part of the space program at NASA.
Oh yeah, no, I believe they definitely did it. But what I was saying is that even if they did fake it, it was a massive win overall. So it was not like harm done.
Yeah, I mean, I could see whether it was real or fake. The goal would be achieved, but yeah, I mean, too many people involved, too hard of a conspiracy theory to keep under wraps with literally thousands and thousands of engineers, not just engineers at NASA, but subcontractors outside of that were creating the parts, putting it all together, the math. I mean, there's just so many things that just
also specific
impossible.
Hey, guys, pardon me. Excuse me, real quick. I do apologize. Mr. Bill, what's up, man? Thank you for stopping by. I do appreciate it. Charles Darwin, always good to see you, my friend. Shiva, I haven't gotten through Leviticus, man. We got to Leviticus 20. My internet was down for about 3 days, so I had to skip an episode. Doomerang is in the house. What's going on, my friend? Always good to see you, man. Always good to see you. Thanks, guys. Anyway, keep going. Sorry.
That's interesting. That's not an argument. Is the fact that people can't keep their mouth shut not an argument?
I think it's an argument. I think it's probably the most likely of arguments.
I mean, I'll give them this. I mean,
Possible.
it is kind of it is feels right. Like I don't have evidence, but I bet you actually if I did study, I'm sure there's studies out there that actually scientists have done where they bring 1,000 people together. They tell them all a secret, not to tell them, one of these psychological studies that shows there's a certain percentage of people that do, but I do not have that data. So it definitely is more of a feel. So I'll give them that it's not necessarily an argument, but I think it's also feels that most of us probably would agree with, right? Just like if kids are picking up snowballs and throwing them, most likely they're having fun.
Well, I could probably provide some evidence that could probably lean toward your way because I know the New York Times also reported on this, but there was a kind of a list of documents leaning back to Trump's mob ties. It's generally a nothing burger. I mean, he obviously being in New York, he did deals with certain members who are connected to the mob, but it's kind of like with all that money spent on this little dossier type thing, there's nothing. There was nothing that even you could say that he was a part of the mob or was being a mob handling.
Oh yeah, see, I would say he definitely wasn't connected to the mob. I was just saying that with the hold that the mob have on construction, he definitely dealt with some mobsters, but he wasn't connected. It's just part of the trade.
I think it was like an 18-page dossier.
I wouldn't even call him guilty for that.
No, I wouldn't as well because it's just
how all business is being done there, right? Like, you
I know
talk
the
to
concrete
a mob boss or not.
I know
put it this way: if you
was...
work in a head shop and you sell a load of plastic baggies to a drug dealer, that doesn't make you associated. That just makes you. I've been around them, but I'm not with them.
Yep. Well, I mean, sometimes you can't control every market. Sometimes the markets are dominated by very sketchy people.
Well, Fred Trump really wasn't involved with a bunch of mafia stuff, right? I haven't really looked into his dad, and yeah, Shiva, yeah.
I'm gonna be honest.
I'm sorry. That shit was hilarious, man.
It's probably more likely that his dad did more work with the mob than Trump.
Oh yeah,
that's
for sure. Because he would have had to, back in his time.
Yeah, we're talking about what 1920s, 1930s, when the mob was at its full power, and when elements of the New York, government were protecting them. And I think the concrete industry in New York had heavy mob ties. So I mean, you really can't escape it.
Yeah, I mean, even in the '90s, when I first started my career, I was working with universities, and we were a computer company trying to sell them like hundreds of computers, and we were trying to go against Dell and Gateway. And the purchaser actually said to me, and this is just tiny corruption, right? But the purchaser of the university said, "Hey, you guys have the best deal, but I'm not going to give it to you because you guys are the only ones that haven't offered me anything personally."
Yeah.
So that means Gateway offered the purchaser of that university something personal. That means Dell offered him something personal. And I responded to that as like, hey, if that's the only thing holding up the deal, tell me what you want. Even though it's total corruption, right? I mean,
Yeah.
the university should not, the purchaser of a university should not be choosing based on what he's going to personally get. It should be what's best for the university. So, I mean, there's times when the game's rigged, and I don't know if it's your company's going to fail if you're not going to play with what the other players like Gateway and Dell were doing.
Right.
No, absolutely.
So,
And that's kind of what the mob's betting on.
Yeah, and the mob's the same thing, right?
You say what?
The mob's the same thing. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, the mob has control, especially back with Fred, had a lot more control of the unions. Therefore, if Fred wanted to get a building built, he's gonna have to grease a hand. He may not want to. It may not be in his ethical system, but if he wants to move forward, if he doesn't grease the hand, his business competitor is going to grease the hand and get the contract.
Oh, sorry about that, guys. Sorry to cut you off there as well. I need to hop off now, but before I do, could I just say one thing?
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Thank you. So I'm British, but I will proudly stand up and say that America is the greatest country on God's green earth, and the US Constitution is the best thing that pen put to paper.
Well, to be fair, we owe you a lot.
Well, kind of, but you had the common sense to go, no, F that, we're going to do it our own way.
Bear, you're an absolute unit, brother. Thanks for stopping in today, man.
Oh, thank you, mate. Hopefully I can come back again soon. And to the guys on the panel, love yous and take care.
Brother.
Thanks, brother.
I always feel bad because, man, their country's doing them so dirty. I mean, ours is too, don't get me wrong, but...
Yeah. Yeah.
And I have to jump too. That was my lunch break.
Hey, Bud, thanks for coming and spending it with us, man.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I love promoting all of us newbies here. So it's always fun. I even if I don't show up, I'm always swinging by and clicking that like button.
Here, hold on. Let me give me just a sec if you don't mind. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Is your no, that's a different. Can you post your channel link in the back chat for me?
Oh yeah.
Vibe?
I mean, almost all of my stuff is Vibe on. So I'm on Vibe on YouTube, Vibe on X, Vibe on Kick. Let me pull it up here and copy and paste it just so I don't have to type it. Vibe on Discord.
Got it.
Yeah,
and vibeon.com.
Nice, man. I like that. Guys, all right. Go give this man a sub. He's a great dude. Always a pleasure having you on, Vibe. Thank you very much for showing up today, man. Thanks for spending your lunch break with us.
All right. Take care, guys.
Of course,
You have a great day, man.
God bless. And then there were two.
That was great, dude. That was great.
I just gave him a follow on X, too. We got to boost some followers up.
Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely, bro. Vibe's good people. I always love having them on. All right. So you wanna watch a little InfoWars with me?
Horde.
He's giving us the lowdown. This got posted an hour, so I guess about 2.5 hours ago now, because it was an hour before I started the stream. So Let's see. He's giving the rundown on what the new news is.
It's Bill Clinton and all these other leaders and the head of Harvard and others and these different corporate leaders that would live with Epstein. And we're going to release it all. And so Trump's explained this when he was about to win in 2016. He said, no, let's not arrest Hillary. And we all got mad about it because he gave them a chance to stop, but they didn't stop. And so now you know where we are. So if you're tuned in on talk radio or local TV or watching on X at Real Alex Jones or Infowars.com/show, every day I ask you, because you have all the power of the Paul Revere's, to take that live feed or the refeed and share it on your email, your text message, your word of mouth, repost links on X, Instagram, everywhere. And then tell those you share it with to share it. And that creates what? The chain reaction. Well, today is a particular day that you definitely want to share this feed, because when we come back and join 460 plus radio stations that carry this broadcast, some don't carry the first 5, I'm going to go into it all. And now things are crystal clear of what's going on. And it just shows the power of putting pressure on Trump when he makes missteps or doesn't think things out.
See, that's the most important thing right there. And that's what keeps me. Shiva, welcome in, brother. Thanks for jumping on, dude.
Good evening. Am I edible to you?
Yeah. I can hear you, my man.
Crystal clear.
That's not what I asked you.
Did you ask if you were audible to me?
No, I asked you if I was edible.
Edible. Oh. No.
He said, that's not what I asked you.
I misheard, bro. I apologize.
Sorry, it's an old scam baiting joke. When you, because I used to do scam baiting a lot, and just because you get bored of listening to the same scammer scripts thousands of times, and so we used to just spice it up. And one of the things that I used to like doing was, because they quite often don't know exactly what it is that you're saying because of the language difference, and so you could slip different words in and they wouldn't pick up on it. And so I used to enjoy asking, am I edible to you? Because it was funny, and then it just sort of stuck. Like now I keep saying it. Yeah.
Have you ever so like if you like scam baiting, you've probably obviously seen Kit Boga.
Yes.
Man, he's so funny, dude. Sometimes I'll go on Kicks and I will I'll be able to watch that dude for literally hours at a time, man.
I like Jim Browning. Do you know him?
No.
He's an English scam baiter. Yeah, he's good.
Jim Browning, you said, huh?
Yeah, shall I stick his link in the back?
Tech support scams, Jim Brown. Oh, he's big.
Yeah.
I gave him a sub. I'll definitely be looking into him for sure. What's going on, man? What's going on in the world? What's going on in your world today, Shiva?
What's going on in my world today? Well, I'm a bit of Bible reading, so I'm on about halfway through 2 Kings.
Oh wow, nice, dude.
Which is getting a bit dull. Yeah, and then next it's Chronicles, which is apparently even more boring than the instructions on how to build a tabernacle. So that should be fun.
It's the Old Testament, man. I get it. Yeah, I only do the Bible study on Wednesdays and Sundays.
Right.
Right now, I got some free time on my hands. I got a little bit of work lined up for tomorrow, so I'm just kind of cooling, getting my current event fixing, and you're more than welcome to stick around. We're just going over the Epstein stuff. I don't know if you've gotten burned out on that yet. I have a little bit, but there's just so much new shit.
No, I mean I always enjoy watching politicians implode.
Fair.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
But it's not quite as entertaining as celebrities, but it's like the next best thing.
No, it's way better than celebrities.
That's fair.
Very much
Because
so.
celebrities, like quite often, that they're not like taking a kind of principled stand on anything, whereas politicians are always pretending to be principled. And I suppose I'm kind of, to use common internet parlance, a little bit black-pilled when it comes to politics.
Yep.
And my view is that they're all lying fuckwits, and that when we vote, we're essentially choosing the least worst option.
Right. No, that's at least in America, that's for sure true, man.
Mhm.
Like on a national level, I'd say like locally, I don't necessarily hold that belief because there are good local politicians. They just haven't been corrupted yet. You know what I mean? Like
Right. They've not
the way I look
been in the job long enough.
right. Yeah. But
Is it the fact that they haven't been corrupted yet, or you just haven't found out about it yet?
well,
That's first.
I would say when I vote for someone, especially like in the local Birmingham elections and stuff, a lot of these people I've met and I know them, right? Where, with these, like, I mean, even statewide elections, I don't have any idea who's doing what out of Montgomery. You know what I mean? National elections, we have no fucking idea what's going on in DC. At least in Birmingham, like, I know at least like some of the people that run that I vote for. And I'm not saying I know a whole bunch of politicians or anything. I'm saying like people who like I really get behind are typically people that I've met. They're like community people, right? That's how all of them start. Well, I don't want to say all, but that's how a large swath of people start. Is they're just local community people, and then they work their way into getting higher up in politics, and eventually they get that House seat, and that's when the money starts flowing. What's going on, Beth? How you doing today? Good to see you. Glad you made it in. Always good to see you. But yeah, that's so there are politicians that they get their start because they had family in politics or a large financial backing or whatever. I don't know any of those folks, but people who like grassroots kind of local politicians, I'm talking like the city council and judges and mayors and stuff like that. Like those are just community folks. You know what I mean?
Well, no, I don't know what you mean. I disagree. I think they're all lying fuckwits. The people who are the people who are lower down on the food chain, they're just simply lower down.
Fair,
but they're still playing the same game. Now, maybe if you live in a small town and you've got someone like I understand that. I don't know if this is the case across the entire states, but like some offices, like sheriffs, for example, they're kind of voted on a very local level, and maybe it could be for kind of postal like that they're not lying fuckwits so much.
Yeah, you can find like occasionally, especially if you're voting for like the mayor of small towns and kind of the political offices of that small town. Like you can sometimes avoid, I guess, putting in bad people, but I guess at the heart of it, you never really know unless you personally know the people that you're voting for.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I just don't trust politicians. I think they're just like a necessary evil that we have to put up with,
Yep.
But to be fair, you should do that.
Yeah, that's how our Constitution was written. Our Constitution was written to, like, with the intention of the political system is a necessary evil that needs to be there, and there were supposed to be safeguards to keep us from getting the position that we're in today. But over time, those safeguards got eroded, and now here we are.
I mean, you're giving people power over your lives, so you should
Right.
have a general skepticism of, them holding that power.
Yeah, we're fucking paying their salaries while they go onto the stock market and gamble the money. Well, they're not gambling. They know
They know what they're doing.
Hey, when we pass this legislation that regulates this industry, we're going to pull our stuff out, we're going to short it, or we're going to put our money in. It's like one of the two, right? Anyway, sorry. I don't want to go too far off on that.
That was 3 options you gave.
Yeah, okay. I did lump. I kind of lumped 2 of them together. Yeah, but whatever.
It's a public education system.
All right, Shiva. You got me.
So we're watching this clown, are we?
Oh no, that's my dad.
Alex Jones, he's a clown.
I love
Dude,
Alex
I like
Jones.
Alex Jones, man. I like
No,
Alex Jones.
get out of your echo chamber. I mean, yes, you can like him in the same way that you like any other clown, I suppose.
He's great entertainment. Okay.
Judging off the statements in which he said that have been true, he's been more true than our media, so it'd be no different than watching CNN
For
or
sure.
Fox News.
He's pound for pound been more accurate than the mainstream media, and that sucks.
No, he hasn't. That's That's just demonstrably false.
Well, okay. Well,
I would beg to differ.
You would beg to differ. How long has Alex Jones been broadcasting?
Since the late 90s.
Okay. How long has the mainstream media been around?
Depends on what station.
I mean, just the mainstream media as a kind of thing, because that was what you said. You didn't name a specific station.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, mainstream media.
So just on the basis of just mathematics alone, it's demonstrably false that Alex Jones will have been right about more things than the mainstream media. Like the numbers just won't.
That's fair. Okay.
Actually, no. I think the mainstream media would have been wrong more times because they would have more stories in which they've reported on.
That wasn't the claim that was made, was it?
Yeah. Yes. The claim was percent. Like, I didn't say the word percentagely, but if you take in all Alex Jones's stories in which he reported on, and you take all mainstream stories, I would say that Alex Jones percentagely has been right more times than mainstream media.
Right. I mean, well,
Amagad, like Thomas Massey. Anyway,
I don't know about that. Gay frogs. That says a lot, man.
Well, do you know the story behind the gay frogs?
It actually it was true, man. It was
true.
Like
the whole gay frog story is true.
The gay frog story is true.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, it wasn't necessarily turning them gay, but it was making them like hermaphrodites, to where they had both sexual parts.
So it wasn't true then.
Well, yeah. Okay.
Like he got it wrong.
You're taking one aspect in which he said, and
the factual aspect.
Well, that's not the factual aspect. The factual aspect that he was reporting on was that there's certain. It's been a long story, but they were putting pesticides in the ground, which was getting washed up and changing the DNA of frogs, which was causing them to develop both aspects of both male and female genitalia, meaning that it was throwing off their ability to mate because they were getting confused in nature. And that's what he reported on. That's not the
claim that he made, though, is it? He specifically said. No. He specifically said, and I think this is a direct quote: "The water is turning the frogs gay."
Well, he had a 45-minute monologue on it, and then you're taking one joke that he made and then saying
that was a joke, was it?
Well, I mean, are we going by the whole reporting or just one little line that he said?
So he didn't say that the frogs are that the water's turning the frogs gay.
Well, I guess. Okay, are we taking the full reporting?
They were putting in the water was.
Are we taking the full reporting, or are we just taking one clip that he said?
What's up, Ice Damie? How you doing, man?
like I'm asking you, is that the claim he made? Did he make that claim?
Did he? Yes. Did he say that correct? And is that true? Generally, yes.
Generally, no.
Well, if frogs are getting confused and they don't have the ability to mate, and you see males mating with males, then it's turning the frogs gay.
They were being turned into hermaphrodites. That's not the same thing.
No, it was confusing them in nature. They were developing both male and female parts, so it was throwing off their ability to mate.
Exactly. That's what hermaphrodite means.
John Smith has a good point. He says if you have hermaphrodites trying to mate with other hermaphrodites, he's pretty sure that's gay.
Well, I mean, maybe.
Yeah, that's a good point, John.
Gay would be frogs with XY chromosomes and XX chromosomes mating. But what's happening is since they're becoming hermaphrodites, you're having XX chromosomes mating with XX chromosomes. Just because they're growing female genitalia doesn't mean they have the ability to mate. So yes, it's turning them gay.
I mean,
frogs have blue hair, rainbow flags, and voted for Kamala.
That's kind of I don't know. That's kind of stretching what it means to be gay quite a lot.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, you're saying it's not gay if XX mates with XX chromosomes?
Well, what does it mean to be gay?
It means when you're having sex with the same. Well, when you're having sexual.
Homosexual.
Yeah.
So right, but what does it mean to be homosexual?
It means XX mating with XX.
No, because men can't mate with men, right? So it's not about mating.
Well, okay, it's XX having intercourse with XX.
Well, but it's more than that, though, isn't it?
No,
it isn't more than that. Can you be gay and be celibate?
But you're still like sexually aroused.
Oh, right, there we go. There we go.
Show me two sexual men who haven't had intercourse.
No, that's not the question that I asked you.
Now I'm asking you a question. He answered your question, so now I'm asking you a question.
Well, you didn't answer my question.
Said he answered your question. Right. Now I'm asking you a question.
So hang on. So let's just just to be clear, being homosexual is about desire rather than actually having sex, right? Like you are attracted.
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying. I guess I can go along that train of thought. Yeah.
So what was your question?
My question would then be, I don't forgot now, but anyway, it must not have been important.
Hey, Lindsay, just so you know, Lindsay, I am an argumentative, arrogant motherfucker.
I mean, hey! I appreciate that. I'm learning how to debate, so it's kind of like. I like debating, or at least I would say disagreeing with people that are smarter than me.
Shiva, you're in the right place, bro.
I wouldn't assume that I'm smarter than you. The accent does a lot of heavy lifting.
That's fair. Well, I guess my accent does a lot of underlifting.
Yeah.
So, have you seen the South Park episode?
Yes, it's hilarious. Yeah.
I've watched clips. I've yet to watch it fully. Yeah. But it seems funny. The clips that I've seen, it seems fucking funny.
So I actually, my stream yesterday, I played like basically the first clip where like Trump's in bed with Satan, and my dude, I got copyright hit yesterday. Not in the like this creator lets you repost their stuff.
Yeah. So it wasn't a strike; it was a copyright claim. So if you're monetized, it means that either the video won't play in certain territories, or if you're monetized, then they'll take the ad revenue.
Your video can't be played in hell.
It even blocked it for me, and I'm not monetized yet. It said no one can see this until you do the editing thing for it. I was like, dang, man. It's because I played it twice.
Right.
I thought it was hilarious, dude. I don't know. Like I'm not captured.
I thought it was funny. I do enjoy South Park.
I will say there was one weird thing that they did. So South Park usually makes their people, or they usually make Canadians with their mouth opens. So
Right.
I thought it was weird that they made, I guess, Trump's mouth open, but I guess if you use his image instead of like uh creating the cartoon character around it, they just slapped on his image and then made his mouth fly up and down. But I thought they always reserved that for Canadians.
Well,
Well, yeah.
except for Saddam Hussein in the movie,
Oh, okay.
bigger, better, and uncut, and they used it's literally the same character just with a different face, right? So instead of Saddam Hussein with the Canadian head and the same voice, they just put Trump's head there. That one, yeah.
I enjoyed it. I thought it was
What I liked,
I thought it was hilarious.
what I liked most about the episode wasn't actually in the episode itself. It was in. I mean, I did enjoy the episode, but I thought that the White House response was kind of funny, because in the White House response, one of the things that they said was that South Park hasn't been relevant for 20 years. But
That's not true.
Yeah.
but also, surely the White House commenting on South Park now makes it relevant.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Well, see, to me, like, out of all the shows that I've watched, South Park has been the closest to being on top of social issues, kind of as they happen, or generally right after they happen.
Yeah, it's got. I mean, I don't know if they still make the show this way, but they used to make the show like each episode was produced in a week.
Mm-hmm.
So they could they could jump on whatever was most current
Yep.
in the zeitgeist, because from writing through to the end product, it was like a 7-day turnaround.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you've seen like PC Principle and past that, but like, I mean, they were all over the woke culture as it started to like develop inside of America.
Well, funnily enough, PC Principle features in this episode quite a lot.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna have to watch it. Jesus, I seen the clip of like him introducing or him walking through the White House, and you see all the MAGA supporters on the White House lawn. He's
Oh
just
yeah.
skipping about. To be fair, though, I don't know why. There's a lot of conservatives that are getting up in arms over this, and I don't understand why. Just roll with the punches.
100%. Don't be such a bitch.
Now, Darth Maximus, I'm an atheist. I'll debate any theist.
Yeah. I was actually just about to give you like your due props, man. Darth Matt Shiva up here, he's an atheist Buddhist, and this is one of the most good faith people I have met when it comes to like constructive conversations. Now, obviously, earlier he was doing the debate meme thing, right, and that was fun. But when it comes to like actually having a good faith conversation, I love having you up here, Shiva. You're good people, man.
Now,
Well,
correct me if
thank
I'm
you.
wrong. He had a great conversation with John, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I thought that was some really good points you were bringing up.
And then it went on to verbal combat and just shouted.
Well,
shouted at lower class, in fact. Did you win that night? I didn't stay around for the end of it.
No, I didn't, man. I made it like right to the semis, and then I got knocked out. So I ended up debating Speakeasy, and I won against him.
Right.
And then Kieran, I don't know if you know Kieran, he paid for me to debate Bricky right afterwards. And I had the topic forced, and I forget exactly what I had to debate him about, but it was I was forced to debate Devil's Advocate, and Bricky was just in a really strong position with what he was in, you know. But
well, you should have done it the other way around, because Bricky's normally quite happy to take the Devil's Advocate position.
Well, I think it was a forced position. I don't remember. It was like 2 weeks ago or something. But no, it was fun though, dude. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool how like me and you were like kind of going back and forth about it, and then in back chat we're like, it's all good. This is just the game.
Oh yeah, well it's verbal combat. Isn't it? I mean,
Right.
like you're kind of
Are you going on
expected.
tonight, Eva?
I don't know. Maybe like it's on at stupid o'clock in the morning for me.
Fair.
Like it starts at like 3 or 4 in the morning. So it sort of depends. If I go to bed at a reasonable hour, then I might be up early enough tomorrow to kind of jump on what would be like first thing for me. The other option is to stay awake all night, and I don't really enjoy doing that so much. Because it's a pain.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because are you in the future or the past? I forget.
Well, I'm in the present.
Right. Yeah. I was speaking in parable. Yeah.
We're 5 hours ahead of EST.
So he's in the future. Because time only is fixated on America.
Time traveling. Yeah, exactly.
I was thinking about time the other day in relation to an argument called the contingency argument.
What's that one?
So it's meant to be a rebuttal to the idea that the universe is infinite in time, and so therefore doesn't require a creator. The version of the argument that I was thinking of uses dominoes as a metaphor. So it's saying if you imagine an infinite line of dominoes, right, then it would be impossible to get to this present point in time, right? So, and I was thinking about that, and it occurred to me that it's smuggling in an assumption of a starting point, right? So it's saying here's a starting point and it's in the infinite past, but that's not really how infinity works. So what you would need to do really is just pick an arbitrary starting point, and then from that point to now, it doesn't matter how many dominoes there are, there's going to be a finite amount. So the infinite domino argument kind of doesn't seem to stack up.
Because and especially since there would have to be some form of like catalyst to get the process started.
Not if the process is just infinite, right?
That's fair. But what knocks over the first domino?
There is no first domino. See, that's what I'm saying. The arguments against it are smuggling in a kind of first domino, right? Which is seems to me that's a bit sneaky. There's actually like a really good argument that I like. I kind of enjoy springing on theists. Let me run this by you. It's about whether God created time or not, right? Because most theists would assert that God created everything, and that one of the kind of things that he created was time. Although interestingly, that's never asserted in the Bible. But so the first premise, there are 4 premises and then a conclusion, right? So the first premise is that all acts of creation are involve a change of states. So would you agree with that premise?
Yeah.
Okay, great. You'd be surprised how often that's a sticking point for people. To me, it seems straightforward, right? It's a change of states. Okay. All change of states have a before, during, and after the state of creation.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Brilliant. Anything with a before, during, and after state requires time. It's necessarily temporal.
Okay. Yeah. When you say it along those lines, yeah, because time is
Okay.
a very subjective thing, and it's just kind of based on how we perceive it. But yes, being temporal, yes.
Right. Okay. So therefore, premise 4: in order for time to be created, time must exist.
Okay.
So the conclusion is that time cannot have been created because creation is dependent on time already existing.
Yeah. Well, in the concept that God is all encompassing, that's still part of what God is. It says in the beginning.
But even if you take God as being this atemporal entity,
Yeah.
right, which doesn't make any sense to me, but fine. If he's engaging in creation, well, that's a change of state, right?
Fair. Yeah. No, 100%. Yeah. I agree. See, so like, and to me, okay, we're thinking about time and a place where there is one. Yes. So to me, right, my concept of God and the way that I think about it, to me, which means like totally incomprehensible, is more of like the kind of pantheistic view. I've kind of strayed away from the atheistic pantheistic and more towards, the like anthropomorphic pantheistic, right?
So
That's just
by pantheism, do you mean that all things have a kind of consciousness?
yeah, all encompassing, right? Like that our brains can't even they can't even comprehend. Yes, unbound by space and time. Yes, yeah, the all encompassing, everything, all of it, all at once.
Okay, I mean, maybe I'm misunderstanding the word pantheism, but my understanding was that it stands in contradiction to the word solipsism. So solipsism is the philosophical view that the only consciousness that you can demonstrate as actually existing is one's own, and that you can't assume that anything else, including other people, have a conscious mind in the same way that you do. Whereas pantheism is the view that all things have a form of consciousness, including things that we wouldn't necessarily associate with being conscious, such as trees and rocks and rivers and clouds and whatnot.
Well, it's all part of one larger thing, right? So like and to me, that's where the idea of like God is everything or God is nothing, like taking that to its literal conclusion of like God is literally everything in the shape of man. Yes.
Oh, sorry, no, I've just sorry, yes, I had the wrong word. I'm thinking of panpsychism. Ignore everything that I just said.
No, you're good. Yeah. So that's like that is the concept of God that I had before Christianity. I still maintain that concept of God, right? I when I say concept, I don't mean that I have God figured out or anything, but
Right.
that is just like, for God to be the all-encompassing in creation, like it even goes back to explain like science. Like science is the way that God did the creation, because God is that process. It's within God.
I don't really understand what that means. Like to me, science is a process that we engage in, right?
Right.
Like it's a method.
Right. The observation of it, though, is what I meant. Like what they observe when practicing science. You know what I mean? Essentially, I guess I did kind of use that word a little fast and loose there, but the things that we observe, like while going through the scientific method, that is how God created everything. That's how everything meets in perfect harmony.
So, for example, if I'm measuring the temperature of boiling water with a thermometer, like that would be science, right?
Correct.
And then I note down the temperature of the water, and then I form a hypothesis that water boils at 212 degrees Fahrenheit. Like,
but the fact that water reacts that way at that temperature, that is a construct of God. You see?
No.
I get it. You're an atheist. I get it. I understand.
No, it's not that I don't get it because I'm an atheist. I don't get it because it doesn't make any sense.
No, it does.
Not to me. Like,
Right. I
like
mean, I get that. I get that. Yeah. Like God is the one that constructed everything to behave the way that it does. The
Right.
all-encompassing everything in its entirety. Right.
So when your kind of view, your pantheistic view, would that be that God kind of is the universe?
Yes.
And so in your view, then, would the universe itself be conscious in that it's kind of God?
I mean, I would think so, because I have a working relationship with God, right? So for me, I would believe that, but do NPCs believe in a developer? That's
It
the
depends.
hard hitting questions there, Doomer.
I think it depends on whether they've been programmed to.
Fair, yeah.
When you say like the universe is conscious, would you mean like the universe is aware of everything inside the universe?
I mean, I don't know that much.
Well, I guess that's for Shiva.
Well, I'm not making the claim that the universe is conscious.
Well,
Oh, I'm not making a claim. I'm saying that's what I believe.
I'm saying inside your
That
question.
is making a claim.
I'm saying inside
Brother,
your question.
I'm just a lowly pea brain retard, man. Let me tell you.
Not Shiva. I meant like inside your question, like the question that you asked lower class. When you use the word conscious, you're just saying like, is the universe aware of said thing?
Well, I suppose, when I'm using the word conscious, the only thing that I can really measure it against is my own experience, and I'm not necessarily aware of everything within my own body and mind, right?
Fair.
Like I'm not. For example, I wouldn't say that I'm necessarily aware of the bones in my hand, like I can't feel them. Like I know they're there, so I have that sort of awareness, but I don't have like a direct perception of them. So I'm just and just because I suppose there's different ways of looking at the word pantheism, right? There's one way, which is that you believe that many deities exist, a bit like polytheism, right? Or it's a view that kind of God and the universe are almost synonymous.
Yeah, they're one entity.
Yeah. So but my understanding of God from Christians, at least, is that he's some sort of sentient being, right? Like he has a kind of consciousness. And so that's kind of what I was asking about, really. Whether
I would describe like my bones aren't aware of things, but they are a part of me, and so I am aware of things, and I would describe it the same way with God and the universe.
Right, but it's like within my own experience, like there are things that I have a direct awareness of, and things that I appear not to have a direct awareness of. So, like I have a direct awareness of my skin, right? But I don't have a direct awareness of my liver.
Yeah. And then what would separate God from that is God is all knowing. So he would be aware of it.
Not the biblical God.
He's not all knowing?
No.
Well, I guess what would be your counter to that?
There are several passages within the Bible in which he appears to not know things.
Or does it appear, or can you prove that he doesn't know them?
Well, it says that he needs to find something out.
Well,
so when God says, for instance, if God says that he's conducting some sort of test, or if he says, do this so that I will know, then we are faced with two options. Either God isn't being honest with us and he does know, or God is being honest with us and he doesn't know.
Well, I guess there are things that God can simplify for us to give us the understanding of, hey, God does know this, and the way he explains it to us is, hey, this test, if you do this test, then I will know.
Right. So he's lying then.
See, once we start going into like the Bible stuff, I don't have much to say because I haven't read up on it, so I don't want to misrepresent anything. When I was talking about my concept of God, this is something that I've had since before I was a Christian. So I can continue talking along those lines, but if we're going to start talking about the Bible, I will concede I don't really know much about the Bible. So
I would preference it with the same lack of understanding. I guess I'm just asking questions, or at least stating what I believe. Which, is all I can do. Is
you've read Exodus, right?
yes.
Yeah, we just finished that.
Okay, so is this the right passage? Okay, yeah. So there's a section in Exodus chapter 4, verses 8 to 9, where he's talking to Moses, and it's when God is saying to Moses, like, go to Egypt, and Moses is like, but they might not believe me, right? So God is saying, if they will not believe you or heed the first sign, they may believe the second sign. If they will not believe even these two signs or listen to you, you shall take some water from the Nile and pour it on the dry ground, and the water that you shall take from the Nile will become blood on the dry ground. Right. So this is like the way that I'm interpreting what God is saying here is that he doesn't know how the Egyptians are going to respond.
Now, I will counter that later on the chapter. Does God not, and I guess, does God not give the stubbornness to the Egyptian Pharaoh for him not to believe the signs?
Oh, I mean, sure, but then you're opening up a whole different kind of worms concerning free will, right?
Yeah.
Well, in a sense, yeah.
Yeah, and there are several passages in the Bible where God appears to tamper with people's free will. So if he's saying to Moses in this instance, if they don't believe you, they might, like, if they don't believe the first sign, they might believe the second one. Like, to me, that sounds like doubt on the part of God as to what the outcome will be, right?
But I guess then I would say, well, when Moses is showing him these signs, and God is, I guess, allowing that stubbornness inside of the Egypt Pharaoh is, I mean, it seems like he already has the answer, or is at least put that answer inside the Pharaoh.
Yeah, and I would say, belief is something that you choose to do, right? At least in my case, it is. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I don't know about that.
That's fair. Yeah. So, like, I choose to believe the things that I believe. And there's a lot of people who can say differently. I do, though. I like what the things that I believe. I choose to believe those. There's good points from other things that I could follow in, and I could choose to believe those. But along the same lines, God is in the present moment. God is right now. So he offers humanity to enact their free will in one way or the other, and gives us that allotment to make the choice, and governs what happens past that.
It sort of depends. There are a few things I'm interested in this choosing to believe. So maybe I'll just kind of ignore the other things that interested me in what you just said. But do we really choose what we believe? Like for example, do you believe that 2 + 2 = 4?
Yeah.
Okay, and is that something that you're choosing to believe, or has that belief just kind of happened to you?
Well, I mean, there's definitely like a method that people use, but there are also people who believe that 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4.
Right, but is that something that they choose?
Yes, that's something they chose to believe. Yeah.
So
they choose to believe that 2 + 2 can equal 5. This is not a bullshit. This actually is a thing.
When you say they, like, okay, so it's like I could perhaps see that if someone came to me, right, with some novel form of mathematics, or some novel equation that I hadn't seen before, they might be able to demonstrate that 2 + 2 = 5. And then once the maths clicked, then I would understand, oh, like in this context, 2 + 2 can equal 5, right? But that wouldn't be something that I'm choosing. That would be like something has clicked, and then suddenly I believe that new thing, right?
With respect to the hypothetical, you would either choose yes, that works, or no, it doesn't. I would choose not, because to me there is no other way of reaching
no
other conclusion, right?
I'm not sure I'm not sure that I agree. So I want to run my hypothetical by you again. Okay. So let's assume, right, that someone's come up with a new equation, right? And they walk you through the equation, and the end result of the equation is that 2 + 2 = 5. It's just that's just how the maths works.
Mhm.
Right. And so what you're saying is that would, to you in that moment, be sound reasoning, right?
No. I mean, yes, it would be sound, but
right. So you choose
no, because I don't choose to believe what's sound.
Well, you do.
I'm not sure that that's the case. So, like, for instance, when I've had my mind changed about propositions that I hold, right, what hasn't happened is that someone's come up with an argument or shown me evidence, and then I've chosen to adopt the new evidence. What's happened is that it's almost like the belief has happened to me, right? Like, so someone's come up with, shown me the new evidence, and then I don't really have a choice, like, because I tend to try and, like, I tend to believe what's true, right? Or at least what I can perceive as being true.
Exactly.
So right, but that's not something that I'm choosing.
Well, so okay, here's my only rebuttal then. How many people do you know that are presented with evidence that is starkly in opposition of what they believe, and they do not sway in what they believe?
Oh no, that's quite a common psychological thing.
Right.
Right.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, right? So
right, but if you keep working away at them, right, then assuming that they are open to actually having their mind changed, then something will click. Like, and that moment of something clicking, like, I don't think that that's something that we choose. That's just something that happens to us.
Right. No, I get that. Yeah. But people have to choose to open themselves up to a different belief. Otherwise, nothing will ever penetrate.
Well, right? I think they would have to choose to be open-minded, i.e., like, being willing to have their mind changed by evidence or reasoning. But that's not the same as them choosing to believe a specific proposition, right?
Well, but that's what I'm saying. So if I am unwilling to allow something that I believe to be compromised in any way, I am choosing to continue to believe that thing, right?
Yes. Well, no. So it seems to me that you're conflating two different things here. So one is the general principle of being willing to have your mind changed on any given proposition, right? The other is choosing to believe a given proposition, and those two are not the same thing.
Well, so here's what I'm saying. If I choose to believe something and am not open-minded, I am choosing to not to believe that thing, right?
Right.
If I choose not to believe that thing and let my mind stay open, then whatever comes my way, I have made the choice to believe the things that are enlightened to me, let's say. Right? So,
but that's not the same as choosing what you believe. So, like, for instance, I couldn't choose to believe in God. Like, something would need to happen for the idea of the Christian God to kind of make sense in a way that it doesn't currently. And that could be an argument, it could be evidence, it could be some sort of personal experience, right?
Right.
Like,
That's what it was for me. Yeah.
right. Okay. But then in that instance, when you had the personal experience, whatever that personal experience was that made you believe in God, was that a choice that you made, or was that something that happened to you?
It is a choice I continue to make because, I was an atheist for most of my life until I was 25. And even before, like, I went down like the road of Christ, like the past, 6 years before I started doing that, I believed in God. And that was something that, in my mind would tell me, no, God's not real, and even still today, it'll come into my head that God isn't real. And I have to choose to believe, because I'm specifically basing that off of my own life events, right? And the way things have happened in my life, So yes, you can say like that may not be rational, like to someone who doesn't believe in God. I totally get it. The concept of God was not rational to me, right? It was not for a very long time. It is.
Well,
today.
rationality doesn't really come into it, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I'm at least just to be clear, I'm talking about whether one can choose to believe a given proposition, not whether one believes in a God. Right?
Yeah, 100%. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I choose to believe in God because I could easily fall back into my old thought patterns of not believing in God, right? Like,
right. But do you believe God is real?
Yes.
Okay. And is that like a view that you genuinely hold?
Yes.
Okay. And
my question every day.
So if you questioning things is good, but what I'm trying to get at is, like, it doesn't seem to me to make much sense that you can choose what you genuinely think is true. Like, you either genuinely think something is true or you don't. And that doesn't seem to me to be a matter of will.
Doesn't every belief have like some form of contradiction?
Yes, maybe.
So that's, to me, right? Like, with me, I'm a person who I question everything, right? Like everything that goes on in my head, I have to. It helps to keep me humble, helps to keep me from, thinking I'm like big deal knowing some shit, right? Like, that's just me. But when I start to question things, just me personally, I can see that there's good arguments against the things I believe, and there's good arguments for the thing I believe, right?
Right.
And it's kind of a weighing game of what works for me and what does not,
So
and
could you choose to believe something that you don't think is true?
I just choose not to.
No, that's not.
Yeah.
Like, because I don't think that I could choose to believe something that in my kind of innermost thoughts I didn't genuinely think was true.
Yeah, I mean, there's people who they choose to believe the world is flat, right?
No, but I think those morons actually do believe the world is flat.
That's what I'm saying.
They've
chosen to believe that.
No. I think they do believe it, and that it's when if they're shown incontrovertible evidence, say if they were to go up into a rocket and could see that the world wasn't flat, then they would have no choice but to believe otherwise, right?
But that's not true, because like we're shown pictures of like Earth from space all the time.
Well, that's why I said they went up in a rocket and saw with their own eyes rather than seeing a picture, right? Because I've engaged with FLIRs. I know the mental gymnastics that they get up to.
Yeah,
but I yeah, it is crazy. But I think that they genuinely think that the world is flat.
I would say that the way belief is defined, it requires a choice.
That's a good thing. How is belief defined?
A view that you hold.
No.
Well, wait. You can't ask how. I mean, you can say that that's not how you define it.
Well, no, I'm going off the definition. Like,
Yeah.
the
So,
web.
so there's two definitions of a belief. The first one is an acceptance that a statement is true or that something exists. An acceptance, to accept something, is a choice. And then the second is trust, faith, or confidence in someone or something. And having trust and faith and confidence.
Right. So if you don't accept that it's true, then you disbelieve it. If you accept that it's true, then you believe it.
The acceptance is a choice.
Well, no, I don't think that's the case. Like, so would it be possible for you to choose to believe that 2 + 2 = 5?
There are people who choose to believe that.
No, do they choose to believe that, or do they believe it?
So,
do they think it's true?
So even if they hold that belief strongly, right, at one point they would have to choose to subject themselves to some form of evidence that would show them that.
Right.
And that goes down the line, like taking that to its logical conclusion of their choices have brought them to this. And then you show them.
Okay, yeah, but that's a different proposition to we choose what we believe. Right. Like the if the proposition is the choices that we make in our life can give rise to specific beliefs, then I wouldn't have an issue with that proposition, right? So if you choose, for example, to only associate with, I don't know, communists, right, then you're more likely to have communist views, right?
Right.
And you could argue that one's choices to only associate with communists have given rise to those beliefs. Right. So if you're asserting that indirectly we can choose what we believe, then I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that proposition.
Well, so I do also want to say I wasn't speaking for someone else. I was speaking for myself when I said I choose what I believe. Right. So like when I say like I chose Christianity, it was my conscious choice that showed me in my life, this is the best thing for me. This is the way that I'm going to move forward. And today that has shined in a way that now I believe it is truth. I do question it constantly. Like those questions don't leave my head, right? Especially considering, 25 years I was an atheist, and then 6 years I was like essentially I'd say a secularist, right? Like I believed in God, but I didn't necessarily have like a religion to point to. So, I've only been a Christian for about a year. Okay. I got saved I'd say, like a year ago. Right. So those questions still pop into my head every day. And there's good questions, right? There's good questions about this kind of stuff. I'm not well read on it. So I choose this life, this path to move forward. Read the Bible to get to know this thing deeper, to really develop a relationship with God.
And when you chose to become a Christian, did you already believe in God?
Yes. But it's not the God that a lot of, like even the people in my audience or Corey believe in, right? Like it's a concept of God that like was developed in my life through like consistent practice of, it was the 12-step program. That's what it was.
Right. Okay.
So the 12-step program, like the 12-step program is very practical, right? If you ever look through them, there's a lot of God word in there. I definitely recommend reading it sometime too. Really, really good stuff.
Well, I'm not an addict, so I'm not sure it would be that useful for me.
Well, see, that's the thing. So it's not, it really, so in the 12 steps, the only step that has anything to do with drugs is the first step.
Right.
Past that, the second step is opening your mind up to a concept of some form of higher power. For me,
I don't believe in a higher power.
Well, hold on. So for me, it was my connection to the community in the rooms, right? That was my higher power at first. The third one, the third step is, made a decision to turn my will and my life over to the care of God, as we understood him. And that actually, last line was added in by an atheist who worked the steps. And to me, what that means is I am going to, commit my life to these steps, to the practices therein, to the community, like being around people who are doing the same thing I'm doing.
Right.
Fourth step is a personal inventory, which is going through, my resentments, my fears, and then, essentially sexual relationships that I've had with women, right?
Mhm.
If you're gay, it's with men, if you're, whatever. But, and then the fifth step is going through that with somebody else who's gone through the process and seeing like, how your resentments tie in and have caused issues in your life, and like essentially looking at the patterns of behavior and what drives those patterns of behavior, and being able to have awareness of that, like a self-awareness of what's going on there. The sixth step is like being ready for these things, like being willing to let go of these things in your life, right? What's going on, Emmett? Welcome in, dude. Being ready for like the driving factors, the resentments and the fears in your life to be rid of, to have you be rid of them. The seventh step is essentially practicing humility, because those things are still going to crop up in your life and you're never going to live the life perfectly, right? So this is where a lot of people think it's kind of a cult, because some people don't understand like the concept of 6 and 7, where it's not about living a life perfectly in doctrine. It's more about like this kind of practicing elements of self-awareness and seeing like, okay, I'm in resentment right now. I'm really mad at somebody. What did I do to set the ball rolling? What did I do to put myself in this position? What did I do to them in the past to cause them to do something to me? Where is my responsibility in this, right? So the 8th and 9th step is like the most famous one. That's the amends, right? So it's like everyone that you've hurt that you can think of, you write their names down, what you did. And then the 9th step is the amends process, where you go to that person and, you essentially say, hey, I did this. It was selfish, dishonest, inconsiderate, whatever it may be. Have I left anything out? What can I do to make it right? And then like within reason, if someone says, give me $1 million, like go fuck yourself. But, if they say like, just pay me back the money you owe me, or, don't ever talk to me again, whatever it may be. And then 10, the 10th step is solely deals with, as you're going through your day, doing your best to keep tabs on whenever you do get into resentment or fear or have like selfish and dishonest thoughts, right? At least doing your best to become aware of those things so you can try to not necessarily act on those. 11 is more of like a daily routine. So it's what you do in the morning. It's all about prayer and meditation. I know you may not believe in prayer, but meditation is a very big part of the 12 steps.
I wouldn't necessarily make that assumption. I think prayer can be very powerful. I just might not necessarily have any faith in the object that's being prayed to.
Can I ask you a question about that, Shiva?
Yeah. So like I hear that. I wasn't necessarily making an assumption. I was saying you may not, right? Like I don't know. So cool.
I mean, because I'm a Buddhist and ritual practice is a big part of Buddhism, right? I'm actually reading through the kind of 12 steps on the Wikipedia page.
It's dude. The book is a good book. I would say it's probably there's other books that come out of that are better to read, because Bill Wilson, the guy that wrote the book, he was a sleazy stockbroker, and he wrote it as such. you know what I mean? But there's other
lots of it seems very kind of sensible. Like the stuff about personal inventory seems pretty good. Making amends seems good.
Why?
I mean, the stuff about admitting stuff to God and turning ourselves over to God. I'm not really sure about that.
Right.
What do you think is good, Shiva?
What do I think is good? That which is preferable.
Yeah. Why do you think doing amendments and all of these things are good?
Because in the context of the 12 steps, if you're trying to make progress according to this path, then it's probably necessary, right?
Progress of what kind of progress do you mean that you need to do in the 12?
Do you know what the 12-step program is?
Yeah, we're talking about addiction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not really about addiction. Like the
No,
12
I understand. But
yeah, the 12 steps only deal with addiction in the first step. The rest of them is more about like developing elements of self-awareness and discipline. Like that's really what it comes down to.
I would say that addiction is it's an alignment of the soul, and you have to learn how to respect yourself, and control yourself in order to be able to move forward, like get away from the scene of addiction. That's what I would see.
Yeah, it's not that easy though. I mean, like
I agree.
That's why it really like kind of hones in on the concept of God. Stamy, welcome in, brother. How you doing?
Stamy. Yeah, I totally agree with you. I'm not saying that it's easy. Like following the path of Christ is not an easy task. That's why it's narrow. It's a narrow path that you have to follow, right?
Yeah.
And the path towards hell is broad, and you can just walk on it very easily. But I like when he says, I just want to go to a point in which I want to understand where he gets the idea of good. What is good in your eyes, Shiva? How can we say that it's good?
How can we say what is good?
I don't know. How can you say something is good?
Have you heard me say
Your
that?
standard. Yes.
What did I say was good?
You said, well, I believe that doing amendments is good.
Yeah,
Why?
preferable.
Preferable to what?
To not doing amendments.
Why?
Because, like in my own experience, it's had what I would call classify as positive effects.
So it's only on your own experience. So if
I can only speak from my own experience. I can't speak from your experience, can I?
You can't speak. You can't speak in generality at all.
When you, what is it you're trying to get at?
Emmett? I'm asking. Where do you get the idea of good?
Well, guys, we kind of derailed the conversation here a little bit. So
it seems like Emmett wants to have a different conversation, which I'm up for having.
Yeah, I would like to know where a Buddhist comes.
What do you mean by good?
I don't know. I'm asking you. That's my question. You said good. I want to know.
I told you.
Good to you.
I told you my definition. That which is preferable.
It's something preferable to you. That's good.
Yeah.
Anything that you prefer is a good thing.
That which is preferable is that which we view as being good.
No. Because I asked you if the preference was yours, so it will be anything preferable to you. That would be the good thing, right? It's on your preference.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Well, I mean, was that it?
Nothing. It's like the moment anything happens that you don't prefer, that's bad, right?
Yeah.
Even if people that will get something good out of it, even if something would get something they prefer, it would still be bad.
What do you mean?
Yeah, let's say that there's a lot of people, they prefer to have a very authoritarian leader that's going to do things that you don't prefer.
Right.
But in their eyes, it's good.
In their eyes, yeah.
Yeah. And all we have is the...
What do you think that means about what do you think that means about what goodness is?
Well, in your case, I don't think there's a standard. There's no good in reality. It's all preference. It's my preference versus your preference.
Are you talking about morals?
I'm asking about what is good. You said good is what I prefer, and I
good
was very concise, very precise about it. And you said yes about what I prefer.
Good in what sense? Because, like, when I said that, oh, that sounds good, I was talking about the 12 Steps program specifically, right?
Yeah,
but wait. But it seems like you're broadening the conversation out to include.
I wanted to know what you mean by good, and what you said in the context good is what I prefer. No,
right,
now in the concept of the 4 steps,
if you're asking me, if you're asking me, hang on, Emma.
Listen.
Hang on.
Okay, I ask you. This is my question. What is good? And you said,
right,
I never used good. And then I told you that you did in the concept of the 12 steps. That's what you used it.
Okay,
but
so,
I didn't ask you about the context of the 12 steps. I asked you, what is good? Right?
And okay, and now I'm going to ask you, what do you mean by the word good?
What do I mean? I'm asking you. I mean, I'm going to use your definition. That good is what I prefer.
Well, no, not necessarily what I prefer. Just
You said that
which
it
is-
was what you prefer. That was good.
That which is
So good is what I
preferable.
prefer.
That which is preferable. Yeah. Do you have a different definition?
Even if I don't have a different definition, I said I'm
What's
gonna,
your
I'm gonna use
definition
your
of the
own
word
definition. Yours. Good is what I prefer.
Is that genuinely your definition? Is that what you mean by the word?
Why not? What is the problem?
Sorry, I mean, it seems like a simple question. It's yes or no. Is that what you mean by the word?
Why do you need my position for your position?
Or nothing. I'm just curious. Can I not be curious?
Yes, you can be curious, but I'm
Right,
just
so what do
asking
you mean
why
by
do
the
you
word
need
good?
my position to tell me what is good according to you?
I don't. I'm just interested in what you mean by the word.
Okay, I can go ahead and give you divine command theory. It doesn't matter.
So wait. So
I'm
your
gonna go ahead and continue. I'm gonna go
so your definition of the
with my
word
question.
good is divine command theory. So whatever God tells you
Divine
is
command
good.
theory would give me the idea of what is good. You know,
Have you heard of the Euthyphro dilemma?
the what?
Euthyphro dilemma.
All right, give it to me.
Sure. Does God love? Is a thing good because God loves it, or does God love it because it's good?
It's good because God wills it.
That's not what I asked.
Thing wouldn't exist if God didn't love it.
Things wouldn't exist if God didn't love it.
Yeah, that's the point.
So God loves rape.
Your dilemma is illogical. Okay?
Why is it illogical?
Why is it illogical? Because you're
Yeah.
you're not taking into account the will of God.
The will of God.
To begin with, yeah.
Is God's will a matter of necessity or choice?
A matter of necessity of choice. I don't understand your question. What do you mean?
So
To me, in which perspective are you asking this? Like, is it a matter of necessity or choice to me?
no, to God.
Like, again, I don't understand.
So the problem with divine command theory, as a definition of what is, I'm assuming in this case, morally good, especially insofar as it applies to the biblical God, is that the biblical God appears to carry out and command some pretty heinous acts. And
So what?
secondly,
Heinous to whom? Hey, Shiva, wait, before we... I'm not going to grant you the heinous thing. We're going to go into heinous.
Heinous to me.
We're going to... Yeah, okay, perfect. But if that's the case, my preference is that it's not heinous.
Right. Okay. Well, that's fine. You can have that preference.
Perfect. We have a preference.
The second problem lies within the Euthyphro dilemma, because if God loves a thing because it's good, then that means that what is good is external to God.
No,
but
it would be
if the thing is good.
God,
if the thing is good.
Listen, I'm gonna explain.
Let me finish the dilemma. Let me finish the.
No, I already understand the dilemma. Okay.
Really? So what's the second horn of it?
The problem of what you're saying is that you are.
What's the second horn of the dilemma?
You think that there is a separation between.
What's the second horn of the dilemma, Emmett? If you understand the dilemma, you can tell me what the second horn is, which is what I was about to tell you.
One is whether love loves the thing because it exists, or if it exists because God loves it. Right.
So the problem with the first one is that it means that what is good is external to God. What's the problem with the second one?
The second one would be that the thing okay, let's. I think that the problem that you're trying to present is that it would necessitate that God is the one is external to God and the other one is internal.
Means that it's arbitrary.
Everything is arbitrary. Do you understand that?
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Your moral position. Your moral. I let you explain. Okay? My moral position in your moral position in this conversation is arbitrary. It's my preference. Yeah. It's your preference.
That's
right?
fine, but I'm not an omnipotent deity.
Are we arbitrary?
We are, yeah. It's God.
Yeah. To my perspective, he is absolutely arbitrary. I
Is
didn't
that
create
the?
him. I
Is
didn't
that
make
the?
him. I didn't do the things for him to exist. Did I?
Hey,
Sure.
hey, guys, just saying, I'll give you all a couple more minutes on this, but we're gonna wrap this one up.
Sure. Okay. So
I'm
seeing
asking you. Did I create it?
no, but I'm
Did you
not
create
saying
it?
that. I'm not making that claim. Is it
What your
good
claim?
to? Is it? Would you agree that all of God's laws and commands are good because He commanded them?
Would I agree that?
Yeah. Is that your position?
No, my position is that he is the authority and the standard. So everything that he does has to be good.
It has to be good.
Yeah, it has to be.
So okay. And what about His laws? Are they also good?
What about them? What is wrong about them?
I'm asking you, are His laws good?
Yeah, but I'm gonna ask you, what are wrong about the laws?
So how well do you know the Bible?
What is wrong about the laws?
I'm going to get into one just now, but how well do you know the Bible?
And then I will ask you for your justification for it being wrong. Do you understand that, right?
Okay.
Okay.
But I'm not. Okay. Just to be clear, I do think that kidnapping and raping women is wrong. Do you agree that that's wrong?
I don't even know what you're gonna say, so I'm not gonna give you any agreement.
So you don't agree that it's wrong to rape to?
I don't know. What are you talking about? Okay, if we're gonna go ahead
it's a pretty simple question. Is it wrong to kidnap and rape women?
Wrong. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Deuteronomy chapter 21 verses 10 to 14. Are you aware of this passage? Shall I read it out to you?
Are you gonna make a straw man about them and just say
No,
that they're
Okay.
about raping? And I'm sorry. Are
Okay.
you gonna do a straw man about them? It's gonna be about essaying women and kidnapping them. Is that what you're gonna do?
Now, if you go out to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God delivers them into your hands, and you take them captive, that's kidnapping. And you see among the
No. That
you
is
see
not
among
being
the
taken
captives,
captive.
and you see
That's
among the
not
captives,
kidnapping.
and you see among the captives a beautiful woman, and you desire her, and would take her for your wife, then you shall bring her home to your house, and you shall shave her head and trim her nails. You shall take the clothes of her captivity from her, and she shall remain in your house and mourn her father and mother a full month. After that, you may go into her and dwell with her, and she shall be your wife. So going into her is a euphemism for having sex. So let me ask you this. Can a woman,
This is not kidnapping. Shiva, this is not kidnapping.
Taking someone captive isn't abducting them?
No. In what context are they doing this?
Okay. Can a woman...
In what context are they doing this?
In a war. Like it said in the first line.
In a war,
against your enemies.
Listen, I don't care about your straw man, okay? Give me a second. So in a war, in antiquity, they killed, okay? They went on, they conquered, they killed a bunch of people, and there is the civilian population. What do you think happened to the civilian population, usually? In war, in antiquity.
Right, they were either killed or taken captive.
They were killed or taken as slaves. That's mostly what they were, right? Can we agree to that? And that's an easy statement.
Right. So is it good that happened?
That is an easy statement. Okay, so
is it good that happened?
These people, what they were doing is they were having a war.
Right.
They were unsure of what to do with the people, okay, with the people that were there, the civilians. And it says, hey, if you see one of them and you really like it, you can go ahead and do the proper procedure for marriage. Do you think marriage is rape?
Can a captive
they take away all of their captivity and then
can a woman who has been taken captive meaningfully refuse consent?
Yes.
No.
I don't even listen, okay, I don't even believe consent exists. I think
you don't believe consent exists.
I think every single time.
Wait. You don't believe
every
consent exists,
single
and
time
you have the
anyone
fucking
do it outside
barefaced
of
cheek
marriage.
to tell me that I
Any
don't have a
single
moral
time, any
stand.
single time
What the
people do it
actual
outside of
fuck?
marriage is sexual SA. Any single time people do it outside of marriage, it's pure SA. Okay?
What the actual
just real
fuck?
quick,
That is what I believe.
If
And
you
I
All right,
think
hey guys,
that's
we're done
reasonable.
with this. We're done with this. We're done with this.
just finish reading that passage as well, because I mean, one, it begs the question. You're saying, do you think that was a good thing that happened? And it's
Right.
like, well, the alternative is that they're all slain, or far worse, where there is none of these concessions. And then number two, the end of that passage says, you shall certainly not sell her for money. You shall not mistreat her because you have humbled her. So,
Well, hang on, wait.
So
That's not all
so
it says, John. So
Right.
what it actually says, but it shall be, if you do not want her, then you should send her away free.
no,
But you certainly shall not sell her for money, nor shall you treat her brutally because you humbled her.
Okay, guys, we're done with this conversation now. Yeah, thank you, Charles Darwin. I agree 100%. We were actually having a good conversation before. This is kind of getting into like we're running in circles at this point, bro. So
if you don't mind, can I just address some of Shiva's and I's last conversation? Just something I noticed. It shouldn't be a very long conversation. Just pointing something out.
okay, that's fine.
Okay. Shiva, so I looked into a lot of what those questions that you had posed to me. For example, the one about David, and then even now, just hearing your question about was God lying about being omniscient because he has to find out something, right? I think so. The pattern with like a lot of your questions, which are very good questions, very well researched, and you made them you presented them very clearly. I would say almost all of them seems like you are constantly forcing a false dichotomy. For example, is he lying or is he actually not omniscient when there is possibility for a third?
What's the third option?
So, for example, like if you looked at, I'm just thinking of the one where he says he's with Abraham, he's about to rain fire down on Sodom and Gomorrah, and and he says, "Shall I hide from Abraham what I'm about to do?" And then they have that whole conversation, and then he says, "I must go down to the city and see for myself." Right.
Right.
So
which implies he doesn't know.
Right. This is what you would say, I believe. You would say either it means he has to go find out because he doesn't know, or he's lying about that.
To Abraham, yeah.
Right. So he's either not omniscient or he's lying about being omniscient.
Right.
Or whatever your dichotomy would be. But the third option is it possible then that he was presenting, hey, there's this intimate relationship with humans aspect that I have with you guys, and I'm doing this for your sake, so that no one would accuse me saying God rained down hellfire and didn't even know what they were doing there. No, I've shown up and said I will go physically see, and that way no one can put this blame on me that I was uncaring, right? So I mean, I'm just saying there is a...
Well, hang on, wait. What is a lie?
A lie would be the opposite of the truth, something that is not truthful.
So an untruthful statement that you make intentionally, right? Because you can say things that aren't true, but you could just be wrong, right?
And, yeah, I think intentionally, would be a big
okay.
lie.
So when God says to Abraham, I will go down to the city because I need to know, right?
No, he just says I'll go down to see what they're doing.
Right. Why did he say right, because he didn't have the information?
Or because he was letting Abraham in on this intimate moment of interacting with humans and saying, if anyone ever were to accuse me of this, you can now tell them. No, he literally walked down there and saw for himself. I can promise you that he sees everything, but I also want you to know, just for our sake, in case of this accusation, he literally walked down there and said, I'm going to go check it out.
I mean, I think I heard an atheist make this point to a Christian recently, which hadn't really occurred to me before, and I'm going to need to do some more reading on it. But he makes the assertion that when Christians present a deity that has the three omniproperties, omnipresence, omniscience, and omnipotence,
Right.
that's not the God of the Bible. That's a God of later philosophy. And it does seem to be the case that like God's presence in the Bible is localized in several places. That there are several passages where he appears to not have information that he needs to acquire in order to make a decision.
I'm saying for those types of passages, instead of narrowing down to a false dichotomy, which is a logical fallacy, consider perhaps the third option. And the other example would be like
which is that he's being intentionally dishonest because he does know.
Well, no, it's not intentionally dishonest. He didn't say, I don't know what's actually happening down there. He already told Abraham, the place is so evil that I'm going to destroy it. And then Abraham was like, what if there's 20 people? What if there's 10 who are good? And then he was like, okay, if there's 10, I won't do it. I'm going to go down and see for myself.
Because he didn't know if there were 10 people.
But he did know.
Then why did he lie to wait? So if he
was for Abraham's sake, it wasn't a lie.
Well, wait. You can lie for someone's sake, right?
But he didn't lie.
But if
he did go down there and see for himself.
But he already had the information. So the reason that he gave for going down to the city was not true, because he already knew.
No, he said, I know that this place is so evil, I need to destroy it. Abraham says, what if it's not as evil as you say? And then God says, I'm going to go down and see for myself. There's no lie in any of that.
I must go down and see whether they have done altogether according to the outcry that has come to me, and if not, I will know. So
depending on your translation, but must doesn't necessarily mean I have to go do this. I am forced to go see this because I don't know. It's just
So he doesn't know. So he's not omniscient.
No, that's
you can't have it both ways. Like this doesn't seem to me to be a false dichotomy.
The must part is you're saying it like he's forced to go down there to find out new information. And I'm saying, no, he already has the information. Must doesn't mean there's some strong imperative that is forcing you to do this. Like, depending on whatever translation you're using, they cater the words differently for more literal, more figurative, etc. But going back to the original translations is still accurate.
Right, but what about the last sentence? If not, I'm on Bible Hub, right? The translation that I was using was the NRSV UE, but I'm looking at the kind of translations of the Hebrew words, and it switches to the New International Version, which isn't a translation.
Personally,
right? Well, it's not a translation that I'm particularly familiar with, but it is the one that this website seems to default to when it's translating the Hebrew terms. So the last sentence, if not, I will know. The word that's being used for know is yada, and I don't know. There's a diacritical mark over the first A, so I don't know if that's if that changes the pronunciation. But it's to know, recognize, understand, to have sexual relations. It's obviously not that context.
right.
To be known, make oneself known, to cause to know, to be well known. So to show, to teach. So it seems from the context, given that he's saying that he will go down to the city and see if what they have done is as bad as the reports that he's gotten, right? As what he's heard from the outcry, and if it's not as bad, then he will know. So the implication here seems to be that he's not in possession of that information. Now you can claim that he is in possession.
Your implication is that the text implication is not.
Well, I think that is clearly what the text is implying.
So let me give you an example. if I had a camera set up in my toddler's room and I had told him to clean it and he didn't clean it, and I could see that it's unclean, and then I call him out and I say, hey, because your room is dirty, you're gonna receive this punishment. And he goes, no, I swear I cleaned it. And then I say, okay, well, I'm gonna walk in there right now, and when I see it, I'm gonna know. Have I lied to him about anything?
Well, it depends on what you're saying to your son.
The exact,
like if your son is saying, "I have," so if what you're saying to your son is, "I'm going to go into your room and look to see if you've cleaned it," but you know all along that he hasn't cleaned it, then I think you're certainly being disingenuous, because what you're implying to your son is that you might not know, right? And it's like I don't understand, if he's omniscient, why doesn't he just say, well I know because I'm all knowing.
What is your
I don't need to go down and look.
Because like I said, if anyone were to have an accusation saying God didn't know, did he show up and look around? Well, that's quashed because God showed up and then he was like,
But why would he need to look around if he's all powerful? If he's all knowing,
Because then people would show up and give that accusation of, well, where's God? I don't see him anywhere. How did he know that we were doing evil? Who's to say that he just didn't unjustly punish all these people and without even checking in on it first? Which obviously that happens because here we are.
Well, I mean, I have to say I don't agree with your interpretation of that passage. I think the way that I'm interpreting it is
well, I don't agree with your interpretation, Shiva.
Well, hold on.
That's right, Emmett.
And that's fine because
that's right.
Because the other thing that we touched on was the King David thing.
Oh yeah.
And you were saying, how could God cause this evil to happen on this such a heinous thing, right? And I was like, I need to go look this up. That's a great question, and I did. And once again, that one was also another false dichotomy where you said it's either this or this. And
No. I said it is this. He is saying, I will cause this to happen.
And that he was unjust, right? There was another aspect to that conversation?
Well, yeah, because he kills David's babies, and then there's the whole deal with the wives, right?
Right. So the thing that, well, at least a lot of what I was reading on different scholars that were wrestling with this passage, a lot of them were saying, look, if you're king leading this nation and you've done something in the public eye that was already that heinous and everyone knows it, you have a much greater responsibility. And so when God disciplines you for that, it is going to be of an equal weight, public to the eye, so that everyone would know, hey, that thing that our king did, who's supposed to be leading us, let's not do that. That's a very bad thing. We shouldn't do that. And so the discipline that occurred, I think, was because I believe that God is just and he would do it in the perfect way, that I would say that you would say that it's heinous based on your preference, and I would say, because my preference is believing that God is, fully just, then that would have been the perfect discipline for the sake of the nation and for David to not go in the way of sin.
What about
and we would just disagree. We would disagree on the interpretation of that.
What about for the sake of the people who were punished for not doing anything wrong, which would be the baby and the wives?
Yeah, that's what happened. The wages of sin is death. So
but the wages of sin is death for the sinner. Like according to God's own, according to God's own standards, like Deuteronomy chapter 24.
Not necessarily. There's people who were innocent that were killed.
So fathers should not be put to death for their sons, nor shall sons be put to death for their fathers. Each shall be put to death for his own sin. Right?
Did Abel die because of sin?
But if I sin by doing something that would cause the deaths of lots of people, then the wages of my sin is the death of those lots of people.
Right, but surely you wouldn't expect your family to be punished for your transgressions, right?
Not punished, but they would suffer because of it. So
but death is a punishment, right?
Yeah,
like
but I
like
don't think they were. I don't think they were punished or disciplined for his sake.
of
For
course they
David,
were.
David was disciplined, and they were caused to suffer because of his sin.
No. God causes David's son to fall ill. His son is ill for a week, and then his son dies.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. So they were caused to.
So his
suffer
son was
as
punished,
a discipline to David. David was punished.
and also to his son. His
No,
son
the
was
son,
punished,
the son just suffered.
and that wasn't a punishment. But we know that like death itself is a punishment
Punishment
because
means you've done something wrong. If you've done
right,
something wrong, then you can't be punished for the thing you didn't do. So they
right.
weren't punished, but they were the byproduct of his or the what do they call it when people die in war, like civilians die in war? What do they call that?
Collateral damage.
Yeah, there you go.
So could God have?
That's how I would see it anyway. I don't even know.
Could
if
God
I'm
have punished
correct.
David without killing his son or causing his wives to be raped on top of the palace?
Because God didn't do it that way, I would say I would think that this was the perfect discipline for him.
And for them. Look, because look,
And for them.
we
anything
know
less
that
would
death
not have been
itself.
as good.
For
We know
everyone.
that. We
No,
know
we
that.
don't know that. How do you know that?
We know that death itself was considered a punishment because
We don't know that.
because in that passage when Nathan is talking to David and he's expressing God's communication, right? He and David is repenting of his sins. Nathan says to him, "You shall not die. Your sins have been put away." Right. So we know that like death itself was a punishment.
Yeah. Given that you've committed something against God. But so I just want to move on so that we're not stuck on this. But
Sure.
The last thing was your the thing you're talking about with the other guy about does God love something because it's good, or does God
Euthyphro's dilemma.
Yeah, for me again, that's another false dichotomy because I am not good at all, but God
Right.
loves me. So neither of those things. It's another false dichotomy. Neither of those. Neither. The answer was neither. So again,
Well, no,
all I'm
I
saying
think
is with all
the
these points. Just let me
Sure.
conclude real quick, and then you can have the last word.
Right.
I'm saying with all these points, I think there's always more than just the two options that you're giving, and I think you lean more towards that dichotomy because it would trap a Christian into trying to answer one of those when both answers would be incorrect, and
Right.
it's a smart way to do it, but.
I mean,
plenty of
Euthyphro's dilemma is a very well-known problem in philosophy related to
and a lot of these
divine-
questions have been asked for centuries, and there are plenty of great answers out there. And so I would say because those exact questions are being asked and they're also being answered, I think your answers that you are siding with just happens to be with your preference, which is okay. I'm just saying there are the other options, and there are answers to it that are neither of those things that you present. That's all.
So okay, so would you agree that I don't know? Give me a Christian virtue. Charity. Is that a Christian virtue?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So, is charity good because God loves it? Or does God love charity because it's good? That's the dilemma, right?
Right. So instead of like me being so if charity was bad, then God and God still loved it, that would not counter the example that you're giving. That's the point you're making.
Yeah.
So I would say charity is good, kind of like the other guy, because God commanded it. I think charity comes from God. So the reason it's good is because it comes from God, not because God loved it or because it exists outside of God, and so therefore He loves it. I think charity comes from God. Like Paul says, all the good that occurs in me is not me, but Christ living in me. All the bad that I do is sin living in me. So,
right. I mean, I've been kind of thinking of a way to reformulate the dilemma so that it can be applied to any predicate that's that is said that God has, right?
But the dilemma assumes things. things in order to present itself, and I think it's those presuppositions that any like Christian who's going to follow logic would, if they're well studied in it or well practiced in it, they would immediately say, well, that dilemma itself is begging a question.
What question is it begging?
Well, like I answered, charity came from God. That's why it is good.
So okay, is that charity coming from God, right? I'm guessing you would say that's part of his nature.
Yeah.
Okay, and is that a matter of necessity or choice?
I believe God is charitable, and therefore it's not. It's part of his state of being.
Right, but is it part of his state of being out of necessity or out of a choice of his?
Well, if I say necessity, you're going to say then something else has a power over God that necessitates him to do something. And then if I say, well, it was a choice, then you can say then it's arbitrary because charity could actually be a bad thing.
But then what other options? Well, and also it's contingent, right? Like and both horns, you end up with a different sort of contingency, because if you go with the necessity horn, then it's ontologically contingent, and if you go with the choice horn, then it's modally contingent. And like
I would say charity exists because God is charitable.
Right, but okay, but is he charitable out of necessity or choice?
He's just charitable because he is.
Right, but okay, he either chose to be charitable, or it's something he has to be. Like those are the only two options available.
No, he just is. See, another false dichotomy. He just is charitable.
Right, but is he just charitable? Like you're saying he just is. Okay, fine. That's not escaping the dilemma. It's just pushing it back a layer. So because then I can, and this is why I reformulated it in terms of necessity or choice, because then I can ask about, well, that nature of just being, does that come through necessity or choice, right?
I think if you reformulated it to love instead, because a lot of Christians and I myself would argue, I'm like giving you a way to make me wrestle with something. But if you changed it to love instead of charity, because we would argue love has to include a free will choice. Otherwise, it's not love, it's programming. And so if I said, well, the Bible says God is love, and then if you said, okay, but is he love out of necessity or because he chose to love you? And then it's like, oh, well, shoot, I know for sure he chose to love me, but also, did he have to love me? No, he didn't. That's why he's so good. But then wait, then you would blow my mind, and I'd be like, you caught me in a trap, holy moly.
The great thing about this version of the dilemma is that you can use it on any predicate that you say forms part of God's being, like any quality that you assign to him.
The love one would really hurt, because I would have to define love as choice being a necessary part of it. So, because I can't truly love God unless I freely chose to do that, is what I believe. And so if you were to ask me that, did God love you out of necessity or out of choice, I'd be stuck with it had to be out of choice. Otherwise, it's not real love. So, yeah, I mean, that's definitely one way to do a logic trap on a Christian like me. And now I've got to figure out a way to wriggle out of it. And so next time we talk, I'm hoping that I will have an answer for that. But you've given me another good thing to really think about and wrestle with. So I appreciate it. And with that, I'm done. So we can talk about whatever now.
Sorry, we kind of took over the panel. Sorry about that, lower class.
No, it's okay. I just appreciate that it was a constructive conversation. I genuinely enjoy when you guys kind of go back and forth with it. I can learn from it. You know what I mean? It's cool, man. It's all right though, dude. It's okay.
No, I was enjoying that one.
Yeah. All right. So I don't really necessarily remember where we left off, but
I think you were asking Shiva if it's pronounced GIF or GIF.
Yeah.
Oh my lord.
I do. Fuck it. Let's do it. Shiva is a dot GIF. Is that pronounced GIF or GIF?
It depends on who's saying it.
Ah, there you go. Yeah,
It's a false dichotomy. It's pronounced it's guy.
yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I've heard it pronounced GIF quite often, but isn't the first word in that acronym generalized?
It's graphical.
Graphical. Right, and that's a hard G, right?
Yeah, it's graphical interchange format. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
so, okay.
GIF is probably the one.
But my thing is, you wouldn't pronounce NASA as NASA or NASA, so you can't go based off of what the acronym stands for.
That's true. If you could break it down by like how like the English language, like building a word works.
Or
different
laser would be pronounced like Lazier or something.
Lazar. Lasser.
So I think lower class, we were...
Was it Alex Jones?
When I came in, you guys were talking about 12 steps.
Yeah, 12 steps. All right, yeah. And then we got derailed into some tag wankery.
Yeah, I don't even know how. It took me maybe 45 seconds to load up StreamYard. And by the time I came in, you and Emmett were like going at it. I was like, okay, what happened?
Well, he was. It's interesting coming up against divine command theorists, because they have to accept that all sorts of things that our intuition tells us are horrible are actually just. Right? I mean,
Yeah. It was definitely interesting to hear you guys talk.
I'm still learning all the history on it, man. You know what I mean? I'm still learning the history. I do believe that the force that God is in my life is good. So I choose to believe that God is good. I understand that. I personally, right, I would say God is balance and balance is good. But that's a whole nother can of worms. Most Christians will probably disagree with me on that heavily. But to me, God is balance. And balance is a good thing.
Balance is one of my when I was also going through the like 12-step stuff, that was like one of my values. Like my sponsor was like, you need to find some value in your life, bro. I was like, yeah, that's probably true. And he's like, here's like a list of basic values that most people have, because I literally had none, dude. I literally didn't know anything about myself, bro.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah. He was like, just look through this. And I was reading through all of them, and balance was like the third or fourth one. I was like, dude, I've never ever had balance in my life. I've been one extreme or the other my entire life.
Yeah.
So finding some balance is definitely good, man.
Yeah.
And spirituality, like regardless of like Shiva made a good point, like, and you guys were kind of talking about it, like the God of your understanding, like, that's good. I think anybody having spirituality in your life is valuable and very important, regardless of what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's dangerous not to have a foundation.
Yeah, dude. I know. I know, bro.
and that's one of the things. Like I commended Shiva on this before. So one thing, when I was an atheist, I did not have like a consistent reference point to base like my principles and my morality off of. And for Shiva, he's an atheist, but he does have a consistent moral principle to base, to like reference back to. You know what I mean? So like I commend people who can do that, because I couldn't, like for me.
Yeah, but I'm still a moral anti-realist.
Can you expound on that? I
don't know what that means.
It means that I don't think that morals exist outside of our minds.
Like
that's fair.
Individualized.
That's fair. I mean, I understand that. So for me, when I was an atheist, I would morph what I called my principles and my morals around my actions, so I could justify things that went against the things that I whether did believe or claimed to believe, so I could justify anything that I did in the moment if it was expedient.
Right.
and that's one thing that, you know, developing a relationship with God, and especially like kind of getting into the Christianity. So the whole reason I started chasing Christ in the way that I have is because over time, as I developed a relationship with, you know, what I called my higher power, God, you know, back then I said God just for the sake of argument. It was more of a higher power concept. Today it's God based on the Bible. But my values lined up with Christianity. And when I say lined up, I mean in like a modern day practice sense, right? Not like, you know, I don't believe in, you know, essaying women or, you know, any of that stuff, right? Like I'm talking about modern day practice, the way that it's practiced today. That is how. Yeah, no sweat, John Smith, dude. Come back whenever, bro. That's fine. That is what kind of led me to start reading the Bible and looking into like the character that Jesus was, right? So it was more of like my kind of basis for my principles and my morals aligned with it already. So it was a very easy transition into actually looking into who Jesus was and stuff. So
you sound like you have you're like farther along the similar path that I went down with my whole process in terms of like going through and finding a higher power. Like at first it was like the rooms and the people around me. And then I mean, obviously, like I told you the other day, I'm kind of not really as involved with the community as much because I don't believe the whole disease thing. I think it's a total lie. But yeah, like I'm now also getting more involved with like reading the Bible and trying to understand all of it more because I've always had the framework there. I was probably more agnostic than atheist though. Like you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Different. No, see, so for me, I would say I was an atheist because like I genuinely just believed like we're all just a bunch of stupid monkeys on a rock that's flying through space at like, you know, insane speeds, and we really have no concept of what's going on, and there's no anybody who claims they do is just spitballing, you know. And I was miserable because of that, right? Like there was like a superiority complex to I understand more about what's going on because you think you know and I know that I don't. But there was also the inferiority complex of like, then this is where the nihilism came in, which was, you know, nothing I do matters. I could jump off of a bridge and it wouldn't change anything, you know, which to some degree, right? Like aside from emotions, it's kind of true, but with a relationship with God,
I fell off a bridge and didn't change anything.
Yeah,
I didn't jump on purpose, but I did fall off a bridge.
Welcome in, Ace Philosophy. How you doing today, man?
I kept doing the same thing.
I'm doing fine. How are you?
Doing good, man.
Another beautiful day.
Yeah, so that was really what it was for me, man. Is like, you know, over time, like I've been off dope for in 3 months. It'll be 7 years, you know, and just over time, like developing a relationship with, you know, which was like just kind of a higher power in concept, and kind of developed into something that like with practice became something in my day-to-day life. And, you know, now like seeing how my that like consistent moral framework that I developed over time just lined right up with Christianity. That this has become the life that has worked the best for me, you know. That's why I want to learn more about it. That's why I'm doing God and Country and all that, because, you know, it's working for me. So,
it's important.
Yeah. What's going on, Ace? How you doing today, buddy?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Thanks for bringing me on the panel. Yeah, I think I literally just, you know, tuned in your channel like 2 minutes ago, so that's all I've seen. So I just want to, you know, you be aware of that. But what I'm hearing so far seems like an interesting conversation. So I'll chime in as I, you know, have ideas.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Yeah, we're just kind of talking about like Narcotics Anonymous, AA, the 12-step process, I guess.
I had no idea. Actually,
kind
I
of
thought
comparing.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I was just kind of comparing my path to his, and then we were kind of opened up and doing more. I guess it was somewhat philosophical expansion of
I
the
think.
conversation.
Yeah,
Would that be
I kind of heard this
theological?
stuff. Yeah, all I heard, I didn't hear anything about NAA. I just heard the stuff about God and what works best. That's all I heard. I think, but in the context of Narcotics Anonymous, yeah, I understand. I know some people who did that, and it helped them quite a bit. They're involved in it and stuff. So
Yeah. I used to be very heavily involved. Back in 2021, What up, Kokoshuko? Welcome in, dude. Always good to see you, man. When in 2021, like I chaired a massive convention for Heroin Anonymous over in Atlanta.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was good times, dude. Really good
really
times.
great
It's not
times.
like a pat on my back, dude. Like, God made a lot of changes in my life, and I'm very, very grateful for those changes that got made, dude. And like the thing I attribute it to is, when I say like God puts the path in front of me and I just put my head down and follow it, like that's what I still do today, right? Like,
Yeah.
And the changes in the way that I think and the changes in my character, all those things kind of fell into place over time, as long as I was just kind of doing the next thing that God put in front of me, right?
Yeah, my philosophy, and that's kind of a pun on my name, is that and this shouldn't sound too crazy, but that humans have free will. God prompts us, tells us what to do, and then we make the choice. So, I commend you for. I assume that you are involved because you had an issue with that, and then usually that's how people become in these organizations is they have their own issue, and then they use that organization to resolve it, and then they are basically lead others in the same way. Is that kind of where you came from?
Yeah. So typically the way it works, and I kind of went through all the steps earlier, but it's the way it works is there's just like a consistent practical application that you can utilize in your life. You go through the steps one by one, but all of them kind of tie into each other, and they lead into the next thing that you do as you go through it. And it mostly like revolves around self-awareness, discipline, and then eventually like the end goal is to be in the present, so you're open and available to being able to help someone if it's like reasonable, right? Like not I'm not like running out into the street to find an old lady to walk across the street, but but more or less like being in a position where if I have it and someone needs it, I can do it, even if I don't necessarily want to, right? Because and what it revolves around is just when I was a drug addict, I was a selfish, self-centered individual, and like this isn't a self-victimization thing. Like that's just how my mind works. I still am today to a large degree, but in putting that practical application in every single day, I'm more apt to not go the route of being a selfish and self-centered individual through action versus combating that with having at least elements of selflessness, right? Like no one's 100% selfless ever, but being able to apply those things on a day-by-day basis, especially in like interpersonal relationships, it's really helped me grow, and that was direction from someone else. That was, God put me in the right place in the right time with the right people around me. So, I give all credit to God, because otherwise, man, they would have found me blue-lipped in a bush. I promise you. You know what I mean? So that's just
well, I'm always inspired by people who overcome drug addiction, because I know I've never been addicted to drugs myself, but I know people who have very close to me, and I know how incredibly difficult it is to get out of that. And actually, I know people who didn't make it as well. So yeah, it's incredibly inspiring when you see people who are able to, and for people who are in it they need people like that to see that it's possible. So that's good.
Look at what God can do, man.
I don't know if lower class is the same, but for me, dude, like you'd be surprised how many people I met, and in my case, the people just don't even fucking know who they are. It's like a total identity crisis, bro. I'm not even kidding. They just float through, and some people don't break out. They just keep doing it their whole life because they truly believe that's like that's just who they are, and it's not. It's so insane.
Yeah, well, I think that's part of the problem with atheism at a practical level is all there is this pleasures of this world, but the pleasures of this world are a snare. They're ultimately fleeting, and you dive deeper and deeper into them until you're dead, essentially.
Yeah, or you renounce them.
Right, exactly. Or you renounce them, exactly.
But you don't need God in order to renounce transient pleasures, right?
Would you agree that you need spirituality in some degree, though, to help renounce them?
I mean, I think
you do need something. I think you need something beyond yourself because, like you said, when you don't have a concept of meaning beyond yourself and where you deriving your own pleasure from your experience, then this world will naturally lead you in the direction of, all right, this is it. I'm gonna disappear at the end of my life. Let's have fun. That becomes life's goal. Naturally.
But Buddhism is atheistic and doesn't end up a kind of hedonistic pleasure chasing.
Well, but there is like a spiritual, and I mean, at least from what you said, there's like a principled reference point that you can like continually go back to, right? When you understand.
Yeah, but that's not a deity.
But it is spiritual.
But it's something more than you, right?
Mm.
Well, yeah, because Buddhism has karma and stuff like that. It's like you do something wrong, and karma comes and causes problems in your life. So that's kind of almost like a god.
I mean, no, okay, okay. The kind of Western misapprehension of karma really gets my goat. Karma is what you do, not what you experience. So the word karma means action. Vipaka is the fruits of one's actions. But the way that karma works doesn't necessarily imply some kind of mystical process. Look, so if I punch you in the face and then you get annoyed and you punch me back, that's karma, right? Like it's just, the fruits of my action. Like, so it's not like this kind of, it sort of depends. If you're a Tibetan Buddhist, then you probably do view karma as this kind of mystical force. I mean, it should be pointed out, I'm probably atypical of Buddhists in that I don't believe in rebirth as a process that transcends lifetimes. So, I don't believe.
I hate to interrupt you, but isn't that what the actual Buddha himself taught? So to be a Buddhist, you have to believe what Buddha taught, right?
No. So I forget the name of the sutta off the top of my head, but in the Pali Canon, there's in one of the suttas, the Buddha rocks up at this village, and he's giving a teaching. What he teaches is that you don't need to believe in rebirth in order to be a Buddhist. So if you believe in rebirth, then you engage with the practice in order to accrue the benefits that you'll get in the next lifetime, right? If you don't believe in rebirth, then you engage with the practice in order to accrue the benefits that you'll get here and now. So, I'm not required to. I'm not required to believe in rebirth in order to be a Buddhist.
Okay, that's okay. Well, that's interesting. But my response would be this: the Buddha might have said you don't need to believe in rebirth. to benefit from your practices. But rebirth is a thing that happens, and it will happen regardless of what your belief is. So,
yeah,
I don't know.
Well-
I feel like to be a Buddhist, you should believe that the teachings of the Buddha. And it seems
Well, I
to me
do.
like you don't want to believe. Well, you don't, because he taught that rebirth was a thing.
So okay, so there are two ways that you can look at rebirth. You can look at it as a process that transcends lifetimes, or you can look at it as a process that is continuously happening here and now. And so I tend to look at it in the second way, because I have no evidence to support the view that rebirth is a process that transcends lifetimes. Now, when he was dying, the Buddha was asked by his disciples, what teachings can we change? And his response was, you can change any of the teachings except for one, which is the doctrine of dependent arising, pratitya samutpada. So the only view that I actually need to have, that I can't get rid of as a Buddhist, is the view that all phenomena arise in dependence upon conditions. And you could argue that that's the only Buddhist doctrine, that all other teachings are either expressions of pratitya samutpada or they're methods to help you realize it.
So you don't have to believe. Well, I mean, maybe let me ask you this: would you have to believe the Four Noble Truths, or is that all encapsulated in dependent arising doctrine?
That's the Four Noble Truths are not themselves a doctrine. They're a formula. So in the case of the Four Noble Truths, it's the formula is being applied to suffering, right? So the first noble truth is that suffering exists. The second noble truth is that the cause of suffering, which is craving. The third noble truth is that there's a way out of suffering. And then the fourth noble truth is the Noble Eightfold Path, which are the practices that you engage in order to lead to the way out of suffering. But you can take that formula and apply it to pretty much anything. So you could have the Four Noble Truths of hunger, right? The first noble truth being that hunger exists. The second noble truth being the cause of hunger, which is lack of food. The third noble truth being that there's a way out of hunger. And then the fourth noble truth being the path that leads to the way out of hunger, which is eating food. So it's an expression of dependent arising. It's saying, here's a thing, this is what causes the thing, and this is what causes the thing to cease.
So it's more of a framework.
Well, the Four Noble Truths is a formula. Like it's a
formula. Yeah. Maybe I'm using that word framework wrong, but yeah, that's kind of what I meant. I apologize.
Okay.
I'm Shiva. I am Florida trailer trash.
That's okay. I'm an English idiot spouting nonsense on the internet, so it's completely fine.
Be careful with that.
Buddha didn't teach against the idea that a God exists. And by God, I mean like a willful creator being. Did he? Or maybe he did. I don't know. I'm just asking. I'm trying to learn.
So in the time of the Buddha, the view that gods existed was kind of prevalent, right? You had the Vedic tradition, you got Hindu and Brahma and all that, like Brahma and Vishnu and Shiva and all that kind of lot, right?
Hinduism.
Yeah, what he taught was that godlike beings exist and they live in one of the heaven realms, but that they're not eternal. They didn't create the universe. And that they're born into a heaven realm due to as a fruit of their previous karmas, and then once the karmic conditions that gave rise to that rebirth have exhausted themselves, then like other beings they will die and take a rebirth in one of the other 5 realms.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying, and I'm not disagreeing with it.
Mhm.
But you have to get, where do the heaven realms come from? Something has to create all this. It
Well,
wasn't the beings themselves. They had, there has to be.
no, well, yeah. I mean, if you're getting into Buddhist cosmology, like it's been a while since I've read up on Buddhist cosmology. So I think that the view is that all beings were originally formless, and that they were composed of light and nourished on rapture. So it's all a bit poetic, and that due to the arising of desires, like they kind of gradually took on form. Samsara, which is the kind of the arising of phenomena, is said to be endless, right? So, and there are certain questions that the Buddha refused to answer. There were 4 of them. One of them was, is the universe infinite or finite? And his response was, well, I mean, answering that question wouldn't be very useful to you, so I'm not going to bother answering it.
Let me ask you this. To me, I feel like the idea of the continuation of consciousness is essential to Buddhism. What's your view on that? Do you believe consciousness ends at death, or do you believe some aspect of it continues after death?
My view is that I don't really hold a position. I see no good reason to assume that consciousness continues after I die. It could be the case that consciousness does continue after I die, if that consciousness, if where that consciousness ends up is dependent upon me, holding certain views, like believing in a god, then I'm kind of fucked. If where that consciousness ends up is more based upon Buddhist lines, where it's dependent upon how I act, then I sort of think I'll kind of be okay, because I'm engaging with a practice that makes me a better person. So, but ultimately,
I think that's a fair response. I think that's fair. So you don't take a stance. I think that I actually think that the idea of the continuation of consciousness is actually scientifically verifiable. I actually think that God and the soul are things that have been answered more or less by science. I know that's kind of a strange position to take, but I think that
how have they answered it?
Well, I think the naturalistic paradigm has been disproven. I think that in most of the 20th century, you had this philosophical takeover of the sciences, where they were
Right.
trying to say that basically we've investigated everything. There are basically the forces of nature moving particles around in space, and there's nothing beyond that.
Well, I mean, science doesn't really speak to metaphysics. I think I disagree with your assertion. Aren't most scientists today believers in some sort of religion? Like, I think the majority of them, is like 51%, hold some kind of religious view.
Yeah, well, they can think whatever they want. I'm just talking about the raw data. Yeah, the thing about it is that, in my opinion, I don't look at scientists as much as I look at science itself, because the scientists are capable of groupthink, and I think there's a culture in science of materialism that's been inherited from basically since Darwin's time, pretty much. They've inherited these ideas of basically materialism, naturalism, and things like that were basically premised in philosophy and not empirical observation, but they peddled them as being based in science and empirical observation. But I think we're starting to see through the facade more recently, in the last maybe decade or so. I think the whole edifice is coming tumbling down. They're realizing they don't have the answers they thought they did for a long time.
I mean, I'd always thought that kind of the realms of science and religion and philosophy were, to quote Stephen Jay Gould, non-overlapping magisteria. Like I wasn't aware. Yeah.
There are those who hold that view, but in my opinion, anything that is true is ultimately scientifically analyzable, if that is a word. Because because you can't like even the existence of God and angels and demons, and it's not that it's unscientific or quote supernatural. It's just that we don't know with our current sciences. We can't verify it.
Right.
But it is potentially within the realm of future science. Is kind of how I look at it.
So to claim that science has kind of settled the matter would be a mischaracterization then, right?
Well, not really. Like, I think that I don't think there's absolute. I'm not going to sit here and claim there's absolute proof that God exists, and I'm not going to sit here and claim, oh, they found Yahweh. No, I'm not going to claim that. But what I am going to claim is I think with a very high degree of certainty, they have proven that some intelligent designer exists.
No.
Now, they can't, like I said, I'm not going to sit here and say we can narrow it down, but I think that very likely, based on science, there must be some God, if you want to use that term.
No.
Well, not you, but I'm saying if that term is acceptable, there must be some higher mind beyond just this earth. Because
why?
Because because basically there's a dichotomy between intelligent design and naturalism. And I think it's been determined pretty much mathematically that naturalism can't possibly be the explanation for what we observe, especially when it comes to biology and life. Evolution has just crumbled in recent years.
Well, that's not true. So
It is.
So I mean, we've done multi-generational studies on insects where we've caused them to evolve, right? So I mean, I can look up the study.
Which insect has evolved? Yeah, okay, yeah. Just give me an example. Give me an example of an insect that has evolved.
I think flower beetles. But also the claim that mathematically multi-generational. I think it was a flower beetle.
Yeah, I'm interested because I've been looking for evidence of something evolving and I haven't found it. And I'm pretty sure I mean, if you say like, yeah, they grew a bigger wings or something, I'm not gonna. That's microevolution. I guess it comes down to the distinction between microevolution and macroevolution.
Oh, I don't. I don't have a distinction between the two. I think if you get enough micro evolutions over the course of millennia, then what you'll end up with is a macro evolution, right? You get enough small incremental changes.
What they've found, actually, a lot of people don't know this, but I've actually talked about this myself, is that they have found that there are strict limits to evolution. So no organism can evolve past certain limits as far as they've found. And it seems to be a hard and fast rule. And the way they know that is because there are certain, and again, they can't know this exhaustively, but by deduction, I don't know if you call it deduction or induction.
Well, all scientific stuff is inductive.
Right, exactly. So it's by induction, but basically what they found is this: they have sequenced the entire genomes of several very simple organisms.
Right.
And they actually said, we're going to try to manipulate the genome and create something other than what the original organism is. Like one example is nematodes. So they sequenced the entire genome of nematodes, found every single gene that does anything.
Right.
And they tried as hard as they could to change a nematode into something else. And basically they failed. It's still a nematode. So,
over how many generations?
They've done this for basically any number of generations. They have been unable to succeed in doing this. And nematodes are very simple organisms. They're basically very simple little microscopic worms. They're multicellular, but not very much so. And their genome lends itself. There aren't many genes to look through. relatively compared to like a human. So what they've done is they've done this for a number of different organisms, and they've tried to. This is just one example I'm talking about. What they have found is that yes, you will get variation within populations, and that variation is heritable. Okay, that's what Darwin said. Okay, congratulations, Darwin's right. But what they also found is that they hit strict limits beyond which the organism just dies. And they never got to a point where an organism could change fundamentally into, quote, something other than what it is its original kind. So science has kind of confirmed that there are limits to evolution, and I believe that falsifies evolution by induction, not by any logical possibility.
I mean, doesn't that just imply that there are limits to our scientific knowledge and technology?
It could be, but based on the information we have, it doesn't seem as though evolution is possible. That's the way I look at it, and that's science. The science is what you observe. It's empirical data. The empirical data seems to suggest that there are strict limits to evolution, and you can't go beyond them. And if that's true, then common descent is false, and the grander narrative of evolution, macroevolution, is not possible. But there are other arguments as well. There's the mathematical arguments against evolution that say that, well, let me just give you one. Have you read the work of Dr. Stephen Meyer by chance?
No.
Well, there's a 20-minute video on YouTube that I highly recommend you watch. It's called The Information Enigma. And it's kind of based on his work in these two books called Signature in the Cell and Darwin's Doubt. And what it basically, I'm not going to, I can't give it all the details, but what it basically shows, based on not religion or the Bible or anything, but just basically pure numbers and data that anyone can verify, that based on current mutation rates, there is no possible way in the history of life on Earth that even a single protein could have evolved by mutation selection mechanisms. Not even one. And every single organism on Earth requires hundreds, if not, in the case of humans, tens of thousands of proteins to survive. So the mechanism.
When you say no possible way, do you mean a 0% chance, or are we talking just
effectively
a very
zero? Yeah, like one in 10 with a gazillion zeros after it, kind of.
So non-zero then.
It's non-zero, but realistically, it is. It's like what if I told you, you have a 1 in 50 trillion chance of surviving tomorrow, like past tomorrow. Well, you're like, there's a chance. Well, okay, yeah, but not very good chance. So. Yeah, there's a chance evolution's true, but just a very, very bad one, and no one should accept that chance over the probability that it's wrong.
Have you got this guy kind of written anything? Like, can you put a link to something in the private chat? I much prefer reading to watching videos because I can. Yeah, it's just a preference.
Well, has he written anything? Well, like I said, he's written 2 very long books on the topic called Signature in the Cell and Darwin's Doubt, but. I can post. I can look for some stuff real fast.
I'll search for Darwin's Doubt.
I'll post the. Well, I think you're going to want to. If you do want to read this, I recommend reading Signature in the Cell first, because a lot of what's written in Darwin's Doubt is premised upon what was written in Signature in the Cell, and it's kind of necessary for context of what's being written. Like Signature in the Cell deals with more abiogenesis, and Darwin's Doubt deals more with evolution itself. So it's kind of deals with the topics separately, but Signature in the Cell sets the foundation of the science that you need to know. And let me get that YouTube video. It's only 20 minutes long. Let me see if I can find it real fast. I'll post it in the private chat just so you have at least that.
Okay.
And then you can kind of, go on, do your own research from there. But yeah, look for stuff written by Stephen Meyer, and he also wrote more recently wrote a book called The God Hypothesis, where he argues that science is confirming the God hypothesis. So, All right, so let me. I'm doing all this right. My computer's really, really slow, by the way. Let me. Okay, here it is, right here. 21 minutes. That should be the one. Okay, I see you posted something as well. Take a look at it. Change effects of immune priming in the red flower beetle. Yeah. The problem. Okay, so I haven't looked into this, but my guess is that at the end of the experiment, the flower beetles are still going to be flower beetles, because that's what I always see with these kinds of things. Like, the flower beetles might be slightly bigger or a slightly different color, but these aren't the things that people are claiming can't happen. But again, I haven't looked into it, so maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
I'm
I'm not claiming that these studies have turned flower beetles into birds or anything, you know. But just that, like, I think the kind of macro micro evolution distinction, I'm not sure how valid that is, and I'm not an evolutionary biologist, which is why I tend not to argue evolution, because you know I have no knowledge on the subject really.
Well, I will say where the first place that I ever heard of the stuff I was talking about earlier about the what are called mutagenesis experiments was in Darwin's Doubt. So there's a chapter or two devoted to these they're called mutagenesis experiments. Muta means chains, genesis means like genes. So they're called mutagenesis experiments, and what they are basically doing is scientists who believe in evolution are taking these various creatures and mutating them intentionally using various techniques. In the 1930s, it was just dousing them in radiation. But obviously, since then, they've developed new, more sophisticated techniques, like direct manipulation of the genes. And in every single case, these scientists, who admit, by their own admission, are trying to show evolution in real time, have completely failed, and they acknowledge this. So that's a couple chapters in Darwin's Doubt about how miserably these science, but people don't talk about it because the narrative must survive. They can't just let evolution die like this because it's too important to their philosophical commitments. But that's my addition, not theirs. So I'll yield it there. Anyways, I gotta go, but I really appreciate you having me on, and thank you so much.
Yeah, Ace, dude, you're always welcome back, man. Anytime.
It's a good conversation.
And if you look into that, Shiva, and you find that somewhere where I've gone wrong, I don't want to be accused of spreading misinformation. So feel free to correct me in a future conversation if we cross paths again.
Oh, sure.
All right, appreciate it. Later, y'all.
Bye.
Good, man.
Guys, I have lost a subscriber. Oh, the world's ending.
That's some spiteful stuff.
No, I'm just kidding.
It's probably Duck.
Hold on, I just said I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna post my channel in the private before I go.
Yeah. Do that, man. Yeah. Do that. I'll throw you up for sure.
You don't have to do that, but there's somebody asked. That was the only reason.
No, dude.
Sorry, my computer.
Dude, I have no problem promoting channels. You came on, you had a good faith conversation, you were real chill, and it seems like you really know your stuff. I'd love to have you on again. Definitely want to
say I have no idea what. I can't imagine why someone would unsub from you based on the conversation we've been having. That's kind of weird. That's a weirdo out there, man. You ain't got to worry about that guy.
Probably bot, dude.
I was joking.
Be a bot.
I was joking. It's fine. I mean, I did lose a subscriber, but I don't give a shit.
No, but what I'm saying is, whoever that person is, it's like, what? Why would you unsub based on what you? I don't know. I don't get it. But anyways, all right. Thank you so much. Bye.
Oh, thank you, brother. Have a great night.
If they unsubbed, whether they're real or not, they're a bot. Like, you know what I mean? Like they're just.
They're an NPC either way.
They don't. Yeah, exactly, bro. They probably heard one word they didn't like, and they were like, "We're done. This is over."
Oh yeah, John. John, that is, I am with You tipped him on to kick someone from
Oh,
No. Yeah. I'm definitely. Well, see, that's a semantic argument though, because physically the bullet kills them, but intentionally the person does. So I'd say it's a little bit of both. That's what I would like. That would be my argument. I wouldn't really be able to argue probably one side or the other, at least in like an impassioned way, But that's what I would say towards that.
oh, dude. So much stuff. Sorry, I've been like half listening, and also I'm like writing an argument paper for school right now. I forgot I had to respond, and now someone's calling me. Oh my gosh, I'll be right back.
You're good, man.
I can't lie. I was doing the same thing. I was listening in the background, and I was working on that PowerPoint.
That's gonna be a good one, man. It's gonna be a good one. You know what I've been doing? I have been trying to figure out what I want to eat tonight, and like I was devastated because I finally found something that I wanted to eat, and I put the order in, and it got canceled.
Oh,
apparently they're closed right now. All that work for fucking nothing.
That's gotta suck because like I get like when I order, I get in the mood for it.
Right,
and then be let down.
My heart was set, dude, and I am
now. So some context to the X message you sent me about that big anonymous chat stuff. What was that? Like I guess what is that directly related to? I've been reading portions of it.
Let's see which one. The picture?
Yeah, the picture with all the anonymous chats in it.
I have actually not read all those. So I'm gonna look into that one. I forget. It was Stamy who sent me that, and then the Shapiro file up top. That is wild.
Okay,
so the files I sent you and stuff.
Yeah, the stuff you sent me yesterday.
Yeah, I sent you an archive of the Shapiro, like all the information from like start to finish. I think of like the investigation, and then the other thing was something somebody sent me that was like it looked like just multiple cases where people. I didn't read through the whole thing, but it looked like it was like it was too much stuff for it to just be a coincidence kind of thing.
Yeah. Like I've been looking through it now. Now I didn't know the Shapiro case was separate, so I'm gonna have to look for that next. But I've been reading through that big like anonymous. I don't know.
Yeah, that's like the looking
thread.
Yeah, the Shapiro thing's interesting, man, because that's like the implication of the mafia being involved in the whole Epstein thing is fucking wild.
Yeah.
I mean, it does have a lot of elements inside of it, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I guess I've been mainly looking at it from an intelligence standpoint. I never would have guessed. Well, what if this also has mob ties in it as well?
Well, like the CIA and the mafia worked together. Like after JFK got taken out, like they knowingly worked together for a few years, and then there was the FBI that eventually, like, it was the FBI, the IRS, and the DEA that eventually started shutting them down.
Mm-hmm.
The mafia used to not be into drug dealing, and then they started getting into drug dealing, and it became like a really big problem.
Yeah. Well, there's arguments that's kind of the reason why, like, it's like better to be with the devil you know than the devil you don't. And so, like, you either keep the mob families around or break them up and deal with the consequences of everybody going off doing their own stuff.
Right. Yeah.
So I have to read that one. But I've only added like 12 slides so far, but I'm having the trouble of chronologically like placing them. So I'm trying to do it through timeline, but I find a lot of things happening, like, or at least that we know, on multiple dates. So it's like hard to chronologically map it out.
No, for sure.
But any information y'all have, send it to me because I'll read through it and I'll try my best to incorporate it.
Brother, I sent it to you the second I got it.
I was going to say because I want to at least get to about, I don't know. I think I could probably do easily 30 slides. The only problem is it keeps wanting to take me off route, like from the Robert Maxwell angle to the Leslie Wexner angle to the Ari Ben Mashrafa or
Ari Ben Minaj, yeah.
Yep, that angle. It's crazy because it's kind of like a web that just keeps mapping itself back. It's like all these people are related. They leave and they come back and leave and come back, and then if you follow their story separate, they've got their own wild story behind them.
Yeah. It's a whole fucking just. It's so crazy, bro. It's so crazy. There's so much involved with it. Like,
yeah.
I think that's if I would say, yeah, you already heard where I come from with it, man. For me, I think they're covering up like a massive intelligence scandal.
Mm-hmm.
Because on the world stage, that would just look absolutely fucked for America if it turned out that like our agencies themselves were.
Well, the problem is like the deeper you get, the more you realize that it would be so embarrassing because the intelligence agencies are like,
huh? Oh, Corey, you dropped out, brother. Robert Whaley, welcome in, brother. Good to see you. So happy to see you today, man. Thanks for stopping by, bro.
Corey, where'd you go, brother?
I'm going to bounce. It's getting quite late. So thank you for having us up.
Shiva, thanks for coming up, dude.
Shiva, man, have a good night.
You're always welcome, my friend. Have a great night.
Later.
You want to hear something kind of ironic and funny?
What's that?
So I'm writing an argument paper in my English class about artificial intelligence, like Chat GPT and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I had to put up like a thesis with a few of my argument points so people could respond to it.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that this guy responded to my thing by using Chat GPT. I'm not even kidding, bro. It's bulleted out. It's like highlighted, like the parts are bolded, like when you use Chat GPT, how it like puts all the points and then bullets them.
Yeah.
It's got certain words are like italicized and bolded perfectly. Like, I'm like, bro, you didn't do all this. I know you didn't. And then so I went and looked at all of his other responses. And every response he did is like this, bro. It's like a freaking three point, or it's like three pieces with 2 points on every single one, and all of them are perfectly laid out.
Yeah, I'd be a little skeptical of that.
Yep.
Seems a little ironic.
Yeah.
My argument about people
definitely
using
AI,
it too
bro.
much and how it's causing problems, and you couldn't even answer my argument without using ChatGPT. I feel like that just totally just makes my argument much stronger.
Bro, people do that though. I don't understand that, right? Like, if oh yeah, that's the route I'm going. Hold on, sorry, I found out what I want to eat.
What are you getting, bro?
There's a Mexican joint around the corner called Flick Belly, and they have this sandwich called the Torta Cubana. This is some shit I'd have ate back in the day when I was stoned, man. Like, it's got fried chicken, it's got birria, it's got hot dogs, it's got cheese, egg, avocado, lettuce, tomato, onion. The thing is just incredible, dude.
Yeah, that sounds a lot.
It's good.
Wait, did you say hot dog or sausages?
It's sausages, but
okay.
Yeah, they're not actual hot dogs. They're like Mexican sausage.
No, I was gonna say
Smith, have a good one, brother. Good to see you, man. Thanks for stopping in, bro.
Better not be cutting up no hot dogs and ruining that sandwich.
All right,
not John Barrett.
That's
John Barrett. Oh, dude, good to see you. Sorry, I didn't notice you were in chat there, bro. My bad. Good to see you, my man.
Not GTR.
Microwaved hot dogs for sure.
Are you about to get out of here, lower class?
Nah, dude. DoorDash, baby. I'm sticking around for a couple hours, man.
Nice.
I
I'm finally
got some
caught up on
work
my
coming
homework.
in
I don't
tomorrow.
have to do nothing, dude. Finally, just can chill.
Dude, Darth Matt, big ups. Thank you again for the massive $50 donation earlier. That's fantastic. Really appreciate it, bro. Thank you.
What a guy.
Thank you again, man. Seriously.
He probably took it off a Jedi.
All right, so
His
now
philosophy guy was cool, man.
Oh yeah.
Does he come in here often?
he does. So today was the first time he's actually like stuck around and talked for a while.
Yeah.
But I've always liked having him up, man. He's always really cordial, and you know that's what I prefer when people come on, like on at least onto this panel, because when every conversation is had in hostility,
Like a
there's
blood
almost
sport.
never anything constructive made of it, right?
True.
So like that's why like I can talk with Shiva where me and him take exact opposite stances on something. He believes genuinely in what he believes in. I believe genuinely in what I believe in, but we can also just have a constructive conversation. That's why I like having Shiva up, because like when it comes to verbal combat, he'll tear you up and he starts yelling, and he's a good debater in that regard.
Yeah.
But then when he comes here, if he's met with respect, he shows respect, and I really appreciate that, man. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, I've talked to him quite a few times in like private discords and stuff. He's cool.
Shiva's good folk, dude. For real. I like him. All right.
Definitely a smart guy.
Yeah, I know. He likes to be humble, but he's pretty smart.
100%. All right, let's
What was that Alex Jones video we were watching? So does Alex Jones have that information?
I gotta find it again. No. Stamey was the one that sent me that information, bro.
No, I meant like he was talking about releasing something related to the Epstein stuff, and he was talking about like when they come back from commercial that he was about to show the audience, and he was talking about how all the people need to get on the radios, on all 400 radio stations, to come share this information he was about to share with his audience.
Dude, I can't lie. All right, hold on. Call me a degen. I don't think this is degen though, but look at how absolutely beautiful this woman is. I mean, just
Yeah.
with that M80 in her hand, dude. Love it, bro. You know what I mean? Anyway, all right. I don't even know who that is. It was just something I scrolled on. I'm trying to find the Alex Jones. So there we go. We'll go InfoWars. They got a live stream popping right now, don't they? Yeah. Speaker Johnson confirms things could have been doctored in those records. See, they're priming it, bro. They're fucking priming it. I'm telling you. Okay. So here's my theory. Right? What's gonna happen? Hold on, I'll mute that real quick. What's gonna happen is they're gonna meet with Ghislaine Maxwell. They're gonna depose her. After they give her a sweetheart deal, tell her what not to say, right? Not tell her what to say, tell her what not to say. And then she's gonna absolutely but she's gonna go and she's gonna give her side, and then they're gonna release the files, and they're gonna say, well, look, like she gave us all the information on everything. If it's not in the files, that's something they added in. They're priming that shit right now, bro. I'm telling you. I know I sound like Alex Jones, and I'm not necessarily like trying to, be like gloom and doom about it. But I mean, that's like, it's what it looks like to me, man. Like they're going to use her as a point of reference for what is accurate in the files. And then they're going to release the files, and they're going to say, look, she was his right-hand man. She knew everything. She said that that's not true. She gave us every bit of information she had. I'm telling you, bro. That's what's going to happen.
Meaning they'll probably cut all the intelligence stuff out of it.
The intelligence stuff, probably like, people favorable to the Trump administration. And I'm not even like against Trump. He's the best hope we have right now, okay? I know a lot of people don't think that. Oh, it's an RPK. Okay, I was wrong. Yeah. No, the M6. Did I say M60? M60 looks a lot cleaner than that too. But that's what I think they're gonna do with this. Okay, I'm calling it now. I could be wrong, right? I could be wrong, but I'm just calling it now. That's what I think they're gonna do. Okay.
That's an ugly freeze frame.
It is, isn't it?
Come up with a strategy just to release all this stuff to begin with. But Trump didn't want to crash the economy, as I guessed 20 days ago. And that he said, release everything.
Hold on.
Looking out to Marine One and an impromptu press gaggle. He said, we have a list, and it's Bill Clinton and all these other leaders and the head of Harvard and others and these different corporate leaders that would live with Epstein. And we're going to release it all. And so Trump's explained this when he was about to win in 2016. He said, no, let's not arrest Hillary. And we all got mad about it because he gave them a chance to stop, but they didn't stop. And so now you know where we are. So if you're tuned in on talk radio or local TV or watching on X, Real Alex Jones or Infowars.com/show, every day I ask you, because you have all the power of the Paul Revere's, to take that live feed of the
What?
and share it on your email, your text message, your
Hold
word of
on.
mouth, repost.
Wait, Pantera's still around? So like Rex and Phil Anselmo and all them got back together?
I don't know.
That's crazy. Sorry, I was a big Pantera fan, man. Dimebag Darrell was a legend, bro. Like I wanted to play his Dean guitars. I wanted to fucking shred the licks that he did. He was sick, dude. And
Can you name a song? I'm not sure if I know who
Pantera.
Yeah.
So 5 Minutes Alone. Oh my God.
Because that may be before my time, a little before my time.
Oh fuck, dude! I can't believe I can't think. You put me on the spot, bro. Hold on.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean
Power
to.
was their main album that I got. Hold on. Damn it! I feel like such a newbie right now. This is crazy. All right. Cowboys from Hell was good. Vulgar Display of Power. That was one of the first metal albums I ever got.
Oh, so they're metal. Okay.
Yeah. Fucking Hostile is a great song.
Because like my girls, like when it comes to knowledge of like rock, I guess rock and like that general type of genre, my girl, I rely on her expertise.
Yeah, dude, I wish I could play some of these songs. All right, so This Love is one of the most badass songs ever. It's one of my favorites. Because it's a ballad through the song, and then they really bring the heavy in the chorus. Fucking Hostile is a really good song. That one's I don't know how popular that one is. It's real short, but it was like you can see where the thrash metal came in, dude. Oh man, Walk is like one of the most popular songs off that album. If you wanna pull it up on like YouTube or something,
I'll listen to it. I'm not too familiar with my rock. Like I know, I guess I grew up on a lot of rock songs. I just never knew the name to them. So like my girl will play them, and then I'll be like, "Oh, okay, no, I remember what this is."
Cemetery Gates was another really good one too.
Like we talking like early '90s?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Like 92. I would say, dude, if you get a chance, so like when I grew up, you'd put a CD in and then you just press play, right? And you just let the CD run, and all the different songs would play back to back to back, right? That's still how I listen to music today, bro. Like if I go on uh, uh, Spotify, and
Mhm.
I'll look up like a band that I like. I'll put one of their albums on and just press play. That's how I have to listen to music now.
'Cause by the time I had my own CDs, it was like all rap. So the time that I got interested in listening to music, it was CDs for like a little bit, and then it went to the like iPod or the MP3 players, and so I
Okay.
had a little bit of the CDs. But I didn't think I got into music till I was like 9 or 10.
Yeah. No, I get that.
Before then, I would just hear it on the radio or someone else would play it, and I'd be like, okay, I like the song or I don't like the song.
Well, see,
And
I had a
then
cassette. Oh, go ahead, my bad, dude.
no, I was just gonna say, and then as I got older, I started to actually spend time listening to music.
I had a cassette player when I was a kid, and I remember the first like I'd say album, right? It's still an album, but it was a cassette. Was Dookie from Green Day.
That was one of my first albums too, bro.
Dude, yeah, I was like 7 or 8 years old. That shit went so hard, dude.
Yeah, bro.
Like
Such a
it was
good
one of
album.
yeah, man, it was one of the greatest things ever released, bro.
It was so cool for me too because I grew like when I was growing up, they were on the radio quite a bit. So you're hearing like, Boulevard of Broken Dreams and like all this stuff. But then I was like, my stepdad at the time gave me that as a birthday gift or something, and I was like, "What is this? Green Day?" And he's like, "Yeah, it's some of their older stuff." And I was like, "Okay." And then I listened to it, dude. I was like, "Nice. This is so fucking good."
Oh yeah, when they
Just
were
a little kid. Because I'm a little bit younger than you. I got that. I didn't get it right when it came out.
yeah. Well, I didn't either. I don't think I was
Yeah.
born. Dookie came out in like 91 or 92.
I guess that's true.
I was
Yeah,
born in
dude.
93. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
But the one album I got from them that was really good was Kerplunk. That was the album that
Kerplunk.
came out right before Dookie, but I didn't get that until I was a teenager. You know what I mean?
There's only like a couple songs on there I liked.
Kerplunk was their like real grassroots kind of stuff before they got signed by Geffen. Anyway.
So I know the I guess Green Day did they sing American Hero? Or no, wait.
They did American Idiot.
Yeah. Okay, yep.
My dad loved that song when it came out.
Yeah. See, that was a big like, fuck the war machine song, and now they went full on like just like Rage for the Machine, you know what I mean? Like they went that whole route, bro.
Yeah, they went from Rage Against the Machine to now Rage for the Machine.
Exactly, dude.
Literally, bro, because the machine is them.
Yeah.
They're part of the machine.
Get your shots, pay $450 for your tickets. Just remember, guys, we're commies. You know what I mean? Like, that's fucking crazy. Screw capitalism.
To be fair, the artists were the ones taking the hit, and they were still like, yeah, we promote, the people who are hitting us.
Yeah. Yeah, they like, dude, Rage Against the Machine was badass back in the day. That was back when music actually had like a purpose. Like, it doesn't have a purpose anymore. I wouldn't say in society.
I kind of agree with that. It seems like, well, to me, what seems to be happening is music used to be kind of the anti-establishment view, and it seems like now, like comedy is. I think comedy is going in the general arc of like entertainment for like non-establishment people.
Yeah. And I would argue, like, as someone who, dude, I played guitar for over 20 years. As someone who like was a musician, I would say it's a lot harder to play or to be a stand-up comedian, because you can learn how music works and you can write a song, but you have to go up and you don't know if what you have has value until someone else hears it.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Right? Like when you're a stand-up comedian, you have to get on stage and you're either going to fucking bomb or you're going to do really good and everyone's going to laugh.
And you kind of have to be in tune with I would say current events. So I guess you don't have to be, but you kind of have to be in tune with how people feel about things. And
Right.
you almost have to guess your general audience at any given time.
Yep, and you gotta prime them. You gotta read the room. You gotta do all that stuff, man. Like I have a
Requires a lot of
very
understanding.
high respect for stand-up comedians, man, because I tried that shit for a little bit and I didn't make it. It's you got to have some balls to stand up in front of a bunch of people. Like your first couple jokes don't hit, and
So it's spiraling.
I mean, like you just got to keep going.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you walk off stage. Like, what else are you gonna do, right?
Bro, any good comedian though will tell you that you need to bomb at least one time, bro.
That is true.
Most
gotta
good
bomb
comedians
over and over and
yeah,
over
they'll
again.
tell you you're going to spend a lot of time bombing before you have actually a good set that people resonate with. That's the thing, especially with comedians. You make a good point. They don't really have anyone to practice on other than themselves and maybe a few friends. And if they're with their friends might just laugh at their jokes because they're friends.
Yeah.
You don't always get an honest response. I mean, I like to think that my friends would tell me my stuff is shitty, but they're not. But I can tell, however, when it's really good by their reaction. So if you're, kind of intuitive and see their body language based on your jokes, you'll know. But most guys, they're just like, all right, yeah, that was funny. Yeah, dude, do it. And then they go do it and nobody finds it funny for real. And that's how they learn, which sucks.
My friends, like the ones I have today, not the ones I had back then. The friends I have today, if I'm doing something that's going to like that isn't hitting, it's not working right, they'll fucking tell me. They're going to go, dude, that sucks. You know what I mean? Like
literally.
And I appreciate that though. You know what I mean? I can do and I do the same for them, right? So like the way I see it is like, I would rather my friends prep me for the failure than build up a tower of Jenga blocks on one block at the bottom. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Maybe
No, that makes sense. Because you're kind of coming in. They're kind of setting you up for failure because they're saying, oh, you're doing good at this said thing, and so you're like, well, oh, I am good at this thing, and then once you demonstrate that to other people, it's like the whole Jenga thing falls because that one block wasn't true.
Here, hold on, real quick. I'll be right back.
All right. How about that weather?
Hot.
Are you in the Midwest?
No, I'm on the East Coast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's been around.
Man. Actually, that's not true. It's raining today, but we had the heat advisory yesterday.
We'll see. Where I'm at, it's rained almost every day, like thunderstorms, but it's still been kind of high 80s.
Okay, so it's not super crazy.
Like it'll be super crazy. Probably it'll get like 94, and then once it gets to evening, we'll have these rolling thunder showers, and then it'll kind of cool it off.
Nice.
The only problem is humidity. And thunderstorms generate a lot of humidity.
I lived in Florida, bro. So
well, I think you know a different level of humidity than I know.
Bro,
mine's
so
bad, but it's not
wet. In the winter, in the northern panhandle, like the northwest panhandle, dude, it's so freaking cold there in the winter. I mean, we had literally like ice storms down there because it's so wet, and then if it drops below 30, the air just freezes because it doesn't go below like 70% humidity.
Wait, when's Emmett debating Grace? And whose channel is it on?
It's on Raging, I think. Sarah's channel.
No, I was gonna say I think he's right.
So I already asked her if I
she's
could.
Not hurt.
I already asked her if I could stream snipe Tweaker's debate on Monday. She said I could, so it's cool. I just don't want to
like randomly jump in when they're in the middle of the debate or in the
no. Like me stream her live debate on my channel.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, I already asked
more of like a live kind of repost as opposed to a stream snipe.
Yeah.
But I see what you're saying. I was envisioning like
taking viewers away. Like even though I don't have like a massive audience or anything,
No, you're being a good faith, like cordial, and just respecting the. Dude,
Yeah.
there's an etiquette that people don't realize on the and this is a thing that goes into my argument about the internet being the Wild West and nobody fucking really understands it. It's just kind of every man for themselves. There's actually etiquette in these social media platforms that a lot of people don't understand. People will just start streaming and they think it's okay to jump into someone's platform and be like, "Whoa, hey, what's up, dude? I just got this new channel. I saw you were streaming," and then they just come in and start like blasting their stuff into the channel. There's like a little form of etiquette you got to do before you're doing that, right? And then even then, like yesterday, you offered to shout out my channel, but I didn't feel right talking about that until it was mentioned, right? I'm not gonna come up in your live stream and be like, you know what I mean?
Hey, sub to my shit. Yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah.
Well, see, and that's the thing, right? Is like I would always want someone to ask me before doing something like that.
Right.
Like, especially like, hey, I'm going to stream your channel, right? Like, I already don't have like a massive audience. So, hey, please don't do that. You can react to it afterwards if you want, but.
Yeah, no, it's always good to ask ahead of time, man. And especially with things like that, it's like intellectual property of hers, I imagine. So you have to make sure you're not stepping on the toes of any copyright laws or, most of the time it falls under fair use as long as you're giving the credit to the creator and being, not a total douche, but
right.
It's still good to ask, like you said, and that's the big thing with etiquette. It's always better to ask and be told no than to fucking like live the what was that? Basically, what me and you used to do, lower class. Just do it and then reap the consequences later. Right? We don't care, bro.
Living life on it's better to ask forgiveness than permission.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, nah, I'm gonna ask permission first. That way,
right? That way, I don't need any fucking
forgiveness. I don't have to beg for forgiveness, dude. That's crazy. Or like worst case scenario, this person's like really not a nice person. They don't really want people using their content. You do it, and then they freaking slap you with some crazy copyright lawsuit. Like in the case of Ethan Klein. I'm not going to say that's us, but something like that could happen if you run into the wrong person. He's doing it for the right reasons, but just an example. If someone has it set up to where they can take a lawsuit down that path just because they're like, yeah, fuck this guy. It's better to be safe than sorry. It's always better.
Well, and Sarah's really nice too. She's always been very kind to me. So I figured,
You also build a relationship that way.
Exactly. She's all about community too. She's all about community. Like I was only in there for a couple days before I messaged her and asked if it was okay. And she's like, I mean, are you nice? Yeah. And we talked a little bit and it was cool. But she's definitely about the community, and she keeps a pretty good group of people, flowing.
And she's a phenomenal moderator.
Well, sometimes those panels can go a little off the rails, but you're gonna get that when you get like people like me and Ryan on, or Duck and other folks. Like whenever me and Ryan are on a panel, it's never like a civil debate. It's never a civil debate. What's crazy though is, as time has gone on, I've started to gain like a liking and respect for Ryan. I know that's crazy, and I know a lot of people disagree with that, but there's been times when I've had like some constructive conversations with the guy, and it was like, huh, you know what I mean? Like, this guy's not 100% bad. Just when you debate him, if you're having like a cool conversation with him, he's great. But the second you start debating, he just pisses me off. So
I would also say it's kind of the more and more you talk with someone, whether it's in a disagreement or agreement, there is kind of a general liking you kind of have to them, even if you greatly disagree with them.
Mm-hmm.
Like a form of respect, almost.
Charles Darwin nailed it.
Are we talking about Radical?
Radical Coder, yeah.
Dude, yeah, when he gets into debate mode, it's like, bro, relax a little bit. You don't got to go into full attack mode, or,
Yeah, see, I've debated him several times, just not in like the lower class versus Radical Coder one-on-one debate. It's always like, it's typically over on Jess White's channel. I'll be over there and he'll jump in, or he'll be in there and I'll jump in. And then one of us will say one thing about something that we disagree on, and it's a fucking slugfest immediately.
Dude, I've literally never actually had a formal debate yet. I
Neither
just
have
joke about how I was really good at arguing with my ex. That's just always that's like my thing. Like, yeah, I used to like, or I think I used to win a lot of arguments against my exes.
Well, I mean, hey, bro, at least you know you can go for a few hours. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly, bro. That's the thing is you wouldn't believe the logical fallacies that occurred in the arguments against me and my significant others throughout the past. I was using, shockingly enough, I was the one using a lot of the fallacious argumentation. I was walking fallacy.
What time does that debate start?
Tonight, probably about 9. She usually goes 8 or 9.
Okay.
Would you count lower class or town hall? Would you count that as a formal debate?
No.
Okay.
This is more informal debate. A formal debate would technically be we have an opening statement, then we get into the open discussion, or depending on what it is, in the middle there we actually have our formal debate, and then we have our closing statements. This would just be more like a kind of contentious panel, you know?
Okay.
But it's definitely good practice. I'm not going to discount that. It's good to hear you guys talk about these things.
I just didn't know what element made it formal, because like I know of like Oxford style debates and stuff like that, and so I didn't know if there was a difference between
yeah. So
formal
that's
and
like
informal.
severely formal. That's like extremely formal. I would even consider Sarah's channel maybe even a formal debate. It's informal to a degree, but the formal aspects of it are there, where you know, again, you have the opening statement. There's an understanding of the prompt and all that. Like verbal combat is a really great example of informal debate.
Okay.
Where it's just random talk. It's slinging gun, freaking blood sport debate. Doesn't matter what the topics are. That place for me would be a terrible place to start because I don't really have a concept of it. So that's why I've been kind of going places like lower class. I like talking to also.
If you can link that, that'd be great because.
Oh yeah.
Probably end up raiding Sarah when the. We'll ghetto raid Sarah when it starts. Not that she needs
ghetto raid. Ghetto raid. But then JS also, I like JS Urban Adventures channel too. He does some cool open chats afterwards a lot of times, and I don't always interject or get involved, but I listen a lot and try and make sense of it. To me, like listening and trying to understand is more important most times than just like speaking without thinking.
Oh, it's not on Sarah's channel. It's on Modern Day Debate.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. That's even cooler.
Sorry, I was looking for it. They were probably going, bro, it's right here, and I just wasn't paying attention. I apologize, guys.
Here, let me check Raging Tomatoes Discord too. I'm curious if she's still hurt.
She doesn't have anything scheduled for another few days, so.
Oh yeah, she's probably taking it easy.
I've never really watched Modern Day Debate, but it's going to be interesting watching Emmett debate this chick.
Yeah, I've only talked to him twice now through here.
He's a pretty good debater.
Mm-hmm.
I like him because he's very well at like. It seems like in a lot of his conversations, the debate can kind of go all over the place, and to me, it seems like he does a good job of keeping it where he wants it.
Yeah, he can ground his argument incredibly well. That's one thing I like about Emmett. You know, the first time, like I met him, I don't remember whose channel it was on, but me and him debated the same fucking topic 2 days in a row, and I beat him. But he'll definitely run you through a loop, man. He's a really good debater. The topic was, should marriage be legally enforced?
Oh, I already know what side Emmett was on.
Mm-hmm.
From round you up from your house.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Emmett the authoritarian.
Whoa! Oh, that chili's fucking hot.
Boiling.
Sorry, can you guys hear me eating? I apologize if you can.
No, it's not. It's not.
I was gonna say, I don't think I hear you eating.
Let's put back on Mr. Jones, brother.
Links on X.
Intelligence operatives. One of the most disgusting things that you can do in the intelligence world is to double you up or co-opt you through the use of a honey trap, but not only an adult honey trap, but a child. When you use a child, you pretty much
wait. Was
terrorize
NXIVM
that
a
child so that you know anybody who's gotten involved with pedophilia cannot speak out.
Was NXIVM tied in with Epstein?
Anything, and it's a legitimate way to
That's the
denigrate
first time
both
I'm
the
hearing about it, but
and
I wouldn't
the
doubt it.
itself, the children.
Wow.
Nevertheless, the Mossad incurred so many operatives that were involved with pedophilia under the Epstein ring and under the NXIVM ring with the two Bronfman daughters, that you're talking about thousands of people. Now, it also goes all the way up into the presidency. It goes into the Bush family, Bush Jr., Jeb. It goes into Clinton's, as we know, Hillary,
All right,
Bill
let's stop
Clinton.
there. There's a lot more to this. It's all dead on. And remember,
Hey, I got that picture in my
Peter
PowerPoint.
Nygaard with his own Caribbean island, not even hiding the fact they were bringing babies to term and harvesting their organs and sucking out their bone marrow and injecting them into rich men. And you've got Bush Sr. visiting with him and the rest of it. And of course, them running their modeling agencies and all the rest of it. So Trump was on the periphery of all this and all the entertainment things he did, casinos, golf courses, hotels, shops, steaks, wine.
The
beauty
whole
pageants,
time
all
I'm
of it.
listening to him
He did
talk
know
about stem
but
cells
20 years
like
ago,
that,
he
all I
come
can
from
think
him,
of is
and
the
they know
South
that.
Park
So they're
episode
trying to connect all this
when
in. It's a nothing burger.
what's the dude who used to play Superman back in the day?
I know exactly who you're talking about.
And he's like sucking the little fetuses dry and then like getting his powers back.
South Park is always on top of everything.
That was such a wild fucking episode, man.
It's Chris something.
Christopher Reeve.
Yep.
Christopher Reeve, yeah.
So his thing was he played Superman and he fell off of a horse and broke his neck. And he was a really big stem cell advocate because what he was claiming was stem cells were helping him regain the use of his leg.
Like that's the bad food that we eat.
And so South Park took that and interpreted it as him eating babies.
Right.
And that's the funniest episode. Oh. The thing at one point, there's an actual baby that he's sucking the stem cells out of the top of the head.
Absolutely correct.
Yeah.
And that's why we created these two new formulas that are now live at thealexjonesstore.com. So we've got Methyl Drive here, and we've also got Power Plant. Now, both of them at their core, they do around the same type of thing. It's
Power Plant. Get your mind and body right with this supplement that we created.
Other things like that. Now, I want to
And are testing on you.
Yeah, literally, dude. This is what, dude. One thing the UK is right about is this type of advertisement that the US does. They literally just pump out products that we are the human test subjects of. You know what I mean? Like these like antidepressant drugs they put on TV, and you're like, oh wow, look at that lady. It just sucked the depression right off of her. You know? It's like, but also you might die. That's the trade-off.
Right.
Or like the happy commercials of people being happy, and then at the end of the commercial, side effects include, explosive diarrhea or death.
Or ending your own life. Yeah, like some crazy.
Yeah.
They're just lasering off 50 points you can't even read or hear. You're like, oh, okay.
Like, that sounds terrible.
Yeah, whatever he just said, I don't want that to happen.
And people buy that shit too, man.
I can enhance what I'm doing here.
They turned it on 3 times speed, so it just flies through all the side effects.
Statement. Look, the reason why this is called Power Plant is because it has cordyceps in it. Now, of course, the mitochondria is the powerhouse.
Of course, they bring a bald guy on to sell this.
top tier S tier ingredient.
Got cordyceps in it, bro.
Power plant. Hey, have you guys ever seen? I'm gonna actually talk about this. Have you guys ever seen V-Shred
carrying capacity? So you want to talk about work
on the internet?
Talk about power.
So I used to
Talk
go to high school with that guy.
Are you serious?
I swear on everything, bro. I'd never make this up. I don't know.
Biggest scam artist online, isn't he?
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? Is at first, when I first heard about him years ago, I was like, wow, it seems like he's got like a little program here, you know? But I had my doubts. I was like, this seems kind of scammy, though. Like, he's like using like pseudoscience to like create body dynamics for people and then selling them a program that will get them in shape. And then all the stuff came out about him being a massive scam artist. And I was like, so nothing really changed. He's just more muscular now. Wow, dude. Crazy.
You get to tell your family, yeah, I knew that guy.
Dude, I can't. Dude, if I. No, I'm not going to say nothing. I don't want to get canceled by V-Shred before I have even more than 20 followers on YouTube.
I doubt you will. Does he even have a following anymore?
I don't know.
There's got to still be a couple of them out there.
He's got 2.4 million on YouTube still.
There's a good 40,000 that have no clue that the scam part.
What's his viewership looking like? Is he still getting millions of views?
I have no idea. I don't get his ads as nearly as much as I used to. Like, it was constantly coming up on my phone. I think that had to do with the fact, like, I'm literally friends with him on Facebook. Like, that, I've known him that long. So, like,
yeah, dude, he's only getting like 8,000 views, 4.9 thousand, 2,000 views.
Oh, dude.
Yeah,
his followers mean nothing. So does he. The 2.4 million followers are like 2.4 million women that just like looking at his abs.
Now
they get a free show on the advertisements.
To be fair, there's also companies you can pay for followers.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure he's part of a.
If you're already scamming in one aspect, you might as well scam. Go full scam.
It's a double scam. He's in a pyramid scheme. He thinks he's making money. He's not even the top of the pyramid.
Yeah, there's always someone at the top of the pyramid.
Yeah, it wasn't a secret.
But yeah, I don't know why him talking about supplements made me think of V-Shred, bro.
But
I was like, dude,
it
whatever
hit
he
him
is.
personally.
I don't,
dude.
So,
he was a bully, dude. He was a fucking bully back in the day. He
He
still
got what
is.
he
It's
deserved.
crazy.
When I came out,
I've never gotten any of Alex Jones's products or anything, but a long time ago, someone that I knew got his water purifier system for their house, and it was really good. Like, it worked very, very well.
And I said, I know this is Trump. Then before I could even make phone calls,
I think the whole supplement game is kind of like sometimes they find stuff that has some beneficial aspects to it, and so they market it and hype it up more than it is.
Well, and the big issue is they'll underdose their stuff too.
That's true too.
So like, what would be a typical dose? You'd have to take 2 pills instead of just 1.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the capsules are full of like filler. Now I don't know if InfoWars does that.
Sunday,
but Alex Jones looks really fucking healthy right now.
Every day.
That's true.
Since then, he is meeting right now. After Trump left, he's meeting with him, with the other top administration officials.
I think he also quit drinking as well. I could be wrong about that, but I know alcoholism was a big part of.
He's not there discussing.
Yeah, he quit drinking.
Who's the most well dressed, and he's been giving them the exact advice that I've been giving them, that I've been giving other White House officials who have agreed with me, and I've had for at least 15 days. Had over 10 White House officials.
How did this guy release his
and asked,
report to
what do
me?
you think we should do? And
Oh, sorry,
what do
I'm
you think's going on? And 15 days ago or so, I'd say, well, what's Trump saying? He just gets mad and says he doesn't want to hear about it and tells people shut up. And I talked to Roger, and back 15 days ago, that's what he was getting.
I need to check that out.
He said it was very frustrating and very uncharacteristic. But Roger said basically he was told, and I'm not going to say about Trump. Okay?
Harvard website has a whole page
that
about
it was the CIA and the DOJ saying, listen.
Let me read this chat from Adam Price. He says Harvard website has a whole page about their association with Epstein. It says our review addresses 3 principal areas of focus: Epstein's donations to Harvard, his appointment as a visiting fellow, and his relationship with the program on evolutionary dynamics, a program within Harvard's Faculty of Arts and Sciences that Epstein funded. Interesting. Yeah, Darth Matt, I've never done the brick house nutrition stuff. I really have no idea what that is. I might go look into it while we're listening to.
This will bring the government down. These people. I mean, this stuff is bad, and they've also stuck recycled stuff. Nothing really bad about you, but embarrassing to suck you into it. And Trump's like, all right, move on. That was the trap. I said, watch, the Democrats are going to come at you now with this. It doesn't matter if they talk to some of the high level ones. The Democrat caucus and all the people in Congress, they're not going to stop. Now, notice now that Trump, starting that last week, said, okay, go ahead and release the court files and the grand juries and the bank records and all that. Now they're like, whoa, no. They want to selectively leak what Maureen Comey ran off with, that she stuck in there over the years with the other operatives under
That's
Brennan
fucking
Comey
crazy.
and Clapper, talking about Maureen Comey under her dad, who held the files. And we now know what happened. Trump ordered it sent out to the FBI, having no idea they'd salted it. The FBI came back with messages and said that, yeah, this is all in here. And they came to Trump and said, let's make a deal. That was all a double, triple cross. And now Trump is, you know what? I'll just release all of the stuff. And he already told the DOJ to do that last Wednesday. And
whoa! Anna Kasparian went on Tucker Carlson.
I know. I got to watch it. I've seen it earlier today.
Is he only dangling that again to get them to shut it down? Not because he's covering for himself,
That's what
but
people
because
say about
it's
methylene
going
blue.
to really hurt the
That it
United
like gives
States
them a bunch of
America.
energy.
But I think in the end, it's for the best when this stuff comes out. We need a cleansing of this. And obviously, it's not just the stuff that, Comey left in the file in New York. There's a lot of other stuff that FBI agents and people have, over the years, that Trump's now got. And we already know the blueprint and the Mossad, CIA, MI6 operation. And that was the final national security issue for Trump.
Reishi, Lions Mane, all that. Yeah, I've heard that too.
Out that our government was involved with Mossad running pedophile rings and more. But now, because they tried to connect Trump to it, at least in these meetings, I've been told Trump said, F it, release everything but the victims. So, and even, Michael Wolff, the guy that wrote all the books attacking Trump, said Epstein believed Trump was first to report his activities to police in 2004 after Palm Beach real estate dispute. Well, that's what Rogers said over a decade ago, and that's been proven. Then Epstein's brother pops up and says, oh, no, my brother said Trump was a crook and bad with no evidence. So the Democrats and the deep state have miscalculated yet again. Trump cares about stopping war, boosting the economy, and cutting crime, and boosting morale. And this is not going to boost morale overall, but it will for Trump's constituents. And if Trump makes good and really starts releasing this, and he starts indicting people, they won't just keep the House and Senate. I predict they will gain 30 plus seats in the House and 3 or 4 seats in the Senate. So, again, 22 days ago, I was trying to figure out what the hell was going on. We already had a good idea over the last 6 months with what was unfolding and the direction they were going, that they were going to release it all. And then whoop, they say, sure, you're in there. And then Trump comes out and says, yeah, it's a bunch of Russiagate made up crap. I know they always recycle stuff. Jane Doe's. Pelosi, oh, we learned he was on the plane. Notice they didn't say to the island. It's not a secret he was on the plane. But they know a lot of people don't know that. And then these handwritten notes, they aren't even his signature. All of this is exactly what I predicted weeks ago they would pull. And of course, it's now coming out that Hillary Clinton personally approved the plan to share Trump-Russia allegation with the president's 2016 campaign manager. It's all being set up by the CIA and Obama, Brendan Clapper Comey. They gave it to Hillary, and now they're even trying to burn her and act like she did it on her own. While they go out on TV, Clapper, Brendan Cummings, no, Obama ordered it. Who has presidential immunity, so they believe that will extend to them. So this is a coup. This is espionage. This is corporate governmental espionage by Obama stay-behind networks. Now let's go back to Tom Clancy's co-author.
I do want to say it is fucking crazy how it's fucking crazy to me how we now know that the entire thing with the Russiagate stuff was fabricated and pushed forward by the Obama administration. I don't like.
It's
A lot of
crazy we
people
have evidence of that because I kind of knew. I don't want to say I kind of knew it, but it's like the evidence pointed toward that. But now to get like corroborating evidence that it goes all the way back up to Obama with signed everything signed and dotted.
Yeah. What's up, Face Tweaker? Good to see you, man. Welcome in, bro. But yeah, no, it's just crazy. Like a thing that, again, people would have said you're fucking crazy for believing that. Why would you buy that bullshit? Because, like, when he was first, damn it, hold on. When he was first getting accused of all that shit, like, that would have been the biggest political scandal in American fucking history, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's a big deal. The president of the United States is essentially an agent for a foreign government.
Mm-hmm.
That's massive. And that's why it blew up so much in the news, because it was a big fucking deal. And to know that they got like FISA warrants. Hey, what's up, brother? Debate is at 9 p.m. CST on MDD. It was pushed back by an hour. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be over there. Are you going to be streaming it from your channel, dude, while you're in there? Or is that something that you'd rather us just go to MDD for it? All right, I stay me no sweat, bro. Come back whenever.
Yeah, Emmett needs to stream it so we can go watch it on his stream.
Wait, 9 p.m. So it's starting in 15 minutes?
Oh, yeah. What is that, Canadian Standard Time?
Wait, sorry. No, an hour and 15 minutes. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Emmett, if you stream it, I'll get a raid. You will come over and watch the debate from your stream. You'll have an audience, my man.
Wait. Would that not be 15 minutes from now?
No, 9 p.m. 9 p.m. EST.
Is that an hour behind us?
Yeah. Wait.
Okay.
Are you Eastern?
I'm Eastern.
Oh, okay. So yeah. It's gonna be 9 p.m. your time.
Okay.
So like an hour and 15 minutes.
Okay.
I don't know if you saw that sandwich that I ate, boys, but it was fucking fantastic.
You didn't show us.
Sorry, I didn't have time. You know what I'm saying? I had to throw that bitch down the hatch. Dude, that thing was so good.
It take long to get to you.
No. It didn't. Yeah. DoorDash is pretty clutch sometimes.
Sometimes.
All right. Let's get back to Mr. Jones.
Former CIA, Army Special Operations, psychological warfare expert, psychiatrist, who doesn't like to talk about it on air because he got under grand jury investigations when he did on my show over a decade ago. He ran government overthrows all over the world. He manipulated the communists and all sorts of stuff in Italy. He was involved in Operation Gladio. That's come out in documents. I mean, he definitely, the classic stuff you think of a CIA person doing, most of them are just analysts and propagandists and pay people off. No, that's not what Pachinik did. He actually did all the operations on the ground, the really, let's just say, dark stuff. And but I don't need to believe him. Everything he's saying here is true. Let's go to the rest of what he wrote down a few years ago.
Now, it also goes all the way up into the presidency. It goes into the Bush family, Bush Jr., Jeb. It goes into Clinton's, as we know, Hillary, Bill Clinton, who's a pathological liar to the nth degree, to Obama, who had a history of homosexuality and pedophilia, all the way down to the Bushes and beyond that. So what the Israelis did under the tutelage of...
Now, I don't know anything about Obama being a vampire, right? A PDF.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about him being a PDF, but there are multiple people who have like gay dudes that have come out and said, "Yeah, I fucked him."
Yeah. I don't know if you remember the weird emails where like he was ordering like 75. What was it? Oh, there was some weird emails that came out about him that seemed to have similar terminology to what child peders use, and
back during like Pizzagate and shit.
yeah,
Yeah.
I forget. I think those originated from Hillary Clinton's. Was it Podesta emails? John Podesta?
Yeah, it was John Podesta. Yeah.
I haven't looked too deep into it, but I know there's emails from Barack and Podesta that go down some weird like talking points.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And they say like, make sure you bring lots of cheese pizza, or like I want hot dogs in the hot tub or whatever.
Yep.
Like,
yep.
I'm paraphrasing here, but it was all that like really creepy shit, dude.
Two brilliant Mossad chiefs, Halevi and Yatom, both of whom used pedophilia as a honey trap to encapsulate any one of our operatives in America. Jeff Epstein was a willing operative. He willingly was involved in pedophilia. The Israelis knew that.
Yeah, that
created
Promise
his
stuff.
storyline.
It's
They believe
insane.
he was a billionaire. Wexner was the theoretical backup man to him. And ironically, he was in Bear Stearns, which was another corrupt Jewish firm that went under, along with Drexel Burnham, another corrupt Jewish firm. So we have a lot of corruption here, which goes all the way back to 9/11.
Wexner,
where
right?
we had Jews like Silverstein, who had the lease to the World Trade Center. We had Lowry.
Well, that could be Soros.
And we had
I've got that
Eisenberg,
picture.
all of whom
It's a good
were
picture.
involved
I
in the
mean, I
stand
shouldn't
down
say
of the
that. That
false flag
terrible
9/11.
picture of him.
So from 9/11 on, Trump understood that the Israelis had been involved in our intelligence service. And
Bro, those two pictures are fucking crazy, dude.
I want to say he's got a couple other ones, but those are the two famous ones.
The blue dress painting, and then the one with Bush with the paper plane and the two knocked down Jenga towers. That's wild to me, bro.
America. He never.
I want to say there's another photo of like I don't know if you ever heard the term spirit cooking. So spirit cooking is this kind of worship type thing where you pretend like you're eating a human, but you're doing it through elements of like artificial food and stuff like that, or like food representing the human body. And then so like you'll pretend like you're eating an actual body, but they call it spirit cooking. It's weird.
That's weird shit, dude.
The weird stuff.
Yeah.
Never forgot that. And what he did blatantly was to turn around and on a certain day he decided he was going to indict every.
You know what, dude? One thing about him. Remember how I said like I don't think there's anything wrong with this. I don't want to say there's nothing wrong with the guy, but like, he's not like that good of a guy, bro.
Yeah.
He was advocating for the age of consent being lowered to when you start puberty.
Yeah.
Fucking.
And to be fair, he may know that he could be safe in the whole Epstein stuff, but that doesn't mean that he may be a degenerate outside of there.
Right, exactly. Yeah. No, he's an absolute fucking scum, dude.
Every one
Yeah.
of the Mossad operatives, as well as the Israelis, on charges of pedophilia. Not on charges of spying, because that wouldn't work. But Acosta, the Secretary of Labor, was correct when he said that Epstein got off of the prosecutor's indictment in Florida because he worked in the intelligence service. Now, it's not only the Mossad that's involved. Clearly, the CIA was involved, and it was the old CIA and not the present CIA. Why do I say that? Because the heroes of this picture is not only Trump and the White House, but it really involves what I consider to be my deep state, which is what I've talked about for 20 years. The people at the NSA, the NRO, the NGA, the CIA, the new CIA, and other intelligence organizations, which blew this operation apart over the past 10 to 20 years, because in their NSA sweep of our telephones, or the metadata, as they called it, they had picked up Israeli compromises all over the United States and in the world. What we have now is a real problem with Israel. And Israel had been placed on notice because our ambassador, the Jewish ambassador there, as well as Kushner, have made a very clear statement. Israel, you're on notice. If you do not make a peace treaty with the Palestinians, there will be more serious repercussions than you imagine. The beginning of the takedown of your Mossad operatives, who were all present, and we will put them in prison, is just the beginning of what we can do to the future of Israel. Now, as a Jew, I am not proud what American Jews have done.
I'm gonna look into that, John Barrett.
I find them to be arrogant, ignorant, totally devoid of any world culture, totally devoid of understanding what happened to us in the Holocaust, totally devoid of understanding what Israel is really about. And it isn't the sanctimonious state that people think it is, because I was there in the 1980s when they created Hamas. I was there when the generals were terrorizing Palestinians and the...
Wait, Israel started Hamas?
Yeah, okay, so there's no like groundbreaking evidence, but there's a lot of ties and like, I guess, evidence that points to it. Yeah.
Man, I fucking hate these people, dude.
Well, I mean, you also have Netanyahu's cabinet saying that the reason why they allow, I guess, Hamas to get, I guess, stuff from Qatar is because if Hamas has control, they do not have to negotiate a two-state solution. They can just say, "Look, this is what they want. We want something better. We need to take that from them because they're the bad guys."
All the while, they can literally fucking level half a country.
Yeah. And I think that was like Netanyahu in the it could have been early 2000s or late 90s when he made that statement.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's spot on with it's what I'm starting to notice. The more and more I get in the intelligence aspect is not only Mossad, having good favors with the UK, but the UK and Mossad having good favors with the Soviet Union. And see, we were very anti Soviet Union. So you notice a pattern of like their intelligence being okay with the SSR and being okay with us, so playing both avenues.
Yeah. And they ended up like sticking with us in the end because the Soviet Union bankrupted itself.
And you got to think it's we kind of offer them our protection. Like, hey, you choose our side, and we'll protect you, or at least that's what the old guard used to do. But I mean, both Mossad and MI6 have participated in funding people that are enemies of it, Judaism, I guess you'd say, not just Israel, but people who are against Judaism.
Yeah.
So it's almost like they're creating this bad guy that they can,
scapegoat. Yeah. Just typical fucking elitist government bullshit, man.
The Father was created. But let me quote to you my rabbi, and it turns out to be a family member, Soloveitchik, who said, in order to be a good Jew or a good human, you have to follow the righteous way and avoid evil. Thank you and good night.
I'm gonna have to go watch that full video.
And now, even the former head of Israeli intelligence came out. I've got a statement here yesterday and said Israel is destroying itself in live time. The whole world is watching. And it doesn't mean I support the Muslims in any of that. It's just the kids starving to death, getting killed, driving them out. It is a genocide in front of the world. Now, the same left that's against that loves Ukraine, that's even bigger. And
by the way, just to hammer this home, when I saw this on Google Maps, it actually made me like change my opinion on this whole thing. Because at first I was like, it's probably not that big of a deal. They're probably making like a much bigger deal out of this thing than needs be. Okay. And then I saw this shit. If you've been on the channel before, you know what I'm about to show. Oh, I haven't seen that one, Darth Matt. I'll look into it. If that's the case, we're not doing Liberty salutes on here anymore. That sucks, but it is.
But that didn't last long.
Yeah. I mean, if that's actually the case.
I mean, you never know. It could be because, I mean, we're talking about what is it?
I mean, dude.
The early, I guess the earliest example we have of like Marxism attacking Christianity and stuff like that through like ideology and theology and stuff. Jesus.
Yeah. Like, dude, you go anywhere from El Magraca, you go from here, from this point, all the way to here is absolute fucking devastation. It's like half the country's been flattened in 2 years. And these are big ass cities too. You go anywhere, dude, just absolute devastation, bro. It's fucking crazy, man. Like I didn't realize this is what was going on over there, bro. Like it's coming in bad quality now. It was coming in bad. There we go. There's just all the pieces of buildings and
once I started to hear kind of people who supported the war say I'm okay risking a certain amount of innocent and children.
Yeah.
For eradicating Hamas, I knew there is no good guy on this side.
No, there isn't. Not at all. Not Jabalia. There's one area in here. It might be down in here. No. Shejaya. This is it, bro. This, I mean, it's just, see, it's like blurry now, dude. It was a lot better quality before. But I mean, dude, this whole, like, an entire city, dude, just pieces. Absolute devastation over there, dude. It's absolutely crazy. Yeah. Yeah, 100%, dude. Like, it's wild. It honestly, like seeing that changed my perspective on the whole issue. You know, I'm not gonna like go out and start protesting shit, but it's like, man, fuck that. I don't want my tax money going to that. It needs to end. You know what I mean? Like it needs to be done with.
And I learned a long time ago, like the way our government is, they don't really care too much if you protest or not.
Yeah.
Like,
protest going to do against the world's strongest military?
I mean, in fact, they kind of want you to do that. I mean, I got to give credit to Alex Jones for this one, but the agent provocateurs, when he broke that story about the people after 9/11 and how they would
kind of send infiltrators in to like disrupt protests so that way the protest would lose its messaging.
Right.
And then you learned back in the Vietnam War how they were spying on people who were critical of the war in Vietnam and all the shady stuff that it did around trying to push the war onto the people so that way they accepted it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's what's been going on over there is just crazy to me, bro. Like now that there's like tangible evidence, dude.
Yeah. Well, and plus, wait until they release. Now, I don't know when they will, because I don't, and you can't really fully trust the agency. But wait till they release the next census update from Gaza. You'll probably see a good percentage of population change.
Yeah.
But there was something I've seen today. Do you follow Thomas Massey?
On X?
Yeah.
I think so.
Go to his channel. He was calling out the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, because he said that every 4 or 5 days while they're on recess, they're doing something in the House, and I don't know exactly what he meant by it. And if you either bring it up or you look at it, maybe you might know.
Yeah, I'll definitely give it a shot. I do want to. I do want to give that freeze frame, Alex Jones. Is fucking all right. Mr. Bill said, "You hear about all the stuff Sean Fusht is going through to do a concert in Montreal, Canada. One venue canceled. The other a car apparently hit his bus on the way to another one. The church he's going to just had police enter it, threatening them with fines if they let him do the concert." Really, bro? Wow.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's extra, dude.
But it does seem Canada has a consistency to attack their religious institutions.
Yeah. Here's what I'm going to do. I need nicotine stat. So I'm going to play this Alex Jones. I'm going to let myself in on my phone, and I will never leave y'all's side. I'll be with you until the end.
Go get your nicotine, my friend.
Yeah. One sec.
Yeah, JB speaks. I agree with that. They're definitely borderline on the realm of fascism.
Bro, they pay like 40% income tax.
And I think people have done documentaries like they're like you would think, with the healthcare included in that, but like their health infrastructure is struggling just to keep up with that many people.
Hey. Ooh, yeah, I'll be right back real quick too, man.
You good?
And of course, the left is all allied with Islam, period. But the point is that what Netanyahu is doing to stay in power, Netanyahu is now the biggest enemy of Israel's existence in the world. And the mindlessness of Christian Zionists in the United States saying support whatever Netanyahu does, because the Bible says you're going to go to hell if you don't support Israel. Did the Bible say support Herod? Did the Bible say support Saul? No, God's constantly dealing with Israel. Is Israel special in God's plan? Is it where the Abrahamic religions came from? Absolutely. Do Jews do exceptionally good things? Yes. Do they do exceptionally bad things like any group? Yes. But the point is that anybody can look at what Israel's doing right now. Israel was not even listed in the top 10 biggest threats ever in world polls by Gallup. Now they're seen as the #1 threat in the world and the worst country in the world. Now, I don't think that's the case. Probably North Korea is probably the most evil. You got Jews by the hundreds of thousands protesting every week against this. So there's a lot of different groups there. But the leadership of Israel and what they're doing on this live, real life macabre Truman Show where they're just shooting 5-year-old Palestinians trying to fish and blowing little kids' heads off live on TV, and hundreds of thousands waving their arms begging for food and getting shot when they go into the UN food areas. This is out of control. And in response to the war between factions of the CIA and Mossad, and that's what's going on over the U.S. government right now, Israel, to a great extent, has penetrated the White House and is trying to not just control foreign policy or Middle East policy, it's trying to control general policy. And when I say Israel, I mean Netanyahu, who goes back to the neocons, and Wolfowitz and Pearl and Fife and Cheney and all of them. And it's the same group that was heavily involved in 9/11 that is involved in all this right now. And if you know that, you then understand, will there be a giant false flag against Israel or another stand down like October 7th, or will there be a big false flag here in America to be blamed on Iran? Will they kill Trump and blame Iran? I mean, that is the next card to be played when you study all of this. So I don't come at these criticisms of Israel, and I mean that when I say it. I legitimately don't want to have Israel destroyed. I legitimately am not in the camp that just thinks anything bad in the world has got to be the Jews. But at the same time, I'm not in the camp to sit there and not point out Israel's very sophisticated, very powerful, has very smart people, a bunch of them evil, and that everybody wants to rule the world, as they say. Well, Israel's trying to do it through controlling the United States. And the world sees it, and the chutzpah we're witnessing, goeth before the fall. Arrogance, hubris, bravada goeth before the fall. There's different words for chutzpah, like hubris and bravada and megalomania and arrogance. And you got a lot of Jewish newspapers saying this is insane, stop now, like Haaretz and others. And then you've got other ones saying this is great, we dominate America, we're taking over, ha ha, he he. You got all these rabbis on TV saying Americans are our slaves and they'll do whatever we tell them. And then the world sees this. And people see you talking like that. And the world is really, really getting upset with Israel. And then Israel's got nuclear weapons. So if Israel gets in enough trouble and starts getting invaded, they're going to use them. Just like Russia. Russia's got its problems. I don't work for Russia. But NATO's starting a war that all the major war games show will end up leading to a nuclear war. And we keep going up the threat escalation ladder with these provocations. So, Russia's a major detonator. Taiwan and China's a major detonator. The Middle East and Israel and Iran's a major detonator. For things getting out of control and the guns of August, similar to what we saw at the start of World War I. But this time I got nuclear weapons and bioweapons and a bunch of other nasties. Here is President Trump talking about Crossfire Hurricane and the coup plot and saying, yeah, Obama, we can't really indict him, but we can indict his adjuncts. As I told you, that's the plan for people in the meetings. Now he's saying it publicly. Here it is.
Thank you, Mr. President. How do you think that the Supreme Court's ruling that benefited you on presidential immunity would apply to former President Barack Obama and what you're accusing him of doing?
It probably helps him a lot. Probably helps him a lot, the immunity ruling. But it doesn't help the people around him at all. But it probably helps him a lot. Well, he's done criminal acts. There's no question about it. But he has immunity, and it probably helps him a lot. He owes me big.
We're live on the White House.
Obama owes me big.
What are the details of the UK trade agreement you're hoping to find soon with the Prime Minister?
We want to talk about certain aspects.
They're talking about the, Prime Minister of UK now, but that was an interesting response from Trump to the question about Obama, asked whether the Supreme Court ruling about Trump's presidential immunity would give cover to Obama, and Trump just said there, yes, it probably would help Obama avoid prosecution, but not people around him. So that's probably a little insight into the way the DOJ.
All right, so that's from the American Journal this morning. The full press conference is at Infowars.com. All right, we're going to go to break. We're going to start the second hour. Roger Stone is still in the White House. He'll be on a little bit into the next hour. He may even do the interview from the White House. His hotel's across the street. And so look for that. Now, before we go to break, we're running a massive sale that ends next Tuesday at midnight. You can get a bottle of our ultra
What's old Alex had to say?
reviews. Already discounted. Get a bottle of the capsules or the liquid free when you buy one bottle. Same goes for the incredible Irish sea moss.
Sorry, guys, I can't pause it or lower the volume on the
Irish sea moss gummies.
on the fucking video from here. I apologize.
Buy one bottle, get another bottle free at the AlexJonesStore.com. Chase Geyser just toured the folks at Bigley. Here it is.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here at the Bigley Manufacturing and Production and Fulfillment Center. It's one of the most impressive things that I've ever seen in my entire life. You can see here, we've got some amazing products like the Ultra Methylene Blue capsules, light you up like a Christmas tree. We've got the tincture version as well, which makes you feel like you're plugged directly into the wall. Amazing new Irish sea moss. We've got the power plant, which is incredible, especially if you take it with the methyl drive. We call it the power drive. But this is one of the most impressive operations that I've ever seen. So many people working day and night to fulfill orders. We're shipping out orders within 72 hours of them being placed on the AlexJonesStore.com, and it's all possible because you support us at the AlexJonesStore.com. But you can see over here, we've got shirts lined up. They're all numbered in the system so we can run by and fulfill orders as quickly as possible. There's dozens of people running around here right as we speak, just fulfilling orders like crazy, and you're the reason that Alex Jones is always going to be on the air. Let me show you some more. Yeah, you can see here that they've just got stacks and stacks and stacks in this warehouse of product and product and product. And a lot of these are the Shilajit gummies, which are one of our best sellers. You can see them labeled up here. We've got the Shilajit capsules. We've got the methylene blue. We've got silver coins lined up. They lock those up in the back because they're so valuable. And they're absolutely incredible collector's items, plus shirts upon shirts, hats upon hats. I want to show you a little bit about how the hats and the shirts are produced. Tell me a little bit about how this machine works, what you're doing over here.
So this is a UV printer. This is machine that basically, if we want to put any design on something that is not apparel, this is what we do. It's mainly for putting on leather so that we can cut them out and put them on the heads, make them all nice and everything like that.
So you're printing the leather right over here, and then after it gets printed out, it goes over here to Cowboy to polish out?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Tell me a little bit about what you do over here in polishing the leather and stuff.
Well, what I do over here is I take these patches that come from a engraver and a UV printer over there. I get them all cleaned up with the Simul soap and everything, makes them more supple, easier to deal with when we're doing what we need to do with them, putting them on the hats. And then I take this mink oil, that's right here, and I take a good, generous portion of it off my finger and put it on each patch. And that gives it basically a water-resistant barrier. It makes it to where it's impervious to the elements. And then if people at home want to treat the hats again after they get them, they're more than welcome to do that. It helps extend the life of your hat and just gives it an all around better look.
Essentially, we get the orders in, we organize the graphics we get, we create layouts, and then we put the ink down, the adhesive powder, big heater dries them on, and then we ship them off to pressers.
This is upstairs of the facility where Bigley produces everything for the AlexJonesStore.com. These people handle web development, email campaigns, text campaigns, everything that we need to stay operational and ensure that the InfoWars audience gets all the products that they need as quickly as possible and knows about all the incredible deals. So go to the AlexJonesStore.com and support us right now. Keep Alex Jones on the air.
We could not be doing any of this without the fabulous folks at Bigley. We would be off the air. And look at all those Americans. A ton of them are veterans. They're in Fayetteville. They've got hundreds of employees. They don't just represent us, but dozens of other big talk show hosts like Stephen Crowder, the Hodge twins, and so many others. The widest selection of Patriot apparel, the very best supplements and more. And Tuesday is the last day to get one bottle of the Shilajit, the methylene blue, the Irish sea moss. Already discounted, get a second bottle free, and that keeps us on the air. But these are really incredible products. Now, go take action. Now, look on screen. He got to his hotel from the White
Not the
House.
Shilajit.
Today's meeting there. Roger Stone has incredible news. Trump is going on the offense on Epstein. Woo! I'm so glad he got good advice. Roger's fresh off meetings with the other top people right under the president. We'll be right back in 2 minutes with Roger Stone of StoneZone.com. Share the live feeds now, Paul Beers. Share the live feeds now, right now. So we had Stuart Rhodes, the founder of Oath Keepers, former J6 political prisoner, constitutional lawyer, so much more on, paratrooper. And he wanted to try methylene blue like so many other guests have done live on air. I got so busy with all the Iran war stuff and the commies rioting to ever get him to take it on air. All the guests, dozens of them that have taken it, within 45 minutes to an hour, have varying degrees from extreme energy and feeling really great, to fog lifting, to just over the top crying. It feels so good, especially the first time you take it. Electrochemical in the mitochondria, cleans out the cells, just does incredible things. RFK Jr. loves it. We've got the strongest ultimately blue, but he's going on Owen in about 30 minutes. My show just ended and I forgot to do this. He's like, hey, we're doing methylene blue. So he's going to take it now, but guys, don't forget when he's on Owen, to maybe if he forgets before he's going to go off, to tell us what he felt. And if he doesn't feel it, we'll put that out. I've had like out of 300 plus people who given it to, 2 people did not feel it. That means your mitochondria is in perfect shape. So Stuart, go ahead and take a half dropper or so. That's about a half dose. And then go ahead and shut that down. And then we're going to find out what happens to you. We'll see. Most people it hits within about 30 minutes, start speaking after a couple hours. But you're going to be on Owen, so please, before you go, just tell people what you think. And if you don't feel it, we're going to tell everybody.
20 minutes later.
I can feel a definite, like an energy spike. Yeah, it feels pretty good.
What are you going to do now? Now that you have your energy spike.
I'm going to see if it has a crash.
I've never heard of a crash.
Yeah, apparently it doesn't. But yeah, it feels pretty good. Yeah, definitely I feel sharper.
Okay.
Yeah, I was pretty tired coming in here.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
well, you're running around Texas right now. You're dealing with some other issues here.
I was driving all over Texas giving speeches for True Texas Project, and I was pretty efficient in sleep. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
So did he give you the drink or the capsules?
I took the drink, but I got a bottle of each, and I'm going to go and do a longer term test. We'll see how it goes.
Okay.
Yeah, I do feel kind of amped right now. Yeah.
That's good. Well, that's probably that. I don't know. That might be because you're hanging out with me. So we gotta maybe try to get.
I think it's with methylene blue.
Well, as everyone knows, 22 days ago when they put out that Justice Department memo that Epstein killed himself and wasn't running a blackmail ring and case closed, I said backroom deals have been made with the deep state because it's going to damage the economy so much. And the CIA, we know, was involved with Mossad secondarily, but Mossad centrally. And that was the intel I got from all the sources. So Trump was giving them a chance.
So what you guys think, man?
I'm not gonna lie, I made a piece of pizza for like half that video, so
Hey, that works, bro.
but
So,
Lindsay was in here a little bit more than me.
what you guys think, man? You think
I
there's
mean-
something to look forward to with all this, or you think it's a bunch of bullshit?
There's so many angles. I'm not entirely sure.
I know, brother. I know. It's so true.
I mean, I would like to think that, but a little bit sounds like cope.
Yeah, for sure. Which, I would say, like, right now I'm sitting at about a 60-40, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm sitting at a 60-40, but, I already said what I actually think they're going to do with her is, I don't think Trump's going to be washed clean of anything with this, bro. I think they're going up into her cell. They're like, hey, you want out? Check this out. You know what I mean?
I bet you that white box has to relate to something that they gave her, something in which she doesn't have in prison that can remind her, hey, you give us information and you could have maybe they got her some Arby's or something. I don't know.
Fucking.
Like, this is what's on the outside. You play ball, you'll get a little more of that.
Right. I don't know. Like, is there any info on them like potentially being drug addicts or anything?
I'm sure they were using something.
I mean, you have to do that vile shit, man. You have to, like,
listen. Which is another reason why I don't think Trump is involved. Like, Trump is literally like openly said, like, I don't think there's anywhere you can find where he's getting drunk or doing drugs.
I
And he says he's never drank before, and
Yeah.
no
He's got a
one
good
has any
story
pictures
behind
of
it.
him with a
His
drink in
dad
his
was an
hand or anything.
alcoholic. His dad was a drunk, bro.
I think it was his
And his
brother.
brother.
Yeah, I
And
think it
his
was his
brother.
brother. Wait,
Or I
was
thought it
his
was
dad
both.
an alcoholic too?
Or I think maybe his grandpa and then his brother. One
So I
of the
think his
but-
brother died from it.
But his brother died from like
Yeah.
alcoholism, and it's like, you think this dude was out partying with Epstein?
No.
No.
But I will
Absolutely
tell you,
not.
there are people like that. People who like they go their entire lives without ever using some kind of mind altering substance. Like, I mean, I believe him, but have you guys heard of Grid One? Grid One Motorsports.
Yeah.
So I was talking to him. You know, like me and him, we've been in Discord and we've talked about life and different shit like that. And he told me he's never drank or smoked or anything like that, dude. Like he's never partaken in anything. Like I believe him. Like
I mean, his adrenaline, he gets a rush off of racing cars, though, bro. That's
Yeah.
a drug in itself, for real.
Yeah, buddy, you ain't lying.
That is true.
He's never needed to because he's always had a adrenaline rush from racing cars.
That's
Which is
fair,
cool.
bro.
It's
That's
cool.
fair.
It's way better than doing drugs, but it's, I mean,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
And when I hate saying it like this, but when you go out racing cars, it's a lot more badass of a death
too.
than
Yeah.
That is
find your
true.
blue lipped and half rotted in a bedroom somewhere. You know what I mean?
Truth.
Better
I mean, I
to
hate
go
being
out
so-
like Dale Earnhardt than to go out like I can't think of a person that overdosed, but
John Belushi,
Yep.
Kevin Chris
Whitney
Farley.
Houston.
Yeah.
well, did Elvis Presley die from a drug overdose?
Well, no, actually, so it had to do with it. So this is a common thing with people who take opiates for a long period of time. So it's going to get graphic, boys. So buckle up. So what happens? Opiates contract what's called your smooth muscles, and your smooth muscles are the muscles that have to do with your digestive tract. So, like the way your digestive tract works is you eat, and then muscles contract all the way through that long tube that goes from your mouth to your butthole, and pushes the food through while your organs do their process with it and pull the nutrients out and everything. Well, opiates, what they do is they contract those muscles. So those muscles, especially like your sphincter, right? It basically completely closes it off. So you'll build up a fucking football in there, and then finally, ideally, you'll end up pushing it out. And what happened with Elvis was he had just not
Impacted
come on, Bubba.
bowels. He had impacted.
Well, he just didn't. He didn't poop for too long and couldn't push it out. And when he strained so hard, he had a heart attack.
I see.
Yeah, that's never a good way to go out.
Yeah, it's a true story, and it sucks, dude.
I think that happened to me one time, dude. Except I didn't die from the heart attack. I'm just kidding. That didn't happen. But
yeah,
I thought it was gonna be funnier.
Yeah, JB. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he literally had like 20 pounds of shit backed up in his digestive system. Oh,
Yeah, because didn't he die on the toilet?
Yes.
Yeah. Too. Oh my god.
Yeah,
That's
better to
actually
get
one of my
mangled in a
deepest,
car
darkest
than
fears.
that.
Yeah.
Die on the shitter. God.
Mm-hmm. It's a sad way to go, man. For real, because your legacy is ended with that.
He said milk of magnesia.
Yeah, Mr. Bill knows the game, dude. But see, I don't know if that necessarily works with how fucking impacted everything gets down there. Because I'll tell you, dude, like the worst part. I don't know. Were you more on the opiate side of things, Stamey?
No, sir.
Okay. Yeah. See, I was. So, what ends up happening is, as that, as your body's natural process isn't allowed to push through, because not only when you're when you're having bowel movements, I'm trying to be as like, cordial as possible in the way I describe these things. But
Yeah.
not only when you don't have bowel movements do you get this like massive buildup of poo, but your body also pushes out like toxins and stuff with that, and there's like lots of bacteria that gets moved out of you every time. Well, if you're not having that natural body process, that stuff starts building up inside of your intestines, and that's why like people who have like a pretty bad physical addiction to opiates, like I know for myself was the case, man. You have your one big movement, and then it's the waterworks, but the bacteria turns into like a jelly inside your intestines.
I know what you mean, bro.
Yeah, and your body like pushes it out, and it's just you get the worst stomach cramps like
Listen,
I've
bro,
ever had it, bro.
I'll say this. I'll just close this. I've had issues with that my whole life until I started using drugs, and that finally got me able to flow that stuff along. And then
Yeah.
it actually ended up causing the problem again and worse. So I know.
Yeah.
I didn't have normal movements because of where the drug of choice of mine I used was typically going to make you shit yourself more often.
Yeah, fair.
So, but yeah, no, I get what you're saying. It sucks.
It-
You can go
it's not-
septic too and die. Like you can.
Yeah.
There's literally,
true.
the girl from Poltergeist, the little girl that played in
Yeah.
the first movie. She died of a fecal impaction. She
Dude,
went
that's
septic and died when she was a little. That's how she died as a kid.
that's
That movie was riddled with
so
omens, dude.
bad.
It was weird. That whole movie had terrible problems, and then she died right after the movie was done.
Now, is that where I take it? That's where it like explodes out of your intestine? Like I
No,
guess.
no, you're when your body goes septic, it's like you get
Infection of the blood,
infected.
basically.
Yeah, your blood goes
Okay.
toxic and starts killing you.
Yeah,
So
because I mean, like
she,
it literally spreads to your entire body, basically, like in a matter of like 30 seconds, right?
once it gets to your bloodstream like that.
Yeah, if it gets to your heart, it's going everywhere in your body, all your organs. It's terrible, awful stuff, man.
I think Emmett just started his stream.
All right.
Oh, did he?
I think he did.
Well,
Now,
I am
he said something about a
pre-party. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, man. I am walking up to my apartment now. Sorry, I'm a big guy walking up the side of a mountain. I apologize.
You're good.
A little out of breath, but come on, Charlie. Let's go. But once I get up there, we can all get a raid, Emmett.
Yeah, Darth Matt. I ate a whole shitload of prunes after the surgery, bro. I was so worried about fucking getting backed up after they cut my guts open.
my oldest deals with constipation, but it's not any like drug related that I know of. I mean, he's 8, so I hope not.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, he's got some constipation. He's got to take Miralax every once in a while.
That's a good problem to have, let me tell you. My like I go from 0 to an emergency, like I'd much rather have that than.
I will say I have IBS, so I have the opposite problem.
Oh,
Charlie, come on.
the runs.
Let's go.
Yeah. And it's weird
Mine's
because
random.
it's only in the morning, so it's like once I get that first official poop, I'm good for the rest of the day.
Good for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I can take on any challenge, but boy, until I take that first that first bathroom break, oh, I need it.
Whew. So Emmett started his stream, and lower classes coming up the steps. And yeah.
I'll be there in just a minute, boys. If you guys want, dude, just beat me over that way. You're more than welcome to.
Are you ending the stream when you get back?
Yeah. I'm basically
okay.
gonna shut it down. If you guys want to head over to Emmett's, let me post this.
Yeah, I'll head over there. Oh, I didn't even see these messages, Lindsay.
I'll see y'all when y'all get over there.
All right, brother.
All right. Peace out.
Peace.
Yeah, I'm gonna bounce out of here too, man.
All right, bro.
I'll see you over there. Good. Thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, bro. Always good to have you up, dude.
Yeah, man. I appreciate it. Bye, everybody.
Peace. All right, guys. That's the link to Emmett's channel right there. It's kind of hard to find just by typing in Emmett, but please go on there. We'll get him real quick, and then I'll be shutting the stream down once I get back in.
What's up, Johnny Peterosa? I appreciate it, man. Sorry, I'm actually shutting the stream down. Let me find my boy's channel real quick. Hold on. We are all gonna be going over here, bro. Please stop on by. It's my buddy Emmett's channel. He's got a great channel. He does good stuff over there. He's going to be debating tonight, so we're all going to go over there and meet up with him. I'll see you over there, bro. Thanks, man. Everyone else, peace.